Welcome to yet another video. In this 6th episode of the story, after 8 long years of enduring an unjust and miserable life, the very heavens themselves decide to intervene on young Naruto's behalf. But what will their cosmic interference spell for the world of Shinobi? He receives a gift so profound, it is considered legendary even in a world where people walk on water every day. Will this divine gift lead him to the peace he's always craved, or will its effects leave a hole in his heart too big to fill? Please support us by liking and subscribing. Let's get started now. Naruto-kun, I'm glad to see you're well. Fu says, the Nanabi's Yuki slowly healing her sore body. Like a whisper in the wind, the blonde Jinchuriki vanishes and reappears behind her, embracing her sensually. He leans close to her ear, giving it a tender kiss. I could say the same to you. I felt Nanabi's Yuki miles away, I had to make sure no one would take you away from me. Naruto says, loving the way Fu's body felt in his arms, so soft and yet firm. Fu couldn't help but melt in her fellow Jinchuriki's arms. His touch always seemed to heat her otherwise cold heart and body. Everything seemed perfect, until she caught a scent. It was faint, but there. Why do you smell like a wet cat? Fu asks, shoving Naruto off of her roughly. She knew that scent anywhere, the nerve of this guy. Wet cat is a bit harsh. I prefer a damp log, anyway that's not important. What is important, is that these Takinin violated the terms of our agreement. It is my duty, as the future clan head of the Alexandros clan, to make an example of them before the world. Any agreement made by the Alexandros clan is final. Naruto says with the full authority entitled to him. Even though Fu was pissed he saw Angel before coming to see if she was alright, the clan always came first. The Alexandros clan was more than just a title, it was a family, a union. Well, your clan duty has no bearing here. This is the Chunin exams. Niji says, making sure to block Naruto and Dantes from the Taki corpses, they were his kills after all. Niji is right, Naruto-san. In the field of battle, the killer is allowed to decide the fate of his victims. Lee says sagely. Why don't we just let Fu decide? No one has even asked her how she is or how she came to be trapped in the first place. Fu is a strong kunoichi and no ordinary shinobi could capture. Tenten declares, placing a kind hand on her shaken teammate. It was only then did the males pay attention to Fu, she was shaken from fright. Fu-chan, what's wrong? Naruto asks, subconsciously activating his Shingon, gazing into her trembling soul. The once fierce oasis dissolved into a mere dripping pond. Let's just get out of here, alright? It's not safe here. Fu says, her eyes darting every which way, following some phantom beneath them. You're all dead, one of the Taki genin gasps, catching everyone's attention. Even though his throat had several puncture holes, he still manages to let out a raspy, bloody laugh. His eyes turn red, then literally burst in spray of blood and eye matter. Inside the darkest part of his eye sockets a red dot rests. With his Shingon activate, Naruto can see inside the red dot is a small man, with a vicious smile. It's him, Fu says ghastly. The color drains from her once bronze skin, her shivers give her goosebumps. From the Taki genin's eyes, 2 brown cylinders ooze out like pudding. Once they hit the ground, they coil around and form 2 piles. The stench they gave was foul, like rotten flesh. Ah Kami, what is that? Tenten asks, having to use a thick cloth to be able to breathe. The stench even has a fume to it, a toxic aura. Naruto didn't really know what to do, never had he seen anything this sick in his life. You ain't seen nothing yet. A voice bubbles from the pile of brown matter. With that said, a beam of red light shoot from the center of the coil, forcing it to unwind upward. The more it unwinds, the wider it gets, causing the gathered shinobi/kunoichi to scatter away. Inside the now wide beam of red, before everyone present and the millions watching all around the globe, a man was constricted layer by layer. First the epithelial tissue, then the connective tissue, then the muscle tissue and nerve tissue. Then the skin formed the epidermis layer, the dermis layer, the subcutaneous layer. Then the organ systems developed the skeletal system, bone by bone, cartilage, tendons, and ligaments. Before long, the one and only Axel appears in the center of the chaos, a tranquil smile on his face. "It's so good to see you children," Axel says, his presence alone has an aura of oppression and doom. Dantes couldn't believe his eyes. "You're real? I'm glad to hear your folks still speak of me. I hope they told you all the gruesome things I did under the name of this great clan. How many people I slaughtered and turned into my own army of the dead. Cliché I know, but hey, it gets the job done." "Well, it almost did, until that bitch Amira came into the picture," Axel says darkly, reminiscing the glory days of life, before he had to start stealing people's skins to survive. Meanwhile, every Alexandros in the exams could feel Axel's evil presence. It literally made their skins crawl. Without warning, Angel and Roland leave their teams for the more pressing matter at hand. Naruto vanishes in a whirlwind. When he reappears, he has his jet stream in hand, ready to slash Axel's throat wide open, even using the wind from his shunshin to add futon chakra to his blade. Naruto was surprised how easy it was. His jet stream cut through his windpipe like a hot knife through snow, blood splashes all over his face. Axel's corpse flails for a second, before it fails with a thud. "Your fate has been sealed." "Well, that was weird," Naruto says, taking out a cloth to clean his dagger first. Dantes can't shake the feeling something was off. He knew the legends of Axel. His parents spoke of him as evil incarnate, literally. Axel is Apollodano's alter ego of evil. Everyone, even higher beings, have evil within them, darkness in the pit of their souls. His was so great, he shed it from himself and cast it to the darkest of realms in shame. It allowed him to become the man he is today. Dantes explains in hand signs to Naruto and Fu. "Fu-chan, you have to tell us what happened. How were you sealed within the insect jar?" Naruto asks, after wiping his face of the blood. Like Dantes, the blonde Jinchuriki felt unease about the whole thing. Even he knew of Axel from times his mother told him. "Amazing display of speed, Naruto-san. I hope to match, if not outdo, your display. If I cannot do so, I will swim to the island," Lee declares, his eyes burning with determination. Tenten face palms herself at the ridiculousness of declaration, while Neji decides to follow his instincts and activates his Byakugan. "There's something wrong here. I can see his blood spill, but it seems to be leaking towards the bodies of the Taki Nin," Neji says, holding back the urge to vomit at the sight. It was like the blood was a parasitic worm, crawling to a new host. "Burn the blood!" Dantes yells, firing several C1 dumplings and miniature rockets at Axel's corpse. The body is lit up in a big blast of gore. Understanding why his blood was dangerous, Naruto unseals a jug of Saiku's fire wine and takes a swig, before he sits out a stream of flaming wine at the running blood. To everyone's horror, the blood literally rises off the ground and darts out of the way of the burning wine. The remaining wine in his mouth spills from his dropped jaw. Snapping out of it, he takes another swig and spits another stream of fire at the fleeing blood. "Too late," Axel says, his blood drops on the body of a Taki Nin and completely consumes him in his image. The once dead clan traitor rises once more, showing everyone why he earned the title of Skin Crawler. You'd be surprised how many good bodies people foolishly bury in the ground, inside containers to keep them preserved no less. There is so much the human flesh reveals about a person. It is the shell their souls wore, it has remnants of that. That means all its skills, knowledge, genetics, everything all in the skin and organs. Axel explains, before his eyes roll in the back of his head and back to reveal a fully matured Sharingan. I wish the Uchiha was here to see this. I'd love to see his rage, the sheer wrath in his red eyes. Especially since these are the eyes of his dead father, his skin was perfect. Axel says with sick glee. Though he couldn't see or hear it, the ex-Alexandros clansman could practically feel the outrage and hatred of those watching in Konoha. Not wanting to give the man any time to use the accursed Kekii Genkai, Naruto tosses the jug of fire wine at Axel. Some of its contents spill and splash all over Axel, causing him to burst in flames. Mwahahaha. Ahahahahaha. The sheer intensity of fire is mind-numbing. Axel yells over the roaring flames, burning his flesh to a black crisp. The sight was truly frightening to see, a man being burned alive and taking bliss in it, instead of agony. Soon his body is nothing more than smoldering ash, blowing in the sea wind. Something didn't feel right though, that was too easy again, Naruto says, sensing Axel's presence, but not being able to pinpoint the location. Suddenly, the blood from his clothes begins to tremble, before it expands into a net of blood, that easily consumes Naruto's entire body. Naruto-kun. Fu screams, remembering what the strange blood had done to her. Running over to the blonde, she tries to tear the blood net off him, but only succeeds in trapping herself. Both Jinchuriki scream in agony, the tainted blood slowly drains them of both chakra and blood. You can call this my Kekii Genkai if you like. I call it blood release, Kaiten, though where I'm from, it's called hex magic, a type of curse that affects physical matter. In my case, it affects blood and skin. I can completely consume a person's soul through their blood and use them as my own. Axel's voice declares, followed by maniacal laughter. He wanted everyone to see what he was capable of, to be feared by all shinobi nations, especially once he truly cut loose. That laughter stopped once he realized he couldn't feel anything coming from the two Jinchuriki, no blood, no chakra. You didn't think father and mother would send me into a world with you roaming around and not teach me a few fuin to combat you, did you? Silly man, pay for your arrogance. Naruto says, even inside the pot of iron-filled blood, he unseals a human heart that reacts to the surrounding blood. Even Axel was made to fear, the heart beats and pumps the blood inside of it swiftly. Before long, Fu is released from the shrinking blood net and half of Naruto was also freed. Sensing his doom, Axel releases Naruto completely and stretches over to Team Guy. I will not be sealed so easily, boy. Axel yells, aiming to consume Lee, but Dantes intercepts, his left arm covered in C2 and in the form of a cannon. C2 cannon bolt. Dantes roars, placing his right hand on the cannon and pumping it with more C2. With a burst of Bakutan chakra, the cannon rapid fires cannonball after cannonball at Axel's blood, but to his horror, Axel slinks around the cannonballs, lands on the ground and slivers over to Lee. With nothing to detonate them, the cannonballs continue towards Naruto, wind release, great breakthrough. Futon, Detapa, Naruto roars, unleashing a squall of wind upward, thrusting the cannonballs into the sky and causing them to explode, like signal fire. Don't let it touch you, Lee. Niji, don't even think about using the gentle fist, he's like a chakra parasite in that form. He'll easily ride you chakra bursts and make a nest in your body. 10-10, I know Evangela said not to, but use your gun now. Dantes orders. Both Niji and Lee dash away from the blood, both at a high disadvantage. 10-10 Iguri pulls out a golden scroll and unseals her most powerful and deadly weapon, a Henrian, Daci and Hushin revolver, a 20-shot revolver. With one pull of the trigger, 20 bullets were shot in mad succession at the blood, that was almost completely blown to bits. When the fuck did you get that? I thought Evangela gave you a damn pistol. Dantes yells, seeing that gun had really scared the shit out of him. Women should never have that kind of firepower. It was just a scary sight to see, man. Oh this, well, Evangela Kazan gave me the pistol in public, but gave me this baby in private. The rule was applied to this gun, I just never really brought out the pistol unless I had to. I think in this situation, the revolver was called for. 10-10 says, giving the hot gun a tender kiss on the barrel. Note to self, never piss 10-10 off ever, all of the guys think at once. A gun can fire more bullets faster than any shinobi or kunoichi can throw and hit their mark faster. Even with Tenten's assault, some droplets of blood survive, now almost too small to see. Fu couldn't do much with her Suiton jutsus, doing so could wash the blood away and then they'd be sitting ducks. Thanks to that damn insect jar, the Nanabai's Yuki was currently cut off. She also didn't want that man to get a hold of such power. Still, she had her Doton jutsus, unsealing a huge scroll from her back. Fu unravels it, unleashing a huge dust cloud that blankets the entire ship. Everyone aboard, alive, begins to cough and hack out the dirt from their lungs. Rat, na. Earth release, bedrock coffin, Doton, Ganban Q, Fu chants, using the dirt to form multiple sections of hardened dirt and literally crushes the blood flat. Anyone know any Katan jutsu? Fu asks, holding the rat sign to keep her jutsu active, knowing that this alone wasn't enough to kill the man. Dantes answers by going through some hand seals. Tiger, Tora, bird, Tori. Fire release, great flames flower, Katan, Guenka. Dantes chants, jumping in the air and shoots 3 giant bullets of fire that come down like giant meteors. Once they hit the bedrock coffins, they erupt into a geyser of flame, causing the ship to begin to burn. Thinking swiftly, Naruto whirlwind, Senpu, Shunshin's around the ship, checking each of the Taki corpses for any valuables, finding 4 map pieces among them, a few Fuin scrolls and some Ryu. Not like they needed it and it would just burn with their bodies anyway. Our ship isn't that far from here, we should act. Lee starts, but to everyone's horror, a drop of Axel's blood gets on Lee. The blood then begins to consume Lee, darkening his skin to a roasted brown, but other than that he remains the same. Mwahaha. Ah yes, this body is a perfect match for Uchiha blood. Axel says, through Lee's body. Lee's once kind eyes are replaced with a mad, swirling, Sharingan. His back turned the roaring flames and the cremation of the Taki Nin. Removing his leg weights, Axel tosses them into the water, resulting in a mighty clap of water. Oh, did I forget to mention I can add the abilities I gain from others into any body I enter? My bad, allow me to show you just how fucked you all are. I'm well aware of your friend's inability to use jutsus, but that's fine with me. I prefer to beat my enemies with my own hands and watch their blood spew forth like a mighty geyser. Axel says, taking up the strong fist stance with his Sharingan ablaze. You are truly a disgusting individual. Not even a failure like Lee deserves to have his body taken. I will rid him of you, Axel. Niji declares, rushing the possessed Lee with his trademark palms of fury. First gate, gate of opening, release. Axel declares, unleashing the first gate and utilizing 100% of Lee's muscles and moving at speeds that Niji can barely keep up with. With one mighty upward kick, Niji is launched into the air. While on the ground, Axel unravels his arm cloth and vanishes in a burst of speed. Shadow of the dancing leaf. Axel chants, following Niji in the air and matching his movements much like a leaf dances in the wind. Once positioned behind Niji, Axel wraps Niji's body in the cloth and begins to pile drives them into the ground head first while rotating at a ferocious speed. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven, Haksha Katen. Niji says, using Axel's on rotation against him by unleashing chakra from every chakra point in his body. The resulting dome forces Axel off of Niji and sent crashing into the seas. Once Niji lands on the burning ship, he dashes overboard and races to where his team and Naruto and Dantes were, on Team Alexandros' ship. Second gate, gate of healing, release. Axel roars, rising from the water, in an explosion of water, and punches him square in the face. Not giving the Hyuga genius time to recover, Axel unleashes a series of punches and kicks at him, more than a few hitting home. Niji tries to go on the offensive with his gentle fist, but Axel easily weaves through them, being able to see them coming with his Sharingan. Axel strikes with mighty kicks, followed by elbow strikes and swift jabs that Niji couldn't help to keep up with. His once gorgeous face was lumped up and bruised. Lee's never been able to land this many hits on me. Not only that, but I can't even lay a single finger on him. Neji rants to himself, increasing both his speed and chakra output to try to get just one hit on his possessed teammate. Grabbing the Hyuga by the wrist, Axel makes to snap it in two, but a sudden dropkick from Angel sends him skipping across the water like a stone before he sinks underwater. Neji, I want you to get Tenten Nachon out of here. This is an Alexandros clan matter. Angel says, never taking her eyes off of where Axel went. Neji snarls at her, never once dropping his gentle fist stance. That's the second time your clan has tried to pull rank with my team. One of your accursed clansmen has possessed the body of my teammate and I, for one, will not abandon him in his time of need. Neji declares. We don't have time for your bullshit, Neji. Axel is a skin crawler, he can literally take over your blood with just single drop of blood, as I'm sure you've seen. He cannot, however, take over the body of an Alexandros clansman. All you two are doing is making things harder for us. You're both potential hosts for him and then we won't be able to kill him. Angel explains, before she backflips onto the ship. Joined by Roland, who stands next to his twin. It's been a while since we've fought as one, hasn't it? Roland asks his fellow clansmen. Each member smirks, knowing that whenever they were together, it always meant shit was going down. Neji was conflicted with the turn of events. Did he want to run the risk of becoming a meat puppet to that psychopath or run like a coward? The choice was made for him, when Tenten appears next to him and places a hand on his shoulder. I know it's tough, Neji, but we're only in their way. We have to let them handle this, I'm sure they'll free Lee from that sicko. Tenten says, before they both shunshin to their own ship not too far away. Axel rises from the water and instead of going after the Alexandros clansman, stands on top of the water. Third gate, gate of life, release. Axel roars. The increased blood flow not only increases Axel's influence over Lee, but turns the boy's kin red as veins start to bulge from the stress of the increased power. Sensing the increase in power, Angel uses swift release, shadowless flight, Jintan, Muishu, to move at very fast speeds to try to stop Axel, but the possessed Lee can see her clearly and backhands her away from him. The blonde Kunoichi skips across the water, before she rights herself. Fourth gate, gate of pain, release. Axel roars, a green aura spills off Lee's body, two streams of chakra twist and spiral around him, more veins bulge from his body. Fifth gate, gate of viewing, release. Axel roars, unlocking the final gate that Lee can open. The water beneath him twists under his feet, the outburst of chakra causes waves to rock Team Alexandros clan ship. In a display of speed, Axel disappears before reappearing in front of Naruto and Dantes. The lotus is in full bloom. Axel says, some of Lee's personality coming out for the briefest of seconds. With that, he uppercuts both boys into the air and begins to strike them around the air at inhuman speeds. Both boys look like rag dolls, being tossed and beaten around by Axel's newfound strength. Wrapping both boys into a bundle, he pulls them close to him. Reverse Lotus. Axel roars, slamming one fist and one foot into both teens' torso. Upon impact, Naruto bursts into a squall of wind and Dantes explodes, both resulting in a huge gust of fire and smoke. Too close to dodge, Axel feels the full force of the explosion and the strain from unleashing so many gates. He leaves Lee's body, before the boy can even hit the ship. Still, he has more than enough of Lee's blood and chakra to make a solid body for himself. Tiger, Tora, Ox, Ushi, Dog, Inu, Tiger, Tora. Lava release, hot blood stream, Utun, Atsui Ketsuryu. Axel chants, spewing a stream of red-hot lava at Roland, who stands his ground. Before the lava can touch him, a wall is made from the hull of the ship defenses him from the lava. Once the lava touches the wall, it explodes clouding Roland in a veil of black smoke. Appearing in a Jintan Shunshin, Angel aims a vertical slash across Axel's neck, but the man back flips to evade, only to flip right into a Bakutan charged fist by Dantes. Once his fist connects with Axel's back, a plume of smoke reveals a log that Dantes reduces to splinters. That Lee kid had some pretty good blood. Very rich in taijutsu. Axel says, taking up the strong fist stance and rushing Dantes, the best in his class at taijutsu. Using his Sharingan, Axel easily dodges the boxer-like jabs Dantes throws and plants several elbow strikes and kicks on Dantes, who grimaces at the power behind each him. Axel attempts a low spin kick, that Dantes jumps over and aims a kick at his head, but Axel easily catches it. Sending Bakutan chakra to his leg, Axel quickly lets go of him, before a burst of chakra erupts from it. Before Axel can cock back his fist, a spiritual hook coils around his arm and pulls him towards Roland. Once he was within range, Roland stabs Axel in the chest, but instead of blood, smoke is his reward. Kage Bunshin? Roland asks shocked, before he feels a presence behind him. Turning around, he pulls out a kunai and clashes with Axel, who was moments away from skewing the boy with his own kunai. Before anything else can be done, the kanji for explode appears beneath Axel, unleashing a geyser of an explosion on him. When the explosion recedes, a burnt log is left in his place. The minute Axel's feet touches the ground, another kanji appears and explosions rock the boat, with Axel fleeing from them. Appearing in a whirl of lightning, Angel readies her dagger to cut Axel's head clean off, but Axel ducks under the swipe, grabs her by the face and slams her on top of the kanji just as it explodes. Angel-chan. Naruto roars, throwing his invisibility cloak off and dashing towards Axel with his jet stream in one hand and Tonto in the other. Once the explosion was over, Axel stands with a badly burned Angel in his hand, before he tosses her to Naruto, who catches her easily. Didn't your father tell you about the time I possessed his body and almost killed Amira's mother before she was even born? I guess not, but I was able to learn a thing or two from him. Like this, explosion release, big bang. Bakutan, Bigyaban. Axel roars, slamming both hands on the ship and filling it with his own tainted Bakutan chakra. From within the ship, Dantes is shocked when he feels the signs of his ship about to explode. Rising from the hull of the ship, get off the ship. Dantes warns, before he and his fellow Alexandros members, along with Lee flee the glowing ship as it explodes in a huge mushroom cloud of destruction. Appearing a safe distance away, Fu summons two of her water bugs for the Alexandros gang to safely travel on. The other one she places Lee on and sends it back to Team Guy. Naruto lays Angel down, who is still conscious, but badly burned. There's some cream sealed in on my right hip, Angel gasps, talking through the intense pain she felt. It was bad enough she was only at 60% when she began fighting him. Following her instructions, Naruto unseals the burn ointment and gently applies it to her skin, causing Angel to flinch every now and then. Suddenly, two arms made of wood rise from the seas, grabs Kyubi, in his scroll form and Nanabi, through the jar on Fu's back and returns to the water. To Naruto's shock, Kurama doesn't unleash any of his Yuki, nor does the Nanabi. Mokutan, courtesy of the Shodai Hokage himself. You can't see it from the sea's depths, but I have suppressed the Biju's chakra with the Hokage-style 60-year-old technique, Kakuan entering society with bliss-bringing hands, Hokage Shiki Jijuen Jutsu, Kakuan Nitten Suishu. Axel says, from the palms of his hands, the kanji for sit appears, with strings of chakra coming out of his palms and into the sea. Making a Mokutan Bunshin, to hold the jutsu, Axel rises on top of the water and stands there. For once in their lives, Fu and Naruto couldn't rely on their Biju, and they didn't like it. Fu stands on the water and skates across it towards Axel. Once within range, she launches a twirling spin kick at Axel, who jumps over it and slams his heel into Fu's head. Once the heel makes contact with her head, she bursts into water and tries to surround him, but Axel just absorbs it into himself, like a tree does water. Before he can celebrate, Naruto appears next to him, his tanto ready to cut him in half, but Axel slinks out of the way, but Naruto follows up with a vertical slash from his jet stream. Adding Futon chakra to his dagger, the blade unleashes a slash wave of wind, that Axel dodges by stopping the flow to his feet and sinking in. Once he's underwater, Axel grabs Naruto's ankles and pulls him under, connecting the blonde with the roots to his Mokuton Bunshin and drags him deep underwater. Seeing the bubbles on the surface, Fu dives down, along with Roland while Dantes stays to treat Angel. Once underwater, the two are assaulted by Axel's inhuman speed underwater. The man swims back and forth between the two, hitting them with enough force to knock them further down each time. Having had enough of drowning, Naruto forms one of his wind shuriken underwater, swiftly forming a whirlpool that frees him from his restraints and draws Axel inside the powerful vortex. Using the Futon chakra in his body, Naruto makes 3 air bubbles and sends 2 over towards Fu and Roland, who both eagerly gasp in the air. Channeling Suiton chakra to her feet, Fu jets herself into the whirlpool, swimming with the intense currents of the pool, where Axel slowly reaches the tip. With a mighty punch to his torso, Fu sends Axel racing to the tip of the whirlpool, only for him to poof into smoke. When Naruto-kun's not using it, that gets pretty annoying, Fu says to herself. She'd sweat drop if she could. With that she decides to return to the surface, along with Naruto and Roland. The three felt, more than heard, the battle being waged on the surface. Once they surfaced, they bear witness to Axel versus Dantes. It was strictly a nintaijutsu battle, Dantes unleashing a melee of jabs and kicks laced with C1, while Axel uses raw Bakuton chakra to give his counters an explosive edge. Dantes throws out a snap kick that Axel easily catches before he slams a Bakuton chakra-filled fist into his chest, sending him crashing into the sea. Before the 3 Alexandros clansmen can even rise from the water, 3 Axels appear out of smoke and kicks them in the face with Bakuton chakra, sending them soaring into the air. Gate of opening, release, the Axels chant as one, unlocking the restrictions on their muscles and going 100%. Shadow of the dancing leaf, the Axels chant, before they appear behind Naruto, Fu and Roland. Naruto tries to do some hand seals, but one of the Axels clutches him tightly and begins to spin, followed by the other Axels. Front Lotus, the Axels chant as one, spinning at such velocities that all sense seem to spin right out of their brains. Like a drilling missile, the 6 of them spiral and crash in the water, causing small whirlpools to form from the rotation. Angel could only watch in horror. None of them seemed strong enough to stop the skin crawler. It seemed all for nothing. Angel, Angel, Angel. Axel mocks, before he picks her up by the back of her head. Angel tries to struggle, much to Axel's annoyance. Resistance was pointless, their deaths were coming. The future of the Alexandros clan, its only female member of this generation. So much to inspire to, let alone live up to. Too bad it all ends here. Lava release, Axel starts with a wicked smile on his face. Angel can feel the heat begin to build and burn her scalp, but she doesn't scream. Naruto resurfaces with a gasp, his head pooling blood. Falling at those speeds, head first, would have snapped his neck, if not for all the Yuki the Kyuubi used to reinforce it. Still hurt like all hell though. With all the chakra and strength her burnt body could muster, rat, nah. Swift release armor, Jinton no Yoroi. Angel chants mentally. Jinton chakra flares from her entire body, before it forms a oval shell of whirlwinds and lighting streaks around her body. Molten burial, Yuyu Maisu. Axel chants. From his hand, lava pools out and coats all around the shell, encasing it in solid rock. Without a single shred of remorse, he tosses it over his shoulder, before it splashes and sinks into the deep sea. Naruto couldn't hold back the tears that fell from his face. It was like everything just froze and all he could think about was Angel, sinking to the depths of the sea. Then he saw red. Deep within his mindscape, he scraps whatever amount of Yuki he can, allowing his building rage to fuel the malevolent Yuki. The water around him begins to part the more Yuki Naruto forces out of his body. It forms a twin-tailed fox shroud around him, his features much more feral and wild. Aiming his two tails at his mouth, the blonde converts the tails into both positive black and negative white chakra and gathers it into a ball. Once the ball is compressed, it is ingested, his cheeks bulge from the pressure, before he fires a powerful beam out of his mouth, but instead of at Axel, he aims for where the two bijou are sealed. A powerful explosion literally blows a hole in the water, where a person can literally see the bottom of the sea. At its depths is ruined ritual totems, a smashed insect jar, an unraveled scroll. Kyuubi, give me power now. Naruto demands, his rage completely clouding his mind. He couldn't think, he could barely breathe due to the building rage inside him. He just wanted to unleash it all on Axel, the man who would dare hurt one of his precious people, one of his future wives no less. Feeling rather generous, the Kyuubi gladly gives Naruto some of his Yuki, massive volumes of red energy pours from the scroll and enters his body violently. Naruto ignores the pain, in favor of feeding his rage all that power, and finally it was unleashed. To become familiar, Nitsuku Tetsuka. Naruto growls, before he undergoes his demonic fox, Kishin, transformation, almost instantly, expect this time with 3 tails. One of his tails dives underwater, while the others just wave about wildly. Lowering onto all fours, the blonde kitsune lets out a single growl, before he rockets towards Axel in the blink of an eye, the water behind him splashes wildly. Axel makes no move to dodge, until Naruto is in his face with a wild swipe aimed to cut off his head. With one might swoop, Axel's head is reduced to splinters, revealing him to be a Mokuton Bunshin. Without warning, the beheaded Bunshin turns to roots and wraps around Naruto, before it begins to drain the Yuki from him and turn it into bloody rosebuds. Face it, boy, your bijou won't save you this time. Those rosebuds are converting its Yuki into Bakuton chakra. Once they reach bloom, they will explode with all the might of a Sanbai Bijudama. I'd love to see you survive that. Axel says with a sick smirk. Naruto could only stare in shocked horror at the implications. Struggling proves to only drain him quicker, and adding to Axel's sick glee. Draining is my thing, poser. Kisame says, rising from the depths of the sea like a mighty shark, his Samahata already slamming into Axel and sends him crashing in the seas. The shark-faced man looks at Naruto, before he frees him with a swing of his blade. Before Naruto can even think of a thanks, Kisame swings his blade across Naruto's chest, shredding not only his flesh, but chakra as well. Samahata eagerly feasts on the boy's chakra. Looks like Samahata has found his next favorite treat. Kisame says, walking over to the wounded Jinchuriki, but before he could claim his prize, Fu rises from the sea, in her 2-winged shroud of Yuki form. Smirking, Kisame slashes her with Samahata and shreds the Yuki right off of her and devours it. How won't Deidara and Sasori be pissed I took their bijou from them? I even managed to get the Kyuubi, all by myself no less. Kisame says, patting himself on the back, but maybe too soon. Leaf Whirlwind, Konoha Senpu. Axel says, launching a succession of high and low kicks, that Kisame blocks with his Samahata. You fight like someone I know, something tells me I'm going to really hate you. Kisame says, before he throws Axel off and aims to cleave him into 2, only for Axel to pull out twin daggers and uses a X grip to block. Sparks begin to fly, Kisame swinging his massive blade masterfully, while Axel strikes and counters swiftly, neither getting a hit on the other. With their foes distracted, the members of the Alexandros clan make a swift retreat, but not before retrieving the imprisoned angel. Later that night, it had been hours since Team Guy had left their fellow Konoha Nin to fight that monster of a man. About 30 minutes after they left, Lee was returned in horrid condition, but alive enough. Now they were miles away from the battle scene, but they still felt the influxes in Churka and the near-demonic force of energy that ravaged the seas. They were worried for their comrades, until all 5 Alexandros clansmen rose from the sea and clinged to the ship for dear life. Each of them looked on the verge of death. Team Guy didn't know how, but they were determined to make sure they all lived to see another day with Sasuke and Sakura, the two members of Team 7, on one of the many islands surrounding Benasu. They had arrived a few hours ago and have been running, on palm trees, ever since. The moment they set foot on the island, a strange Kusa Kunoichi awaited them. She wasted no time and unleashed a wave of tamed killer intent so strong, Sakura was reduced to a crying mess and was easily batted out of the way and knocked unconscious. Fearing for his life, Sasuke piggybacked Sakura and ran for his life. It didn't help the Kusa Kunoichi summon massive snakes for her to ride on. "You disappoint me, Sasuke-kun. Where is your Uchiha pride, that strength that made them feared throughout the 5 shinobi nations? Maybe I should go find that Alexandros boy, I'm sure he'd put up more of a fight." "You know, the blonde one," the Kusa Kunoichi says with sick glee. Something in Sasuke snapped at those words, something that greatly outshines his fear. "How dare she think Naruto is a better opponent than me? I'm an Uchiha, my Sharingan will be the best there is or ever was." Sasuke roars mentally. His once 3 Tomo Sharingan grows another Tomo, making it 4, 2 in both eyes. Using the slim trees, Sasuke races to the top and pulls downward on it, just as the Kusa Nin is in mid-air. Releasing the tip, the tree smacks her into the ground. Before she even hits the ground, Sasuke finishes a series of hand seals with the tiger sign. Fire release, Uchiha Great Flame Sphere. Katan, Uchiha Daenden. Sasuke roars, firing 2 great fireballs, that spiral towards the Kusa Kunoichi and combine into one upon impact. Much to the Uchiha's horror, her body melts into mud. "This beats you running like a rabbit any day," the Kusa Kunoichi whispers in Sasuke's ear, before she gives it a lick and punches him in the face, sending him flying. He tumbles across the ground a few times, before he recovers and looks to see the half of her body melted into the palm tree. From her sleeves, dozens of snakes hiss and slink towards Sasuke, who fires a great fireball to fry them, only missing one, who opens its maw to reveal a human hand. The snake regurgitates the Kusa Kunoichi, who rushes Sasuke and plants her foot firmly in his gut, sending the body crashing into a tree. The wind was knocked out of the last Uchiha, but he still manages to dodge a fist to his head, that put a dent into the tree. A fierce taijutsu battle ensues between them, though it was mostly one-sided. Even with his enhanced Sharingan, Sasuke could only keep up with 1/3 of the Kusa Kunoichi's masterfully palm strikes and kicks. With one finally palm thrust to the solar plexus, Sasuke is bent over in pain, holding his aching gut. The Kusa Kunoichi smiles, staring over the gasping Uchiha. "Yes, at my feet and on your knees is very befitting Sasuke-kun. I want to see you get stronger though," the Kusa Kunoichi says, before she stretches her neck and sinks her teeth into his neck. Sasuke cries in sheer agony as a strange 3-whirling mark appears on his neck. With that, the Kusa Kunoichi withdraws her neck and unseals 3 map pieces. "Seek me out, Sasuke-kun. Seek out the power to defeat Itachi." With that said, she leaves the last Uchiha to suffer. "Come on Neji, give Lee those blood pills." Whatever that freak Axel did really drained him of chakra and blood, Tenten instructed. She wasn't a medic Nin, but she knew enough to keep the group in her care stable. The 5 Alexandros members were pulled from the sea and then their clothes were removed, albeit with some difficulty, to keep them from getting sick in the cold night air. She threw a tarp over them to keep them warm as she treated their injuries as best she could. From what she could gather, Angel was suffering from extreme chakra exhaustion and would be out for at least a few days. Naruto had some pretty bad lacerations which were healing slower than normal and also suffered chakra exhaustion. That was what really scared Tenten. Anything that could tire out the energetic blonde was not something she wanted to face alone. Dantes had a fractured sternum. Roland and Fu were the best off, only having broken jaws and bleeding skulls, although Fu was covered in lacerations similar to Naruto's. Neji took out a sack of blood pills from his pouch, slipped 2 into Lee's mouth, and helped his comrade swallow the pills. The once vibrant and healthy Lee had been reduced to a shriveled husk of his former self. The poor guy looked like a raisin. Once the pills started to take effect, some of Lee's former glow returned to his features. Make sure you give him 2 every hour, no sooner or later. We don't want him overdosing on the stuff, Tenten instructed as she made sure to stay focused on her 5 patients. They were stable now, but anything could happen. Right, I've never seen this side of you, Tenten. It's becoming of you, Niji said, resting Lee down on a mat. He was used to the edgy, tomboy kunoichi side of Tenten. This Tenten was different. She was nurturing and gentle, almost like a mother. It's not a side I like to show often. Tsunade-sama is my role model. In the academy I took a few medical classes. I didn't have what it took to become a medical nin, however, I did pick up a thing or two. I told myself I wouldn't use my medical knowledge unless I had to, but I never thought things would be this dire, Tenten said as her fatigue started to showing. Like Niji, she had not slept since Team Alexandros had washed up onto their ship a few hours ago. She spent every second watching them to make sure they were all right. Just what are the Alexandros clansmen? Niji asked, breaking the silence. He had been wondering this for a while, but after meeting Axel, he had many doubts that their abilities could be the work of some new Kekkei Genkai. Their abilities seemed to go beyond that of normal shinobi. Then again, he had fought and seen many shinobi in these exams whose abilities gave them great power. His Byakugan could even be considered beyond normal to the average shinobi now that he thought about it. Niji, we don't have time for one of your ego trips. They're Konoha shinobi and kunoichi. Some have even died for their people, or have you forgotten how Noel died to protect Fu? Tenten asked. To her, the clan had been nothing but generous and kind. They welcomed her into their homes and hearts and even went so far as to share their tools and knowledge with her. She wouldn't let anyone, not even Niji, try to dishonor such a great clan, such a great family. I'm serious, Tenten. I mean, aren't you a little bit curious as to how Axel was able to take over Lee's body? Why were we not warned that such a man was roaming the 5 shinobi nations and as an IWA shinobi no less? I'm not saying they're bad, I'm just saying that I don't like being left out of the loop, Niji said. He had nothing against the clan, in fact, he knew they brought power and respect to Konoha. He just never liked being unprepared, and none of them had been prepared for that devil's theater. Actually, I remember Angel telling me about him about 4 years ago. She didn't go into detail about him other than that he was really bad. Apollodano skinned him alive, burned his entire body to ash, sealed the ashes in an urn with 69 layers of fuin, and finally tossed it in the southern seas, Tenten said as she tried to recall Angel's exact words. It sounded right, but 69 layers of fuin did sound a bit obsessive, which left a grimmer question. And you mean to tell me that Axel survived that? Wait, didn't Dantes say Axel is Apollodano's evil? Niji asked, feeling as if a piece to the puzzle was within his grasp. Yeah, he did. He said he separated him from himself and sealed it in the darkest realm. I guess he was speaking metaphorically, Tenten said, shivering from the thought of Apollo actually ripping someone's skin off and then setting it ablaze. If Axel is Apollo's evil, doesn't that mean that if Axel dies so does Apollo? I mean, if Apollo could skin him alive, it's safe to say he could have killed him. Why seal him if he knew he was such a huge threat? Niji asked. It sounded cliché, but it did make sense. After all, we all have the potential for evil within us. Some people's evil is too great for them to contain and it consumes them, but, if you had the choice, could you simply sever it from yourself? Could you cast it aside like trash for the can? How could he possibly separate his evil from him and then turn it into a living person? He's not the sage of 6 paths. I think Dantes was blowing things out of proportion. I mean, listen to yourself, maybe Axel is Apollodano's brother or relative and he sealed him because he couldn't bear to kill his own family, Tenten said, shaking her head at the so-called Hyuga genius. Maybe all the stress was finally getting to him. Niji continued to wonder about his theory, he just couldn't let this go. Looking to the sky, Niji noticed that Amira's phoenix Bunshin, once raving the sky to try to find a hot and juicy battle, were completely gone. I wonder how they're taking it in Konoha. Tenten pondered. A lot had happened in that last fight, of that she was sure. Back in Konoha, can we get this over with? There are a lot of battles the world is missing because you all wanted to have this meeting, Apollo said. He was more concerned with Naruto and the younger generation of his clansmen. He didn't have time to hear their grievances. If anything, the fact he was forced to attend really pissed him off. He may have been a fallen higher being, but he was still powerful enough to level this entire village if he wanted. Then I'd have to fight the old man, Jiraiya, and an entire village of shinobi though. If only I could get them on my side. There's still hope though. Yes, with Naruto, you're rather calm for a clan head whose member has violated the graves of not only Uchiha Fugaku but the Shodai Hokage as well. Hayashi declared, thus bringing to light the crimes the clan faced. Many in attendance, including all the shinobi and the civilian council, were in an outrage about the entire incident. The very security of their village was at stake if someone could infiltrate their home and take the skin of some of their most prominent shinobi. Okay, first and foremost, he is an ex-member of my clan. He is my brother and I can assure you that I'm just as surprised about all this as you are. I personally ripped his skin off, used the hottest flames I could muster to burn him to ash, sealed it in an urn with 69 fuin on it, and then plunged it in the sea. The fact he is walking among us is nothing short of a miracle on his part. Besides, he just tried to kill my heir and I better not hear one of you bastards make a snide remark or heads will fall, Apollo declared, searching with a glare around the room. No one said a single word. Most were stunned by what the man claimed he had done to Axel, while some found it hard to believe someone could survive such measures. You really expect us to believe that? Danzo asked. His patience was running thin. This man and his clan posed too much of a liability to keep in the village anymore. That was another thing that pissed Apollo off about this Kami-forsaken village. There was a sense of arrogance that the entire village seemed to be cloaked in. Their years of peace had made them greedy, prideful, and disgusting, with Danzo spearheading the campaign. You can believe whatever you want. I'm done with this shit. I'm done with these meetings and this council. Fuck you all, except for you Sandem-sama. I'm going home to watch the exams, Apollo said. He calmly got out of his chair and left in a swirl of darkness. He didn't have time for the villagers, their egos, and pointless rants. He knew the time was approaching. He could feel it in his spirit. The scale was slowly but surely starting to lean off balance, and once that happened, appearing back at his home, Apollo flopped down on his favorite chair. He sighed deeply. The signs of him aging were becoming more evident. Palming his face with both hands, the clan patriarch focused chakra to his face to keep up the illusion hiding his blemishes. Suddenly, a pair of soft arms wrapped around neck gently and he eagerly welcomed the embrace. Looks like we're running out of time. You've spread your soul too thin, love, Amira said, resting her head on Apollo's strong shoulders. The fallen higher being placed a hand on her face and guided her into a tender kiss. Between Naruto, Axel, and Amira he had very little soul left. He knew his wife's words were true. It was only a matter of time. We have enough time to do what must be done. Naruto will achieve greatness. I promised Minato that his son would surpass even him before I leave this dimension. Balance be damned, so too with the consequence. There's still time. You don't have to ride this train with me. Apollo said, looking into the amethyst orbs of his wife, and he could see her answer clear as day. Are you kidding? I wouldn't miss this for anything. Come on, I still have a few minutes before the ladies come over for drinks, a game of 10 questions, and never have I ever, Amira said, walking over to stand in front of Apollo, her fingers trailing over his shoulders. Once in front of him, she eagerly drops to her knees and twirls circles into his thighs. Make it 30 minutes, Apollo said, but upon looking at his wife's exotic face, he reconsidered his answers. Actually, make it 45, Apollo corrected himself. Upon hearing the zipper to his pants being unzipped, all of the blood and excitement went to his lower brain, something that caused Amira to giggle. Before she reminded her husband why she is queen. Back with Team Guy. Alright 10-10, you can rest now. I can't see anyone for miles and the ship should reach the island soon, Niji said with his Byakugan ablaze and scanning the surrounding area. With a sigh of both relief and exhaustion, 10-10 closed her heavy eyes and soon fell asleep. She could rest knowing everything and everyone was alright. They had been watching over them for some time now and their conditions hadn't faltered. Niji had been making sure to give Lee 2 pills every hour and it finally had paid off. Lee had his normal glow back even though he was still unconscious. Even though he wasn't conscious, inside his mind, Naruto was lashing and raving about. Pillars of stone would rise from the ground only for the blonde to destroy them with a single punch. It was like a dance of rage and destruction. His fists were swift and strong while his legs seemed to twirl like a whirlwind. Debris flew every direction as Kyubi entered his mind and watched from afar. He avoided the boiler room, where his Yuki lay slumbering. At all costs, he did not want to risk being put back in there. "Aw, is the Uzumaki going to cry? Finally got your ass kicked by someone other than that adoptive father of yours, I see," Kyubi mocked. Even though he had some respect for the kid, he had to admit that, in recent times, Naruto had become a bit arrogant. Though he may not have shown it, the blonde Jinchuriki had become too dependent on its Yuki. Naruto stopped his rampage and sent a glare towards Kyubi, who just grinned. "Shut it, Kurama, if I remember correctly, Axel easily disposed of you. You were out of most of the damn fight," Naruto remarked. He didn't like feeling so weak. Axel had beaten him within an inch of his life, and to make matters worse, his family was involved. He couldn't do anything to protect himself, let alone them. Then there was that shark guy in the black cloak with red clouds. One hit from his blade and he could literally see the chakra and Yuki being drained into his weird sword. Why was he after him? There was no way that he was a genin in the exams. Bah! I won't make any excuses for myself. His Mokuton jutsu really caught me off guard. I haven't been under the influence of such a jutsu since the Shodai Hokage, but I'll be ready next time. Axel's arrogance will be his downfall. He may have their jutsus, but he lacks their skill to use them properly. Stop bitching about losing, say you're ridiculous Nindo, and go back to being your normal goofy self. You're starting to really bum me out, Kurama said, before he left Naruto's mind. Alone in his mind, the blonde Jinchuriki thought about Kyubi's words. It sounded too easy. How could he just get over it? How do you get over being so badly outclassed? It's not like I can train during the exams or anything. Plus, Axel is still out there hunting us like animals. Will we be ready for him the next time? How many more people will he have consumed by then? Naruto pondered, his intellectual mind racing to try to find some solution to this problem. He had to protect everyone, he knew that much. Axel would come for them all and he had to be ready. Well, if Kurama was confident, that made him feel somewhat better. When you come to the end of the line, you tie a knot in it and hang on, huh? I like the sound of that, Naruto thought, having remembered reading the saying in some poetry scroll his mother made him read once. For some reason the saying just called out to him. With that fresh on his mind, the blonde Jinchuriki left his mindscape and woke up seeing the star-filled night sky. What is it about a near-death experience that really makes a guy appreciate life? Naruto asked, startling Niji and causing Tenten to wake up. Next thing he knew, Tenten embraced him tenderly. "Kami Naruto-kun, don't ever scare me like that again," Tenten said, hugging her friend for dear life. Though a little surprised, Naruto returned the hug with a weak smile. "Trust me, I don't plan to ever be this weak again." "Wait, how's everyone else? Angel-chan, Fu-chan, Dantes-kun, and Roland-kun? Is everyone alright?" Naruto asked, panic starting to build within him. If anything were to have happened to them, relax Naruto-kun, everyone's alright. They're all just resting right now. I should have known you'd be up sooner than expected, Tenten said, placing a comforting hand on her friend. Upon hearing this, Naruto relaxed before he flinched from the pain. He didn't notice it before, but his body seemed rather sore, weak, and, most of all, pretty naked. You suffered from chakra exhaustion. I guess your chakra went to healing your body since you had some pretty bad injuries. Even though you're stable, it'll take time for you to recover fully, Tenten said, placing her hands on his shoulders, forcing him to lie back down. That doesn't explain why I'm naked. I'll admit, you're a stunning girl, Tenten, but I'd much rather we had gone on a few dates first, Naruto said with a sly smirk that only grew when he saw Tenten blush several shades of red. I have no idea what you're talking about. Your clothes were soaked, and I didn't want you to catch a cold, Tenten said with a huff. She had almost forgotten about Naruto's perverted mind. She swore he got it from Apollo. While the man was a remarkable shinobi, there was no denying that he was a rather sexual person. Then again, when he had a wife as beautiful and lewd as Amira, well, any man would be. Just kidding, Tenten-chan, I wouldn't want Haku to skew me with his ice jutsu. Everyone knows he's got his sights on you, Naruto joked, until he felt the cold barrel of Tenten's pistol. Another word and I'll, as the Westerns say, bust a cap in yo ass, Tenten warned. Naruto put his hands up in surrender and sweat poured down his brow. Satisfied, the weapon user put up her gun and smiled sweetly. Anyway, I don't have time to rest. My team still needs 3 more map pieces in order to, Naruto started, but Tenten placed a finger on his lips. Sure. The objective here is to get to the correct island. Where do you think we're going right now? Tenten asked with a giggle. Wait, so you're taking us to the island with you? Isn't that against the rules or something? Naruto asked. He felt a little bad about mooching off his friends. They didn't really give us any rules to begin with. They just said collect enough map pieces to find out which island to go to. Stop worrying about it so much. You're a fellow Konoha nin, besides, Fu would kill us if we just ditched you after healing you, Tenten said. They both shared a warm laugh, both knowing what she said to be true. Fu was a nice, easygoing girl to her friends, but when you pissed her off she was like a mini Kyubi. Speaking of the mint green-haired beauty, Naruto looked over to Fu and watched her chest rise and fall softly. The thought of her being safe outweighed the fact she was most likely but ass naked underneath the tarp. Right next to her was Angel, who looked rather pale. What's up with Angel-chan? She looks kinda pale, Naruto said, leaning over Fu to feel Angel's face. It was uncommonly cold. Images of Axel encasing her in lava flashed through his mind, bringing with them panic and fear like no other. The thought of losing her was too great for him to even think about. Ever since he became a member of the clan, she had always been by his side. She was there when he used to cry every time the villagers were mean to him as a kid. She helped him whenever he needed it, no matter how small it may have seemed. When it came down to it, he truly did love her. She was his angel. She suffered from extreme chakra exhaustion and some burns. I gave her some soldier pills to stabilize her, but she'll need to rest to recover completely. We can only hope that her team is waiting on the island for her, Tenten said, grabbing Naruto's clothes from the clothesline and tossing them at his face. Giving her a mock glare, the blonde Jinchuriki began to put his clothes back on. Great job being our scout, Niji, you can go ahead and rest now. I'll be sure to let Fu know you watched over her like a hawk, Tenten teased, giggling when she saw Niji blush before he nodded and went over to a corner to rest. Upon seeing Niji, the normally stoic and cold, Hyuga actually blushed. Some red flags were raised in Naruto's mind. He could feel the flames of envy burning within him, but did he have a right to be jealous? Here he was, in love with another woman, even going so far as to plan on having sex with her. Was he denying Fu true happiness? Don't worry, Naruto, Fu is head over heels for you. You're all she talks about when it's just us. To her, you're the one person who can understand how she feels as a Jinchuriki. You understand her fears of being alone, you help her feel both loved and desired, Tenten said as she watched how Naruto seemed to look over Fu with a sense of dread. Putting on a small smile, he tried to look reassured even though he felt even worse. Sure, the thought of having multiple wives is nice, but the actual reality behind the concept was easier said than done. I just hope I can keep making her happy, Naruto said, his fake smile plastered on his face. That smile wasn't fooling anyone. Look, I know all about the whole CRA thing. I imagine it must be tough. Both Angel Amuto and Fu love you and you don't want to hurt either of them. The best thing for you to do is just continue to be yourself, Naruto. It's what they fell in love with and will continue to love. I doubt either of them will give you up to the other, so don't worry about it so much, Tenten said, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Tenten always saw Naruto as her younger brother and he tended to care more about others than himself, a quality she loved about him. While Shinobi had to be selfless in the line of duty, Naruto was always selfless. I guess you're right. Here I am worrying about love and relationships while I'm drifting on a ship in the middle of the Chunin exams, Naruto said, shaking his head with a chuckle. Tenten shared in the warm laughter, while Niji was resting his aching eyes. Once Naruto felt his chakra reach a safe enough level, he made a single Kage Bunshin, to stand and watch while he and Tenten got some sleep. The lone Bunshin watched over the group for hours. The night skies began to give way to the rising dawn. He grew tired of watching the ever-expanding seas and desperately wanted someone to talk to. Man, this sucks. If only I could make another Kage Bunshin, then at least I would. That's when it came to him. Why couldn't he make a Kage Bunshin? He had a good portion of the original's chakra and could perform jutsus. He made the infamous cross-hand seal. A plume of smoke rose and out popped another Naruto Kage Bunshin in perfect health. Does this mean you're the original? The other Bunshin asked, to which the first Bunshin scratched his head. Beats me, man, I just made you out of boredom. Say, whatever happened to Boss Trickster Jutsu? The first Bunshin asked. Even though he was made a little over a few hours ago, he could still recall the original not using or coming up with any Trickster Jutsu. Shit started getting real. We went from battling village pricks and shinobi clowns to legendary swordsmen, ex-hunter Nin, and even our clan's boogeyman. I guess he just couldn't afford to play around anymore, the second Bunshin said. Times were getting tough for the original and it seemed they would only get more so. Man, fuck that shit. There's always time for a little fun. In fact, I think we should be less like Shinobi and be more Naruto, prankster supreme. It's the trickster mentality and element of surprise that gives us our edge. Notice how the minute we stopped being pranksters, we started to go on the decline, the first Bunshin said. Maybe only he felt this way, but once he dispelled the original would get his memories. Dude, you're looking way too much into this, I mean listen to yourself. While I agree that our ability to surprise our enemies is top-notch, we have to grow up and stop with all the games and pranks at some point, the second Bunshin said, finding it weird he had to be the voice of reason for himself basically. Tisk, whatever, man. Say, whatever happened to Fuinjutsu? In our last battles, we haven't been using it. Isn't that like our thing? The first Bunshin asked. Well, think about the environment. Salt water would just make the rice paper soggy and make the ink run. Not to mention we had to fight a chick that could spit lava. Remember, sealing Katan jutsus is hard enough. I doubt the original wanted to risk losing his scrolls. We didn't have time to even use jutsu, let alone Fuin against Axel. I'm sure we'll go back to using it though. Hell, I think the original is ready to dish out some of the special Fuin's father taught us, the second Bunshin said. The first one could only nod in agreement. A lot of factors had to be brought into play when you discussed a shinobi battle. It's not all jutsu and high-flying action, perhaps, it was time they reminded the original that. With the island in sight, both Bunshin dispel themselves, waking Naruto up as he received the bizarre memories. Well, that's a thought. In a weird way, his Kage Bunshin had brought up a point. While he did feel more mature and shinobi-like, he felt rigid and mundane. Where was the razzle-dazzle, the surprise, and funny antics of the trickster wizard. The freaking trickster Kage. With a smirk to himself, Naruto resolved his choice and began to gently shake Tenten awake. Come on Tenten-chan, we're almost at the island and it'd be rather awkward for everyone involved if those four showed up naked and unconscious, Naruto said, managing to cause the weapon mistress to stir. Stretching her sore muscles, Tenten grabbed Fu and Angel's clothing and dressed them while Naruto held the tarp up to shield any prying eyes, even his own. Then again, it wasn't like he hadn't seen all the girls his age naked anyway. That one fact put a smile on his face. His father would be proud. So who's going to dress the guys? Tenten asked, having covered the two brothers to cover their shame wasn't the word she'd use. Naruto knew exactly how to wake the twins. Alright boys, looks like we'll have to dispose of the bodies. Get your Katan Jutsu ready, Naruto said loud enough for them to hear. Both twins' eyes shot open and they jumped to their feet. Dantes covered his fists in C1 while Roland surrounded himself in spiritual hooks until they saw Naruto rolling on his sides in laughter and Tenten was giggling as well. Why am I not surprised? I take it we all survived? Roland said, trying to hide the blush on his chocolate skin. Really, he figured the blonde would have grown up since becoming genin. Some dreams don't come true it seemed. Was there any doubt in your mind? We're almost at the island, you should probably get dressed though, Naruto said, looking away from the two standing twins. Once his words sunk in, the sea breeze caused goose bumps to rise all over their bodies causing them to shiver. Tossing them their clothes, the twins swiftly geared up and checked their conditions with the limited medical knowledge they had. Despite being sore and low on chakra they were fine, no broken bones or anything. Glad to see Angel is still with us. Gotta say, being encased in lava is normally a done deal in our line of work, Dantes said, admiring the strength the girl displayed. If he had to be honest, she was probably the strongest of their generation, with Naruto beating her thanks to Kyuubi. She's a true kunoichi, strong and willing to do anything to survive. Had she not used the Jinton armor, I doubt we'd be looking over her sleeping form. Let's thank Kami for that. Roland said, taking a moment to pray for their fortune. Even though they normally argued about this, Dantes decided to join him. Even Tenten and Naruto took a moment to pray to whatever Kami had spared them yesterday. Once they were finished, Dantes woke Niji up in the most asshole-ish way possible. He rolled up a small amount of C1 and flicked it at his ear causing a loud pop to nearly deafen the Hyuga, who glared with his Byakugan at the howling Dantes and Naruto. It seemed the battle had only strengthened Team 7's mischievous ways, not discouraged them. Meanwhile, with Kisame much like the shark he appeared to be, Kisame was swimming underwater at amazing speeds, Samahata was sticking out of the water and ripping through it like a shark fin. He was in mad pursuit of his most recent prey, who had been reduced to nothing but a trail of blood. It was like his grandest fantasy had come true. No matter where you go Axel, so long as you reek of blood I'll hunt you down and devour you. Right Samahata? Kisame said with bubbles leaving his mouth wildly. The now unwrapped Samahata howled in joy since it had grown fond of Axel's exotic blood and chakra. It refused to let this one slip away even if the Jinchuriki got away, Itachi wasn't there anyway. The stoic Uchiha Slayer had chose not to tempt fate, wanting to avoid his little brother for the time being. How the hell did I get in this situation? No matter how many jutsu I throw at the freak, that damn sword just eats it. Now it has the taste of my blood and I can't get away. Not to mention he drove me far away from any human body. Axel said to himself. With no mouth to speak, only his consciousness and the blood remained, giving it a dark tint. Deciding that beggars can't be choosers, Axel found a fish and entered its body only for Kisame to easily rip it to shreds with Samahata. Damn, with that plan ruined, he resumed fleeing from the shark that was Kisame. The waters of the eastern sea seemed to pick up around the two teams from Suna and a team of Kiri Genin. The waves crashed against their boats, causing them to rock steadily. Even though Team Baki saw their own village team in trouble, their red-haired teammate made it clear that any assistance from his team would result in their deaths by his hands. So the dirty blonde Kunoichi and the other male member of Team Baki watch as the other team fights against a team from Kiri. The team from Suna consisted of a boy, with short brown hair over which he wears his Hitai 8 in a bandana style. He wears a brown vest over a long-sleeved, blue shirt along with a pair of dark pants, with his shuriken holster strapped to his right thigh. He also wears a pair of silver Suna arm guards and a pair of fingerless gloves, with 2 small Tessen fans on his right hip. Itetsu, a girl, has bright blue eyes and shoulder-length dark hair. Her most notable feature are the red markings on her face. She wears the standard attire of a Sunigakure ninja including the turban. She also carries a huge roll of cloth on her back, horizontally. Maki, the final member of the team, is another boy, has short, brown hair and dark eyes. He wears a dark-colored, long-sleeved outfit underneath a brown vest, his village's Hitai 8, which he wears like a bandana, along with a pair of arm guards. Yaku, their foes, 2 teen boys, one with brown, low-cut hair and the other with light blue, short spiky hair, and a girl, with long reddish-pink hair in a single ponytail, wore the standard attire of their village, striped material which is worn around their wrists and legs which merge into their sandals. Underneath this, they wear a full black shirt and pants over which they wear the village's standard gray flak jacket. The spiky sky blue-haired boy seemed unarmed, while the other 2 each carried a weapon. For the brown-haired boy, he had a wakizashi, while the girl dual-wielded 2 tantos. Hidden in the mist no jutsu, the sky blue-hair teen roars. A thin mist began to encase the entire area, but Yaku saw that coming. "You Kiri scum are so predictable, futon, de tapa." Yaku roars, unleashing a squall of wind that blew the mist away and not too soon. The Kiri trio used the small window gained from their mist to dash across the water at the Suna trio, weapons at the ready. Once they boarded the Suna ship, sparks flew as Tessen fans met tantos, wakizashi met kunai and kunai met cloth. Itetsu and the Kiri Kunoichi show great handling of their respective weapons, the Kiri Kunoichi unleashing precise and skillful slashes at her foe's soft spots e.g. knees, arm joints, stomach and neck, but Itetsu blocks with his closed fans and lashes out by trying to strike her when vulnerable. With a well-timed slash, that Itetsu ducked under, the Kiri Kunoichi led him right into knee strike to the chin, that stuns him for a moment. It's all the time she needs. Kicking said boy into the water, where he floats on top, azure stream, the Kiri Kunoichi roars, jumping on the water and fusing her Suetun chakra into it. Moving the water beneath her, she rushes towards Itetsu on a wave and attempts to cut the boy in half using her gained speeds. Protective cloth dome. Hogo Nuno Dumu, Maki chants, appearing next to Itetsu in a shunshin and erects a dome of cloth around them. To the Kiri Kunoichi's shock, her blade bounces right off the cloth without so much as a scratch. With the attack failed, Maki dispels her dome and is set to unleash, fire release, burning waltz, katan, warutsu moru, from her gaping mouth. A ball of fire races towards the Kiri Kunoichi, who uses her azure stream to evade away from it, only for the burning waltz to follow her at Maki's guiding hand. Suetun, Mizurappa, water release, water trumpet, the sky blue-haired teen roars, smothering the flames in a jet of water as hot steam is left in its place, which is exactly what Itetsu wanted. Opening both of his fans, Sickle Weasel no Jutsu, Kamaitashi no Jutsu. Itetsu fans them wildly, conjuring a gale, that is only strengthened thanks to the waters below, and envelopes both the Kiri Kunoichi and the steam made into the many colliding air currents and vacuum pockets. The Kiri Kunoichi is assaulted by countless invisible blades of wind, that carve up her body like a Christmas goose, on top of the shearing heat from the steam. Once the winds die down, the Kiri Kunoichi falls into the sea, sinking to its depths. The remaining Kiri genin don't seem bothered by their teammates' demise. Mizu Bunshin, the wakizashi-wielding genin roars, making a legion of 10 water copies of himself. Before Itetsu could reopen his fans for another Sickle Weasel, a stream of sand lashed out and encased each clone in sand. This is getting boring, the red-haired teen says, holding his hand out and opened. The attack surprised and horrified the Kiri and Suna teams alike. It was known throughout the 5 great nations as to this child's identity: Gaara of the desert, crazed Jinchuriki of the Ichibi and known ruthless killer. Tales of senseless rampages and bloodlust were common knowledge, the Kazekage never missing an opportunity to showcase his weapon. Closing his extended hand, the sand around the clones implodes and crushes them back to their water forms. Even with his sand weighed down, it whips back to Gaara's gourd swiftly, though water drops drip from the bottom. "I thought you said not to interfere, Gaara," the other male of the team yells. One look from Gaara and the boy was cowering in fear. "Kankuro, do you want to die along with the Kiri Genin?" the redhead asks hollowly. Kankuro shivers from the cold sweat his brother's gaze alone brought. "And no. Oh, of course not, Gaara, please continue," Kankuro says, not wanting to draw Gaara's wrath. The female of the team could only sigh. This was common among them. Out of everyone in Suna, only she wasn't, deeply, afraid of her younger brother. It sickened her to think of all their village and father had down to her little brother, and she couldn't really blame him for adopting such a dark mindset. Their father had tried to kill him more times than she could count from since he was an even younger child. No, she was the only one who seemed to show love to her brother, even if it greatly confused him. At times, it seemed he would lash out even at her, but he would stop. That was a sign he at least didn't see her as a threat. "Gaara, would it be alright to spare our own?" Temari suggests. It was the only chance the Suna Genin had at survival. They knew of Gaara's murderous tendencies more than anyone, and the fear on their faces only served to unnerve the Kiri Genin even more. Gaara looks at Temari with dead eyes. Sparing anyone would only anger Mother, but there was something nearby. Something that Mother seemed far more interested in than the fools gathered around him. "Fine," Gaara says, shocking the entire Suna gathering. Temari wasn't a fool to try and ask for more. Whatever spared her village some promising genin was a blessing in her book. "Thank you, Gaara." Temari cheers, wanting so desperately to hug her little brother. To show him the love he so needed, but she knew better. His sand would lash out and possibly kill her. Once the sand was fully dry, it pools from his gourd and whips at the remaining Kiri Genin, who fling Sueton-infused whips of water and any projectile they could muster to stop it, but the whip of sand just slinks past their offense, or absorbs it and continues. Once it has them encased in its deadly grip, Gaara wastes no time and crushes them like ant in his hand. The sand is soaked in both water and blood as some drips out before it returns to his gourd. "Leave now or die," Gaara says to the other Suna team, who eagerly take his advice and flee the area as quickly as they can. Temari opens her giant fan and rides the winds over to the Kiri ship. Once she's done raiding it, she finds the final piece of map needed. Gaara could only hope whatever was making his mother scream in fury would be in the second exam. The volume was being to give him a horrid headache. With Sakura and Sasuke, never have I been so ashamed to call this boy my summoner as I am now. Bazin pants, its body riddled with pain and poison coursed through its veins. Out of the 3, only Bazin stood up to the snake San-nin, the final straw to the great summon. Its summoner could only cower in fear at the Sannin's ki. Granted, higher-ranked shinobi/kunoichi would do the same, but at least they would go out fighting. It was so disgraceful, Bazin didn't even want to dignify it by recalling it. "You shut your mouth. Beak. Whatever you have." That kunoichi know that monster was unlike anything I've ever experienced before. Not even Sasuke-kun could hope to defeat that. Sakura says lowly. Her mood only plummeting at how useless she was during the fight. She literally did nothing to stop her. Bazin scoffs, "For all your talk of how powerful and great he is, give me some examples of his feats." It dared her. "Come on, I'll wait." Sakura gave the giant poultry a hard glare. Already several examples came to mind. Sasuke-kun was the best in the academy. Sakura declares, makes a buzzing noise, like when you get a wrong answer. "No, Naruto was the best." Next example. "How dare you compare Naruto Baka to Sasuke-kun? Sasuke-kun is smarter, faster, stronger." better looking and all-around elite shinobi. He defeated many during the invasion in Taki. He defended us during this exam, and had he not been so exhausted from that, he could have managed to escape that Orochimaru. Sakura declares, "Oh, how warped the human mind can become. What world do you live in? Is it some advanced genjutsu you developed where everything goes your way and nothing goes against it? Naruto has proven, countless times, he is the better shinobi. Defended us, the Uchiha allows his arrogance to cloud his mind and has to be saved by the same blonde you're insulting. What about you?" Bazin asks. The delusion of this mortal girl truly blew his mind. Sakura seemed taken aback by that. "What do you mean, what about me? What have you done during your time as a genin? Have you participated in any battles worthy of being noted? I've been here since day one and can't recall you ever really doing anything of importance." Bazin says it seemed arrogance wasn't only the Uchiha's fatal flaw. "Hey! I've done plenty. I healed Sasuke-kun in this exam, I helped him in that fight with that fake hunter Nin, I've done plenty." Sakura defends, "Bullfucking shit. Bazin cause, startling the pink banshee. All you do is dick ride the Uchiha and put down anyone that, you believe, stands between you and your so-called Sasuke-kun. Has he even called you by name once since being on the team? Has he acknowledged you at all?" Bazin asks. To her credit, Sakura has enough sense to look down dejectedly. "He just needs time to dash." Sakura starts, "To what? See how much of a great woman and kunoichi you truly are. Grow the fuck up." Bazin roars, causing Sakura to flinch. "You have done nothing of importance since being on this team. Oh, you healed the Uchiha, ever thought about healing your other teammates? Oh no, because they are worthless next to your Sasuke-kun. As if one man could make the team, how delusional can you get?" Bazin rants. It was so tired of this girl living in her fantasy world and then having the nerve to talk down to others. As if she were so great, like she was top fucking kunoichi and did all the work. If only the Uchiha were awake, he'd get an earful too. Well, who the fuck is you to talk? While the others risk their lives and give it their all, you sit back and watch. I bet I can ask you to recall every battle your team has been in and you can tell me every detail, down to what jutsu was used. If you were busy fighting your own battles, you wouldn't be able to do that." Bazin rants. Sakura couldn't believe her ears. Every word it said was true, all of it was true. She was a disgrace. Tears fell from her eyes as reality finally hit home and the weight of her failure crushed her mind. There we go, at least you can do something. Crying is a new skill for a kunoichi, the only original thing about you. You make me sick, both of you. I don't deserve this, to be pegged with such disgraces. Bazin spat, literally in Sakura's face, before he hawks up the biggest logie it could and spat it at the sole Uchiha's face. That only seemed to make the pink banshee wail even more, because it just made her realize how much of a useless bitch she truly was. Her battle with Angel flashed in her mind and the utter defeat she suffered had come full home. She only knew the academy style of taijutsu, she knew no ninjutsu, only a few genjutsu, and her medic skills were amateur at best. My Kami, are we really that pathetic? Even the voice in her head, who always supported her and represented the person she wanted to be, realized their current state. It was mind-numbing, all the insults she threw, and all her talk of being the smartest kunoichi in her class, like that would help her in this world. Seeing comprehension wash over her face, Bazin returned to his feathered form. No more will I be plagued by the Uchiha. I am severing all ties with the accursed clan. How the mighty have fallen. Bazin declares, his form slowly burns and turns to ash. Sakura begins to panic. Please don't go, I'll do anything, she cries and begs, fearing what would happen to her should the Bazin leave them. The flames did not die down. What could you possibly do? After all, people don't change overnight, or in her case a few minutes. Sakura dries her tears the best she could. I'll do anything you ask. Snivel, I'll become your summoner and I'll work as hard as it takes to make you proud. I'll do Snivel anything to make sure you never say those words to me again, to never look at me with such disdain. Even she knew that if a summoning beast could accept her, then maybe she could redeem herself. Nothing was impossible to a shinobi/kunoichi. Why would I want you for a summoner? At least the Uchiha has some skill, you have absolutely none. Bazin says, the flames consuming more than half its form. Soon, its torment would end and it would be free. Sakura grabs a hold of its form, ignoring the pain from being burned. This was something she could not fail at. Not now, but I can learn. I can gain skill and grow stronger just like everyone else. Just like Dantes-kun, Naruto-kun, Angel-san and all of the genin from Konoha. I'm tired of being weak, of blinding myself with false pride. Help me. Help me save myself. Sakura screams and begs, cradling the flaming Bazin to her chest with desperation. Her chest is burned, but she endures through it. She wanted to show the Bazin she was worthy, she could endure anything. The flames die just as they were about to reach the final mark. The great Bazin wasn't going to let his departure mortally wound the girl. Release me. It commands, wanting to just leave this realm, but Sakura only held it tighter. You're not going to let me go, are you? Bazin asks. Sakura shakes her head in the negative and the great beast just sighs. Now he was stuck with her. Being this close to her heart, Bazin can see her soul and emotions and it knew she meant every word. There was a tremor in her spirit, a quake caused by its words and the truth rocked her to the core it seemed. It was a start. You are a long way from being my summoner, Bazin says, causing Sakura to steel herself for the beast's rejection, only that wasn't what she received. However, at that Sakura perked up. Was there hope for her yet? You show more promise than the Uchiha. For that, I won't mind being your surrogate sensei, teaching you what is needed to be my summoner. Tears fall down Sakura's face as her face beams with a newfound happiness. She hugged the feather tip with all her might, chanting thank you over and over again. She wouldn't let the Bazin down, she would show it she had what it took. Her joy was short-lived. Suddenly she hears something zip through the air and races right at her. Using her kunoichi training, Sakura dodges the projectile just in time as a kunai embeds the spot she was just in. Looks like your aim is spilling kin. A masculine voice says, smugness lacing his tone. Looking from where the voices, and kunai, originated, she is greeted by 3 genin from Oto. Do I really have to explain how they look? How many times have you seen, read or heard about them? It's kin, Zaku and Dosu. I don't think descriptions are needed. Sakura, slowly, rises to her feet and stares down her foes. She held no illusions of her proving she was a splendid kunoichi to Sasuke and would win. She didn't stand a chance. What do you want? Is this the real island? She asks, trying to gauge what their intent was. Zaku's smirk only grew more bold and smug. Oh, this isn't the right island, oh no. See, we're here for a different reason. Zaku says vaguely, enjoying him at the moment. Now that IWA had stopped pursuing them, that Phoenix bitch was long gone and it was just her stopping them, completing their mission would be a cakewalk. Zaku, would you stop fooling around and just blast her already? The sooner we kill the Uchiha, the sooner we can get on with the exams. Kin says, annoyed at how her teammate was dragging things on. Zaku just growls at her, the nerve of her ruining his fun. Still, she had a point. Pointing his arms at Sakura, decapitating airwaves. Zankuha, he declares, releasing supersonic blasts of air screeching toward Sakura, who grabs Sasuke and dodges out of the way just in time. The attack leaves trenches in the sand on the shore. Ha 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 ha, aw man, did you see that? Man, am I awesome or what? Zaku snickers. He gave the palm of his hands a crazed gaze, marveling at the power embedded in his hands. Didn't you say something about beating her in one shot? Dosu asks dryly, honestly, the arrogance of the kid. So Orochimaru gave him some advanced, experimental, ninja tools that allowed him to create blasts of air. It's nothing a futon user couldn't do, if anything a futon jutsu probably packed more punch. "I'll get her this time, Zankuha," Zaku says, this time only aiming one hand at Sakura and unleashing another supersonic blast. Like last time, Sakura dodges, but it's actually in the line of fire for another Zankuha, which rocked her body and sent her flying deeper into the forest. "Kami, why am I so weak?" she raved in her mind. She slowly picks herself back up, desperate to protect her teammate. How she wished Naruto and Dantes were there and how she wished she had been nicer to them. If not for her bitchy attitude toward them, they would have never abandoned her. She couldn't blame them now, she would have done the same thing, which only made her shame worse. They weren't here though, she was, and she would rather die than let them take Sasuke. Gone was the fangirl known as Haruno Sakura. She wanted to protect the Uchiha because he was her teammate and he needed her. With newfound strength, rose to her feet and sprung to action. Seeing the pink-haired girl rushing them, Zaku cackles at her and points both hands at her before unleashing another Zankuha, but Sakura evades the blast and continues her path, brandishing a kunai. Using the most basic jutsu she knew, she makes several bunshin of her to try and confuse her opponents. Too bad they weren't in the academy. Kin scoffs at the display and throws several senbon at the incoming Sakuras, but to her shock they all vanish to reveal they were all illusions. Looking around for her they make sure to cover their bases, up, down, left and right, but no Sakura, nor was there an Uchiha. "That bitch used bunshin to distract us from her escape, find her now," Dosu orders enraged. He couldn't believe they fell for such a basic strategy. Who knew what lay in the surrounding forests of the island? Hell, she could have backup. Though they had scouted her for hours offshore and not once did they see a boat pass by or dock, so the chances were slim. His team scatters within the forest to find their prey. Meanwhile, Sakura, along with Sasuke and Bazin, raced throughout the forests as swiftly as its legs would allow. Even injured, Bazin knew he could easily outrun the Oto Genin, but the problem was there was nowhere for them to go. They had no boat and it doubted it could water walk to a different island, not with its injuries. Yet again, Bazin found itself saving the Uchiha and his fangirl, but upon looking at Sakura's determined eyes, it knew fangirl wasn't the proper term anymore. Zankuha. Zaku roars, a supersonic blast crashes from the freaking sky, forcing Bazin to leap into the palm trees to dodge. Up in the tree, it sees the Oto team, all smirking smugly at their cornered prey. Zaku even licks his lips. Imagine the feat we'll have with that giant chicken. A single tick mark bulges from Bazin's brow, then another and another until his whole face is covered in them. Sakura. Give me hand seals. Now. Bazin demands, sending the needed hand seals to Sakura. Only 2 are shown and Sakura easily does them. Bazin couldn't believe these mortals had the fucking nerve to suggest cooking him. Oh, they'll have a feast alright. "I'll be sure to cook your souls and devour them for breakfast," looks at Kin lunch, looks at Dosu, and "I'll make sure to save you points at Zaku for desert fuck dinner." Fire release, Infernal Incinerator, Katan, Infinaru Shukyakuro. Bazin roars, unleashing torrents of yellow fire at the Oto trio from within its body. The Bazin is, in actuality, a living inferno, that takes the form of a giant bird. Inside the Bazin is a legion of firestorms, waiting to be unleashed. Even though the Oto trio dodges the flames, they still spread from the trees and gives the background a hellish overtone, with the Bazin's eyes shining in the flames. Okay, now Zaku was nervous. Unleashing Zankuha at the flaming trees only seems to add fuel to it as the trees release flaming debris that the trio dodge or risk getting burned. Damn it, Zakubaka, your jutsu are useless now. Kin yells, seeing as all his attacks use air, and what does air do to fire? Exactly my point, Sakura, I'll leave the girl to you, don't fail me. Bazin orders. Sakura nods her head positively and gets off of it, setting Sasuke down gently and out of the way. Bazin spits out a ring of fire around the Uchiha that towers high and shields him from any sneak attacks. With that taken care of, Bazin rushes Zaku and Dosu, while Sakura rushes Kin. Once in range, Bazin leaps into the air and unleashes powerful bicycle kicks at both Oto Genin, who have to use kunai to counter its talons. Landing on the ground, Bazin unleashes a powerful side kick to Zaku, who is sent flying from the force. With him out of the way for the moment, Bazin unleashed a volley of drilling pecks at Dosu, who uses his gauntlet to block. Sensing something amiss, the might bird leaps far away from Dosu, who curses since his sound attack was rendered useless. How the hell did that chicken guess the range of my attack? Suck on my flames. Fire release, ember shower, katan, and bashawawa. Bazin roars, unleashing a volley of ember sparks, that literally rain down on Dosu, who dodges some, but a few manage to hit and burn his right arm. Not one to let a foe rest, Bazin covers the ground between them almost instantly and makes sure to aim for the arm with the gauntlet, but avoids hitting it. Dosu was raging inside his head, damn it, I can't believe this fucking chicken is giving us such problems, gaaaah. Bazin drilled its beak into his shoulder, but it wasn't done there. Unleashing another ember shower inside his shoulder, completely burns the appendage to crisp, and damages his gauntlet. Zanhuka, a supersonic blast catches Bazin off guard and crashes him through several burning trees, that fall on top of it and causes it to go up in a plume of smoke and back in its feathered form. Damn, I underestimated the injuries from that blasted snake. At least one of them is out of the battle. Hey, it looked like you could use a hand. Zaku mocks. Dosu was not in the mood for his silly puns, now is not the time for this shit, damn it. Just equip my gauntlet to the other arm, so we can finish the Uchiha. The mummified teen wasn't too worried about his missing arm. Due to the flames the wound was sealed, albeit painfully, and he was sure once he completed his mission, Orochimaru-sama would be able to give him a new one, wouldn't be the first time. Snickering the whole time, Zaku did as told and re-equipped the gauntlet to his teammate's remaining arm. Once done, they head over to where Kin was. Meanwhile, Sakura was so proud of herself. She was doing it, really doing it. Her and the Oto Kunoichi were currently in a fierce battle of kunai, sparks flying as both tried to gain the upper hand. Kin was pissed. First her bell genjutsu was easily countered and then the pink-haired wannabe had the nerve to try and place her under a genjutsu. Once she was free, they began their duel of kunai. Sakura would lash out with a slash and Kin would be forced to counter with a slash of her own. Seeing an opening, Sakura takes it and is rewarded when she nicks Kin on the shoulder as a trail of blood spills out. Angered by being the first to draw blood, Kin tosses Senbon at Sakura, who leaps away in order to evade. You think you're going to win? Sakura smirks. So far it was looking like it, as long as Bazin keeps the others. Zankuha, the force of the attack hits her in the back and forces her flying towards a beaming Kin, who holds a kunai in front of her. Sakura knew the blade was aimed for her heart and would kill her, so she shifts her body as much as she can in the air. The kunai buries itself in her shoulder all the way to the hilt, but she does scream. She remembers all that the training Anko put her through, all the times her own sensei would cut her up, stabbed her and injected poison into her. Never had she been as thankful for the crazy Kuniochi's training as she was now. Sure it hurt, but she could bear it. This actually was nothing compared to that. Kicking the Konoha Kunoichi off of her, Kin stomps poor Sakura's face into the sand. Yeah, you like that, huh? You like that sand, don't you? Done playing Kunoichi yet? Kin asks. With each word she would stomp Sakura a little harder. She wanted to make sure the pink-haired bitch understood the pains of being a weak Kunoichi. I don't suppose either of you would be willing to teach her a hard lesson. The two Oto shinobi scoff at the idea. Are you kidding me? Look at her, no one in their right mind would want to bang her. Zaku says Sakura couldn't believe it, she didn't know whether to feel glad or sad. Here they were talking about raping her, only none of them saw her as rape material. Talk about a blow to your pride. Stop being so picky, Zaku. It's all the same on the inside. Besides, she needs to understand that this is a reality for Kunoichi who lose in battle. Kin says, kicking her in between the legs, but Sakura still doesn't scream. You know what, I think I'll give it a shot. After her fucking chicken burned off my arm, I could go use a little relief. Dosu says darkly. Kin grins darkly and has Zaku tie Sakura up in ninja wire so she won't fight. Sakura struggles against the wire, even though she knew it was useless. She wanted to cry, to scream for someone to help her, but she didn't. She got herself into this mess with her behavior, maybe this is what she deserved. Dosu stands over her, before he whips out his dick and sits on her chest. His penis touches her cheek as she gets a whiff of its foul stench. We'll start things off with a blowjob. Don't bite it, or I'll slit your throat. Sakura refuses to open her mouth, even as tears fall down her face. This was it, she was going to lose her virginity to a rapist. Dosu holds her nose as Sakura struggles to keep her mouth closed. For the second she opened it, a dick down her throat would be her reward. Super Beast imitation drawing, Chuju Giga, a voice calls from the forest. A pack of ink lions roar from the forest. One lion swats Dosu off her like a fly as he is sent crashing into some trees. Before Zaku can even aim his air tubes at one, a lion grabs a hold of him, crunches down on his arms and rips the off as he screams bloody murder. I'm afraid I can't let you do as you please, dickless. A pale-skinned teen says, calmly walking into the fry. The teen has short, black hair and black eyes, which contrast his very pale skin. He has on a small backpack and wears a short black jacket with red straps, with a high-collared midriff shirt, black pants and sandals and a tipless tattoo strapped on his back. He also wears a pair of gloves with his index and thumb fingers exposed. In her dazed state, Sasuke-kun, it was a fair mistake. The pale teen walks over to Sakura and smiles at her, though even she can tell it's transparent and fake on his face. Kin sees the Konoha Hitaiate on the pale teen's forehead and curses. So she did have backup. You think you can just come in here and dash, but Kin's words die with her as the pale teen effortlessly pulls out his tattoo and slices her throat open in a shower of blood. Tossing the tattoo into the forest, Dosu screams in agony and then he too dies, along with Zaku, who dies from blood loss. Helping her to her feet, Sakura gets a better look at the pale teen. Who are you? You can call me Sai, ugly. Sai introduces with a fake smile. Sakura resists the urge to punch the teen in the face. He did just save her life. My name is Sakura, not ugly. Sai cocks his head to the side in confusion. He read that giving people nicknames brings you closer to the person. He wanted to make sure Sakura didn't think of him as an enemy. He wouldn't be able to complete his mission if she grew suspicious of him. I see, please forgive my rudeness, I don't get out much. Sai says, hoping to salvage their relations. It seems to work. Sakura visibly relaxes and races to retrieve Bazin's feather. Once she's found it in the burning forest, she cradles it lovingly. You did good for once, Sakura. Not great, but good enough. You actually fought a battle all on your own and managed to outsmart her a few times, not too bad. Sakura shed tears of joy at hearing that. It was her first real battle and she walked away from it, mostly intact. Turning to the pale teen that saved her, she takes a bow and thanks the pale teen for helping her. If not for him, well, she'd be without her virginity and nasty memory of how she lost it. It was no trouble. Konohanin sticks together, like the leaves of a tree. I suggest we get to the correct island though, I have all the pieces needed. Sai says, and with that they retrieve Sasuke and head for Sai's boat, leaving the corpses of the Oto trio to burn in the blazing forest. With Naruto and company their boat made haste to the island. All of the Alexandros children were all awake, though they were all weak and aching. Naruto couldn't keep the big grin off his face at seeing Fu and Angel up and about, both girls currently engaged in a heated glaring contest. Everyone wisely left them alone. Niji was the last person to try to stop them and he found himself nearly drowned, then electrocuted, poor bastard. Dantes pulls Naruto to the side. I don't understand their rivalry. I mean, first and foremost it's you. The black kid says, and what the fuck is that supposed to mean? I mean, look at you. You've got baby fat on your cheeks, those nasty-looking birthmarks, that cammy awful blonde hair and blue eyes. You're like Hitler's dream child. I don't understand the attraction. Dantes says with a shrug of his shoulders. Now if they were fighting over him, he could understand. He was truly exotic, what with his chocolate-colored skin, toned muscle and explosive personality, he should be beating chicks off him with his dick. Oi fuck you dude. Don't hate because the ladies can appreciate my features. Besides, it's my awesome personality that brings them in. Naruto says, his head beginning to inflate. Dantes scoffs, yeah, Konoha chicks, they're all delusional. I mean, look at Sakura. Okay, that is just mean. I mean, comparing all Konoha women to Sakura is like comparing all Konoha men to Sasuke. Naruto counters. Dantes can't fault that logic. Well, anyway, aren't you going to be a polygamist anyway? Dantes asks. That meant he would be with them both, plus some, right? Pretty much, bro. I don't understand it either, but my hope is they have a cat fight, rip off each other's clothes and throw mud at each other. Wouldn't that be hot? Naruto asks. A trail of blood leaks from his nose at the thought alone. Yes, that would be so hot. Two of the hottest genin in Konoha, half naked and mud wrestling. I have to admit, that does sound pretty hot. Dantes agrees. A trail of blood leaks from his nose as well. Both girls stop their contest and send glares at them both, sending both chills and heat to the cowering males. Why is your nose bleeding, Naruto? Angel asks sweetly, far too sweetly. That's a good question, Angel. Why is his nose bleeding? He wouldn't be thinking perverted thoughts about someone else, would he? Fu asks just as sweetly. No. Of course not. Why would I think of some other chick, when I have you two beauties for me to fantasy about? At that admittance, the two girls drop their oppressive auras and return to a more pleasant one. Naruto sighs relief. If you're done flirting with each other, I believe we're here. Roland says, honestly sometimes it was hard being the only voice of reason. What with Naruto's goofy will, Dantes' explosive will and Angel's sexual nature, it was left to him to reel them back when they got this way. The island itself didn't seem too impressive, just a stretch of land with a large gathering of palm trees. Many boats were docked around the island, but none of the passengers were present, meaning they most likely went exploring deeper in the forest. So this marks the end of the first exam? Kinda anticlimactic if you ask me. Naruto says he expected something I don't know more. Like perhaps his father coming out of nowhere and saying, congrats, you've passed the first exam. Your reward will be a day of rest with a female of your choice. Why stop at one? How's about 2 or 3 or however many you wanted? Blood pools from both nostrils as Naruto drools at the naughty thoughts filling his head. He really needed to start writing this shit down. Damn, your mind has been officially pervertified. My work here is done. You are now a man, Naruto. Kyubi says, never sounding so proud since being sealed inside the boy. Naruto cries anime tears, feeling the love and pride of the Kyubi. I want to thank Fuchan for helping me experience the joys of sex, and to the future women who will melt under the perversions I hope to bring. Angel grins devilishly. Now was her time to shine. Unleashing shots of her sexual energy, she walks over to Naruto and locks arms with him. Are you excited, Naruto-kun? This marks the start of the second exam and we both know what that means. She whispers in his ear, her words cause Naruto to melt into a puddle of goo. You better believe he was fucking excited. I'm more than excited, Angel-chan. Naruto says. Angel blows raspberries at Fu, who won't give up so easy. Walking over to Niji, Fu locks arms with him. I just want to thank you, Niji-kun, for taking such good care of me. She gives the Hyuga a tender kiss on the cheek. Naruto pulls himself together and glares kunai at Niji, who blushes a shade of red that would make his cousin proud. Suddenly, a gunshot echoes through the island. Will you all grow the hell up, please? Ten had enough of their little back and forth. They were in an exam for Chunin, for crying out loud. Dantes chuckles at the blushes on all three of their faces and leads the way inside the forest. Despite their weakened states, the Konoha genin still manage to leap into the trees and dash towards the center of the island. They run a steady, yet swift pace from palm tree to palm tree, having to take extra precaution to not fall of the thin branches. Each was eager to find some kind of shelter to rest in, even a day's rest would be plenty. Once they reach the center, they gaze at a huge tower with several teams of genin waiting outside of it. "Hey guys, it's the Alexandros crops, I told ya they'd be together." Kiba informs as teams 8 and 10 join their lost members. Once everyone was caught up and their teams reformed, Fu stays behind with Naruto and Dantes. "Well, since Pinky and Sasage aren't here, I guess that leaves me with Narukoi," Fu says, locking arms with her man with a big grin on her face. Angel calms herself, knowing that her time was coming as she grins devilishly. Suddenly, a scroll falls from the tower and nails Naruto in his head as the blonde falls on his ass from the impact. From the scroll, two figures emerge, one familiar and the other not so much. "Welcome genin slaves to the next phase of the Chunin exams. I am your hot and single proctor, Mitarashi Anko." Anko introduces, throwing confetti from her pocket and shooting off katan jutsus to really give her entrance some flair. Applause echoes throughout the forest as the males show their admiration of Anko's entrance and her sexy attire. The sexy snake charmer takes a few bows and really soaks in the applause, before blowing a kiss Naruto's way. Before the kiss can make it, it is butchered by Angel, gentle-fisted by Hinata and finally drowned by Fu. Anko blows the 3 raspberries. "Anyway, I am Ni Yujito and if you will take a number from the box, we can get started." Yujito instructs with a sigh. Though, she would gladly take Anko's antics over Kurabi's rapping, just the thought made her shiver. One by one, the genin took a number from the box and were escorted to a room with their number on it. Once it was Naruto's turn, his wrist is grabbed by Yujito, who gives the blonde a calculating look. Can I help you?" "I mean I can help you, but only if you ask me to." His reward is a slap upside the head. Taking his number, Naruto leaves with a grin on his face. The red tint on her face is not out of anger. "Naruto, you're so bad." Still, why does she feel so familiar? "Stupid blonde Jinchuriki," Yujito huffs, trying to get the blush off her face, though it wasn't what he said that had her so flustered. "I see Kurama-kun has rubbed off on his Jinchuriki. I wonder if he's as frisky as Rama-kun." Giggles that Rama sure did have a D-. "Not now Nibi please, I'm in the middle of hosting the Chunin exams. I'm representing Kyomogakure and don't need your perversions right now." The Mike twin-tailed cat Bijou could only giggle at her Jinchuriki's discomfort of all things sexy. That blonde looked like he knew how to have some fun. "Unlike you, with your prudish ways and always ignore my advice." Nibi whines, "Honestly, what did a cat have to do to get a little tail around here? I'd listen if your advice didn't include me jumping every guy's bone. For Kami's sake you wanted me to jump Kurabi of all people. Honestly, why did she have to put up with this? Alright, you got me there, can you imagine it?" Him rapping the whole time, Nibi says. They both shiver at the thought. No thank you. Meanwhile, Naruto walks down a hall towards room 123, he chuckled at the simplicity of it. Of course he would get that number. Before he can get there, he passes by Angel, who gives him the sexiest, most devilish grin he ever saw. Hey Angel-chan, what's your room number?" Naruto asks dumbfolded, he didn't know whether to be turned on or afraid. Angel's grin only grows as she takes Naruto by the hand and leads him away from his room. Letting his curiosity get the best of him, he lets her lead him wherever she had in mind. They come to a broom closet as Angel picks the lock and throws Naruto inside. "To show my appreciation to my fans for waiting almost a month, I'm treating you guys to the awaited lemon between Naruto and Angel. I hope you enjoy, because this is going to get real steamy." The broom closet was small and could barely hold them both, but that didn't seem to bother her at all. "Angel-chan wadash." Before he can say anything else, Angel crashes her lips on top of his in a heated kiss. Surprised at first, Naruto easily melts into the kiss and returns it eagerly. Their lips make smacking sounds as all the years of sexual frustration finally comes out. Naruto wastes no time and cancels the fuin that keeps Angel's clothes on. Her outfit is literally sucked inside the fuin and he is rewarded by Angel's pure form. Her skin was so smooth, he couldn't help but run his hands through it, starting at her angelic, no pun intended, face. Maybe I should thank Fu for breaking you out of your shell. Angel says, stopping their kiss for a second to look into Naruto's eyes. She could see the lust building in his azure eyes, sparking with the intensity of storm clouds. She could feel his sexual energy meld with hers and it only made her want him more, only he could make her so hot. Wanting to shut her up, Naruto crashes his lips on hers, using his tongue to ask for permission. She gladly allows him to slip his tongue in her mouth. She giggles when she tastes the ramen on it, driving her to suck on his tongue. Naruto couldn't believe he didn't do this sooner. She tasted so good, she felt so good, it was maddening. His hands roamed from her face, to around her neck, gently massaging it before resting at her shoulders. From there, they went down her back and rested at the small, where he pulls her close to him. Angel grinds her warmth into Naruto, letting him know all this foreplay was getting her wet. Hell, he could feel it through his clothes. Why did he still have on clothes? Angel made short work of that, ripping the offensive barriers off his chest and then pulling down his pants and boxers. She places her hands on his well-toned chest and lets out a squeal of joy. It felt so good to her hands. Licking his chest a bit, Angel leaves a trail of salvia down his torso to his stomach and stops at just where his pelvis starts before licking the area tenderly, causing Naruto to flinch from the pleasure. Oh, have I found a weak spot? She licks and sucks around that area, getting low moans of ecstasy from Naruto. By now, sweat was beginning to show as the tight space really heated things up. Have you ever had a blowjob before, Naruto-kun? Angel asks, looking up at him with those soulful green eyes. Just staring into them, seeing her desire and lust was enough to make his lower brain begin to jump. No, was all he could say. Hell, even Kyubi seemed absent at the moment. All that mattered was right here and now, and the two of them. There was no Chunin exam. Angel grins triumphantly, finding a way to be her Naruto-kun's first after all. Then get ready, because I'm about to apply for it. With that said, she grips his hot rod in her hand, filling it pulse and fill with blood. Giving the head a lick, she marvels at the way the act makes Naruto moan and get weak in the knees. Angel licks all around the member, making sure the entire thing is wet, before she engulfs the head and begins to suck on it gingerly. Naruto can't take his eyes off of Angel as she treats his dick like it's a prize to be nurtured. The sheer bliss from her actions was enough to turn his mind to jelly as his moans grew longer and louder. Inch by inch, Angel swallows her lover's dick and makes sure to play with his ball sack during it all. She knew she had Naruto, literally, in the palm of her hand, and it excited her even more. She couldn't believe how much she enjoyed sucking him off. It was almost like a pastime. Naruto's eyes almost bulged from their sockets. He looked down and all he could see was Angel's blonde hair, his entire dick inside her mouth. Kyubi was right, tongue rings make it feel so good. He could feel the metal brush the underside of his dick and really loved when the ball hit the head. Sucking her way back to the tip, Angel starts off slow, but quickly picks up the pace as her face goes from hitting his pelvis back to his tip, where she would give it a lingering suck. Whenever she would get tired, she would use her salvia as lube and pump her man feverishly, much to the joy of Naruto. It was like nothing he ever felt before, though it wasn't penetrative sex, it was definitely a second. Soon, an all too familiar feeling was brewing in his loins. Shit, Angel-chan, despite his warning, Angel didn't stop, nor did she slow down. If anything, she picked up her pace. She would suck him all the way down, then when she came back up, she would use her hands so the pressure was always on, never giving him a break. She wanted him to come, no, needed him to. She had to get the first one out of the way, so that the second one would be better. The urge to thrust into her mouth overwhelmed him as he released his seed inside her eager mouth, pumping shot after shot inside it. Angel didn't let a drop spill as she swallowed it all in one gulp, making sure Naruto sees her do so. Kami Angel-chan, that was beyond amazing. Angel giggles, before she leans against the wall and opens her pussy with 2 fingers. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Naruto-kun. I'd be lying if I said I haven't been practicing on a banana for this moment. Ready for the real deal, HM? Angel asks seductively. You don't want me to return the favor, it only seemed fair after what she did. His reward is a heated kiss, maybe next time, love, right now I really want you to fuck me. I'm more than ready, my pussy is so wet right now. Don't keep me waiting, love. She whispers in his ear that was all he needed to know. Grabbing a hold of her ass and lifting her up a bit, Naruto lines his manhood up with hers and slowly inserts it inside her hot and wet pussy. Angel groans from the intrusion, despite her bravado, this was her first time. She wraps her hands around his neck to give them something to do besides lay there. Naruto feels a familiar blockade in his way and looks in Angel's shut eyes. Do it, she instructs, wanting so desperately for them to become one. Naruto thrusts past the blockade, breaking it in a single motion. Angel bites her bottom lip to hold back her pained scream, don't stop, keep going. Naruto was surprised to hear that, most girls needed time to adjust. Are you sure, Angel-chan? He pants. Kami, did she feel good, the way her pussy wrapped around his dick and seemed to hug it lovingly? His answer is for Angel to thrust herself on his dick, letting out the sexiest moans he ever heard. Not one to be outdone, he matches his thrusts with hers, the sound of their bodies and sexes slapping together. Naruto couldn't speak, he couldn't even think about anything besides thrusting inside this marvelous girl before him. He couldn't help but increase his pace as his dick went in and out of her quivering pussy, eliciting moans of ecstasy from the 2 lovers. Ah, fuck, suck my tit in, Naruto-kun, her blonde lover eagerly does as told, gingerly sucking on her erect nipples. Going back and forth between the 2, Naruto nibbles and pulls on her titties. Angel plays in his spiky hair as she basks in the bliss her Naruto-kun was giving her. Getting an idea, Naruto places her legs on his shoulders and continues to thrust inside her pussy at a mad pace. He marveled at how this new position seemed to let him explore deeper inside of her, something his lover seemed to enjoy even more. Yes, yes. Fuck so deep, I love it. Wanting to fully explore this position, Angel allows Naruto to do all the thrusting, while she sits back and enjoys the sensations rocking every nerve in her body. It felt so good, it felt too good. Ah, Naruto-kun, I am... But she couldn't finish as her toes curled, her pussy climaxed and vice gripped the shit out of Naruto's dick. Hopping off of him, Angel gets to her knees and resumes sucking his dick, giving her time to rest after her first, mind-numbing, orgasm. This time, Naruto couldn't help but thrust in her mouth, wanting so badly to enter her pussy again, but settling for her mouth. Once her pussy relaxed, Angel gets up, bends over and places her hands on the wall for balance. Grinning perversely, Naruto is once again inside her pussy, eliciting moans from them both. He can feel his dick pound all the way inside her, going deeper than before, and her walls seemed extra wet and slippery. It was too much for Naruto Bear, SHIITT Angel-chan. He wanted to warn her, to tell her of his approaching climax, but his balls tightened and his dick twitched, before unleashing all he was worth inside of her, SHIT. Angel moans, his thrusts were wild and faster than ever before as he pumped his seed inside of her. Lemon ends, both of them were reduced to panting, sweaty husks as Naruto falls to the ground in exhaustion. Despite not wanting to, he couldn't help but compare his first with this time. This time felt more primal, he felt more confident and ready. It was definitely different, and Angel's pussy was by far tighter than Fuzz. Though, Fuzz seemed wetter, then again he did fuck her in a lake. Well, it was definitely worth the wait. Angel pants, kissing her man tenderly, she finally did it. She could feel Naruto inside of her, his Kekii Genkai already passing onto her as a jungle cat is etched on the small of her back. She wondered what jutsus she received from him. Yeah, I agree. Man, Angel-chan, that was mind-blowing. I mean, you are definitely hired for more blowjobs. Oh wait, I almost forgot to tell you about Dash, but he is silenced by a kiss. Shoo, I already know Naruto-kun. Boy, I'm beat, I'm going back to my room. Wanna join me? Angel asks suggestively. Naruto didn't need to be asked twice. Both teens put back on their clothes, in Naruto's case puts on a different shirt and head to Angel's room hand in hand. Hopefully the janitor wouldn't need to go in there for about an hour or two, they left all the stink in there. It took the rest of the competitors, Sakura and Sasuke included, the last day to reach the real island, so the early birds were allowed to rest and explore the forest if they wanted. That's where we find Angel and Naruto, both enjoying some peace and quiet high in the palm trees. The bulky leaves provided excellent cover. Alright Naruto-kun, I guess it's about time I explained how to form bonds works, Angel says, seeing as Naruto was becoming more sexually active and the number of times he had sex affected his entire being, from the chakra system down to his very soul. Naruto, who was busy playing in Angel's hair, something she's enjoyed since childhood, gives her his undivided attention. It's about time someone did. Father only gave me the basics, I get new jutsu and give away some of my jutsu. Speaking of, wasn't it dangerous for us to be doing that during the Chunin exams? I mean, how will we know what jutsus we received? Naruto asks. The last thing he wanted was for Angel to get hurt because he couldn't keep it in his pants. Angel giggles, probably, but that's what made it so naughty. The chance of us getting caught, the thrill of the unknown. Besides, I told you it was going to happen during the second phase, didn't I? Naruto could only chuckle. When the blonde Alexandros girl says she would do something, she meant it 100%. Anyway, to form bonds is essentially a way of not only strengthening oneself, but also their loved ones. For you see, like Apollodano said, when you have sex you exchange parts of your soul with one another. That means not only jutsu, but nature affinities as well. Angel explains. Naruto stops playing with her hair, something that causes Angel to pout cutely. I didn't say stop. The blonde Jinchuriki sighs as he resumes running his hands gently through her hair, getting a soft moan of content from her. Wait, then how come I still have my futon affinity then? Wouldn't Fuchan have lost her Sueton affinity, and what about you? Naruto asks, not fully understanding how this all worked. Angel just sighs, no, because you don't give away all of your soul, just some of it. Same goes for Fu and me, we still have our affinities, but in her case she obtained a futon affinity from you. In your case, you obtained a Sueton affinity from her and a Ration affinity from me. I just got better at futon since I already had an affinity for it. Angel explains. Apollo had explained the entire process to her on her 13th birthday, she insisted on it. Damn, so I have 3 nature affinities now? Naruto asks. Sometimes he wished he could use the Shingon on himself and see how his own soul looked. Pretty much, though you'll still have to train them before you can combine them into various nature manipulations. Wait a minute. I can combine my affinities? Naruto asks eagerly. Angel bonks him on the head to calm him down. Didn't you hear me when I said you'll need training first, but yes, in time you could combine them. How do you think Apollodano learned how to use lava release, swift release, and is learning storm release from Amuri? That was actually a good question. Naruto always did want to know how his father seemed so versatile in the nature manipulation department. Does that mean my father cheated on my mother for power? Naruto asks. If he did, then his mother would kill him. Angel couldn't contain her fits of laughter. Ha ha ha, are you kidding me? Amiradano would sooner feed their souls to her phoenix hatchlings than allow Apollodano to cheat, ha ha ha. Don't make me laugh so hard, ha. No, Apollodano's original affinities were Meiton and Futon. Amiradano original affinities were Katon and Raiton, together they allowed her to use her phoenix flare release. Angel explains, that left one question though. So how did he get the Sueton and Doton affinities? Naruto asks. It amazed him how little he knew of his father and mother. He remembered trying to use his Shingon on them once, but all he saw was darkness from his father and blinding light from his mother. Weird. Angel just shrugs her shoulders. Well, he has a Meitan affinity, so he could have easily taken them from some shinobi he defeated. That seemed plausible really, he's seen his father take the souls from people before. Anyway, the more times you have sex with someone you have bestowed to form bonds with, the stronger the affinity they gave you gets. Since we had sex 4 times, giggles, your Raitan affinity is much stronger than your Suitan affinity. With training, I bet you could even use Jintan. Angel says merrily. Nothing would make her happier than to help her Naruto learn Jintan. The grin on Naruto's face told her he was just as excited. Thanks, Angel-chan. Naruto cheers, before he gives her a heated kiss. Hey, they already had sex, so why not? Angel wasn't complaining, she eagerly returns the kiss and melts into the sensations that followed. To Naruto, it was like his heart would burst and spill into their kiss. He loved her with his all, no one had been there for him like she was. From day one she was. Always by his side, she would always be his angel. Before things could get any more heated, the siren ending the first phase sounded and the two, reluctantly, ended their kiss and went inside the tower. Once inside, Naruto scanned the gathered genin assembled in the largest room of the tower. His father wasn't kidding when he said only 65 genin would pass. In fact, Naruto counted 64. Out of the 64 genin, most were either Konoha or Iwa, though their numbers were barely in the double digits. Kiri and Taki had no teams left, Suna had both their teams, Oto had one team left and Kyumo had a few teams. A collection of Ki was directed his way, but it didn't bother him in the least. What was Iwa's problem with him anyway? He made sure to search all over for any trace of Axel. There was no way he could hide from him now. Alright, genin slaves, you 64 little shit survived the first phase of the exam. I'd congratulate you, if I didn't think the first phase was easy. I mean, you all had a team backing you up and everything, but not this phase of the exam, he. Anko announces. Some of the genin gulped while the others just sweat dropped. Anyway, before we begin, I have a question to ask you all. Tell me, what is the most important thing to a shinobi/kunoichi? Anko asks. Several hands were raised as answers shot throughout the room. A ninja's tools, an Iwa genin asks. Anko's answer to that, wrong, not to mention a skillful toss of a kunai that nicked the genin's neck and drew blood. Anyone can use ninja tools, hell, I've seen civilians use them before. Next, answer and think before you speak, slaves. Now many of them were nervous to answer, but answer they did. It's obviously a ninja's jutsu. Itetsu responds confidently. Anko placed a finger on her chin in thought. Wrong, with a shunshin only a handful of them could keep up with. Anko appeared in front of the Suna genin and slaps a chakra-suppressing tag on his forehead and jabs a kunai in his neck. Not enough to kill but enough to draw blood. Jutsus can be countered and beaten. Geez, what do they teach you little shits in the academy? Anko asks. She thought the answer was obvious. I mean, how could you be a shinobi/kunoichi without it? Yujito sighs and steps forward. Could you please stop torturing the genin? I'd rather them torture themselves in the forest, should be rather entertaining. The cat-like smirk on Yujito's face only served to scare them even more, though Angel seemed amused. True, I'll stop stalling then. No wonder they paired us up, you're more fun than I thought. Anko cheers, causing Yujito to giggle. Anything was better than rapping. The twin-tail Jinchuriki enjoyed causing pain and toying with her enemies like a cat with a mouse. She blamed Nibi. You blame me for everything, just admit you're a sadist with or without me. Nibi declares, but Yujito cancels her out. Seeing all the confused looks on the genin, Kami, you guys are useless. Alright, the most important thing to a shinobi/kunoichi is their bodies, yabakas. What? That didn't even make sense. Seeing all the outraged faces, Anko holds up a hand to silence them. It's so obvious, if a shinobi's body is weak, then so is the shinobi. A shinobi's body is their temple, it holds their hopes and their dreams inside of it. This temple is also home to a village's secrets, such as the types of jutsus it uses, the types of herbs used in the village and even Kekii Genkais. Anko explains, understanding now dawning on the gathered genin. Those who have Kekii Genkai especially understood the importance of their bodies to their village. As a chunin, your body is vital to you and your village, and enemy nations know this. The chances of your body falling into enemy hands increases dramatically as a chunin, for you will be asked to do missions not only outside of your village, but you may be even sent into enemy territory. Yujito explains, quite a few of the genin gasped at that knowledge. It wasn't common knowledge for genin. Still, body theft was a well-known fact among chunin and higher. Just about every high-ranking shinobi knew a self-destruction jutsu to keep their secrets safe. It's with this in mind that the 5 great nations have developed this phase of the chunin exams. This phase will test your ability to not only bring vital information to your village, but keep your village's secrets from the hands of the enemy. Each of you are to go into a separate room and do as the attendant instructs. Anko instructs. Many murmurs echoed throughout the room, each one wilder than the next. What if the second phase is where we're tortured for information and those that crack fail? What if I'm sent to Ibiki of Konoha and he breaks me? I'll give up information and then Kyumo will be invaded and I will forever be known as the genin that sold out, a Kyumo. Genin panics, only to get bonked on the head by a red-haired Kyumo kunoichi. Shut it, Baka. There's no way Yujito-senpai would allow genin from her own nation to be tortured by the enemy. A hot blonde Kyumo kunoichi could only sigh, seriously guys, not cool. You're drawing attention to us. More like to her. Kami, how could a genin have such full and gorgeous busts? Kyumo has some interesting genin. Naruto says, his face blank, but Angel could see the perverse gleam in her lover's eyes. She could only sigh, great, I've created a monster, a perverted monster unleashing an oppressive aura. The blonde Jinchuriki wisely looks forward. The roar of a jungle cat screeches in his mind and makes him shiver from fright. Hot damn, I still got it. Angel smirks in victory. Why do I feel like I'm losing? Fu wonders, looking over at Angel, the only person who could bring on such doubt. Their eyes lock and Fu knew instantly, that bitch Naruto, you are so dead. Naruto could feel a sense of doom looming over him. Oh Kami, she knows. One by one, the genin enter separate rooms and close the doors behind them, silencing and barrier fuin flash across all of the doors, sealing everything inside. Inside Naruto's room is a simple hospital bed and medical equipment. An average nurse leads him over to the bed. Greetings Shinobi-sama, if you would please relax, we can begin drawing your blood. Wait, what did she say? Sorry, I've already had my blood drawn this year. Naruto says, after all his mother ran a freaking hospital. She made sure Naruto was up to date on all that crap. Besides, Kyubi made sure Naruto never needed vaccinations. The nurse lets out a heavenly giggle. I'm afraid it's the rule of the second phase. All shinobi must give blood and sperm in order to participate. Wait, what? Wait, I have to give you sperm? What the hell kinda kinky shit you into? Please do tell. Naruto says, flashing the nurse with his foxy grin, and even slanting his pupils to really give him a foxy charm. The nurse blushes but hides it. Naruto was eager to hear anything kinky. Hell, it could be fun to try out. It's the rules, Shinobi-sama. If you want I can leave during that part. The nurse says coyly. Naruto waves off her concern, no need for that. You're just doing your job and a little blood and sperm won't kill me, but it might kill you. There are at least 2 kunoichi I know that will have your head if you don't. He holds out his arm and the nurse, nervously, began the process of drawing his blood. Meanwhile, Anko was busy balancing a row of kunai on her finger with chakra. It was both entertaining and training. This phase of the exams was always her favorite, and the fact she got to leave Konoha to do it was definitely a bonus. Man, sometimes I wonder why I'm even loyal to that place. She wonders, and then she giggles as several faces come to her mind. I guess Konoha has Hokage-sama to thank for my loyalty. He never doubted me, never judged me for what that team did. Yujito walks over to her fellow proctor. That takes some skill, I'm impressed. It was always nice to meet strong kunoichi. With the current generation of kunoichi suffering from a fangirl mentality, strong kunoichi seem to be dying off, while the fangirls take over at home. Thanks, there's never not a good time to hone one's skills. So Yujito-san, what can I do for ya? Anko asks, starting another line of kunai on another finger, though she had to move her hands around to balance it. Just bored, I suppose. Say, do you think the genin have figured out those nurses are really your snake summons henged? Yujito asks, finding the whole thing funny as all hell. What do you get when you take a bunch of snakes, henge them and put them in a room with hormonal teens? Screams of sheer pain and terror roar from all the rooms the genin are in as the two kunoichi laugh their asses off. Anko gave each of her snakes a series of commands. One command was to act like a coy nurse. Another was to give into whatever demands the males and even females say, more importantly were ones in sexual nature. Another command was to obtain blood from male and females, plus sperm from the males. Final command, drop henge and bite down on whatever you can, poor bastards. Out of the 64 genin gathered, 42 being male, about 19 of them were poisoned via snake bite to the most sensitive tip of their anatomy. The other 45 were poisoned with a little more dignity. Bangs from fists, and even some jutsu rocked against the doors, but none of them opened, except for Naruto's. Anko applauds the blonde Jinchuriki. She figured he would be one of the only ones who would be able to decipher and break the fuin on the doors. Nice job Kit-kun, you win the grand prize. Tell him what's he's won Yujito-chan. Anko says comically. Naruto was panting and obviously having troubles standing straight. What the hell was this, Jinchuriki, especially Naruto, don't get poisoned. Their bijou made sure of that, so what the hell was going on here? Well Naruto-san, with the help of yours truly, coursing through your veins is a special poison designed for Jinchuriki. Yujito says it was something of her own design. Naruto's eyes widen. What the hell did you do to me? Anko's smirk only grew. Well, in all fairness, everyone was poisoned. You, Gaara, Mushi-chan, we had to be fair. We knew poisoning a Jinchuriki was next to impossible for an ordinary shinobi. So, we used poison laced with Nibi's chakra on the Jinchuriki and normal poison for the normal genin. Anko explains. Why? Naruto asks. It was crazy. He couldn't feel the Kyuubi's presence and it felt like pure fire was coursing through his veins. He grips Kyuubi's scroll form, but to his shock another presence was inside of it. Kyu-kun, next thing he knew Kyuubi was gone. Fuck. Looks like Nibi went to go have a little fun. Yujito giggles at Naruto's confusion. It was simple really. Nibi, like the Kyuubi, was a chakra monster. Whenever it gave some of its chakra away, it is giving away a piece of itself and it only takes a little for what the horny Nibi had planned. Even chakra monsters were subjected to their sexual energies and against 3 males, Nibi would keep them busy for some time. Mother, where did you go? Why have you abandoned me? Mother, why? Gaara roars, feeling the poison course through him. He wanted to lash out and kill whoever robbed him of the only love he had left, but his sand couldn't crush the damn fuin. Chunin should always expect the unexpected. You didn't think we would try to sabotage your success? We're kunoichi, espionage and sabotage is our bread and butter. Anko says with a sly grin before she kicks Naruto in the chest and back into the room. Walking over to a microphone, "Alright, listen up slaves," intercoms in all the rooms. Project Anko's voice. Coursing through your little veins is a special kind of poison, designed to slow you down and mess up your chakra systems. Nothing permanent mind you, just a little something to fuck with ya and really make the second phase special. You see, the genetic material you so eagerly gave will be put in the hands of rival villages. You have 2 days to find your secrets and safely get them back to a designated checkpoint. In 2 days' time, if you don't have your secrets in hand at the checkpoint, you fail the second phase. Anko explains, getting cries of outrage from the genin. Secret compartments open and each genin are given the genetics of another genin. For females they get both blood and sperm. Once that is taken care of, a hidden door leading to the forests opens behind them and they all race out into the forests. Mari from Sunoha, well, my chakra control is shot to hell, but Fox magic should still be fine. Naruto says, reading the card given to him along with the vial of blood. To Anko's word, Naruto felt like his chakra and the Kyuubi's dormant Yuki were at war with one another, thrashing and crashing against each other wildly. If he had to give an estimate, he would say he was limited to E to C rank General Jutsu and D to C Ninjutsu, along with the Kage Bunshin. He noticed his chakra reserves weren't damaged, nor was he trying to purge the foreign chakra out, meaning it only affected his chakra control. Kyo. Fox magic, snout of the kitsune. Naruto chants, sending his chaotic chakra to his nose, which stretches and grows blonde fur around it. It seemed his training bore some fruit after all, though he still couldn't hold the full trance for long. He found that partial trances, focusing on single parts of the body, was much easier to hold and had plenty of benefits. Uncorking the vial, he takes in her scent and sends his senses throughout the forest. He is amazed at his range. He can smell the pine of the trees, the salt in the air, the Iwa Kunoichi who can spit lava. Wait, what? Meanwhile with Kuratsuchi, oh lucky day, the Iwa Kunoichi says with a mad grin. Reading the card the sperm and blood came with, Alexandros Uzumaki Naruto. She would be damned if the filth of the yondaime was brought to Iwagakure's checkpoint by her hands. No, she would lure him to her and kill him, it was that simple. At least it would be simple if not for that snake bitch poisoning me. I should have never let my guard down around those tree huggers, never thought they'd use poison. Seems a bit underhanded of them, something those peace totters normally frown upon. Kuratsuchi says to herself. Thanks to the poison, lava release was out of the question, it required superb chakra control. She doubted she could water walk for long in her current condition. Still, she had 3 chakra affinities and knew how to use them separately. Racing through the forest, Kuratsuchi scans for the best place to set her trap. With Fu the Nanabi Jinchuriki's poison seemed mildly different than the others. Instead of slowing her down, it seemed to speed everything up to dangerous levels. Her heart raced, her mind was a storm of rage and all she could think about was Naruto. I'll kill him before I let that bitch take him from me. Fu yells in blind fury. It could have been the poison, but she couldn't help the feelings of betrayal and hurt. True, they weren't dating, but she thought they shared something besides a booty call. Calm down Fu-chan, you're making a big deal out of nothing. Noelle says, honestly what did she expect? Noelle's voice was muffled by the raging emotion storming through Fu's mind, like a mass of pissed-off wasps. Without the Nanabi's presence to keep them in check, spiders, wasps, centipedes, her entire collection of bugs burst from their container. The collection clouds around the mint-green Jinchuriki like a storm, a giant dragonfly picks her up and they glide through the forest, Naruto's scent burning their senses. Make me feel alive, Gaara says hollowly, a tendril of sand lashes out at Fu, but a gathering of spiders take the blow. Gaara finds sick glee in crushing them and seeing their exotic blood and guts. Yes, this will do nicely. Gaara sends out more tendrils of his sand wildly through the forest, a gathering of dung beetles roll huge balls of negative chakra that collides with the sand. Even through the madness, Fu can smell her blood on Gaara. You have my blood, you think you're a match for me, Ichibi Jinchuriki? For a second, Gaara's eyes widen in surprise, but it's soon replaced with a crazed smile. Another Jinchuriki in the exams, no wonder mother was so frantic. Gaara says the girl before him must be responsible for his mother leaving him. He would show his mother he was strong enough to defeat the other Bijou and their weak Jinchuriki. I'll show you mother isn't the weakest. Gaara declares, the gourd on his back implodes and unleashes legions of sand whips at Fu, who smirks before she builds massive amounts of Suiton chakra in her mouth, water release, bursting oasis, gapping her mouth wide, a tidal wave of water rushes towards Gaara's legion of sand. The two forces collide, throwing wet sand about like a child at the beach. Is this all you can manage, Ichibi? Fu asks smugly, her waters easily weighing down Gaara's sand, making it harder for the Suna Jinchuriki to wield it. Even the sand he makes from the ground below becomes soggy and heavy. Fu stands on top of the sand, which desperately tries to grab her, but she brushes it aside with a backhand or two. I'm not done. Gaara yells, throwing his hands in the air. His sand rises as far into the air as it can, before it spirals and churns into a boulder-sized tanuki, with yellowish vein-like patterns throughout its hide and a single tail of sand. The tanuki spirit grabs Gaara and shoves him down its gullet with a mad munching frenzy. Its blank eyes glow yellow and the creature starts at Fu. Well, that's new. I don't suppose you would give me my blood back if I asked nicely, would you? Fu asks sweetly, worth a shot. Do you promise to leave my Gaara-chan alone if I do? The tanuki asks, surprising Fu. There was no malice in its voice, no presence of a bijou, this was soft, almost human spirit? Fu asks. The tanuki shows the Nanabi Jinchuki and hands her the vial of her blood. Gaara might hear you, I was never here, please help him, Jinchuriki-chan. With that, the creature's eyes went blank. The creature, along with Gaara, dissolves into the ground and moves to another target. Well, that was interesting. I guess I pass. Suddenly, a wad of chakra-infused webs hits Fu on the leg. Looking to see where the webs came from, she is shocked to see the so-called Oto Genin, Kidomaru, a dark-skinned shinobi with black, shaggy hair and matching eyes. He has 6 arms, wears a black, sleeveless top and shorts, over a tunic that bears the musical note of sound, along with purple rope belt around his waist. This is gonna be good, Kidomaru says darkly, licking his lips. His eyes widen when he sees Fu easily slip out of his webs, but how? That was some of my stickiest webs. It's Fu's turn to smirk darkly. It only now dawns on the Oto shinobi that Fu is surrounded by all manners of bugs. This is rather interesting, I've never seen a spider nin before, hee. Fu giggles, and they call her Mushi-chan? Kidomaru chuckles, using the small window to build up more spider thread and unleashes a volley of webs at Fu, who swats it away effortlessly. I guess normal silk is useless against you, fine by me, the game is no fun if it's easy. Kidomaru gathering a special type of golden silk, spider sticky gold. Kyumo Nenkin. Spitting a bolt of the golden material, it pierces through several centipede and even an armor lady bug, before stopping inches from Fu, who doesn't even flinch. A great man once told me, a true shinobi ends each battle as quickly as possible. No dramatics, no flashy jutsu, just kill and on to the next battle. I'll end this quickly, spider nin. Fu says, snapping her fingers. A tree-sized praying mantis cuts through the palm trees and leers down at Kidomaru hungrily. Meanwhile with Dantes, alright shitface, give me my blood and I'll make your death less painful. A long, red-haired kunoichi from Oto demands. Her flute was by her lips, ready to play him a melody of death as her 3 doki, from her demonic flute, illusionary warriors manipulating melody, Matiki, Genbutsu Kyoku, growl menacingly. Hey, I have no idea what you're talking about, Red, may I say you have quite the mouth on you. Dantes says, honestly even he didn't curse that much, it was kind of attractive to see. TSK, who gives a fuck what you think about my mouth? I'll say whatever I please, so please give me my fucking blood. Trash like him shouldn't have things that belong to her, who knows what they could discover. Dantes digs into his pockets and takes out a vial of blood and reads the card it came with. So you're Taiyuya from Oto? You have lovely hair, the shade of red goes well with your chocolate brown eyes. Is he flirting with me? Taiyuya couldn't help but laugh at the dark-skinned boy before her. Oh, you find that funny, huh? Dantes asks with a smirk of his own. Taiyuya calms down from her fit, you're damn right I do. You think trash like you could woo me with flattery. It was so funny it almost made up for how much it pissed her off, almost. You wanna know what I find funny? Dantes asks, the Oto Kunoichi just tisk, I really don't give a fuck. That was until she watched him swallow the vial of her blood whole. What the fuck? Haha, I thought you didn't give a fuck. You seem real interested in me now. Dantes taunts, watching as strange markings burn across her body. Those markings, they're a sign of senjutsu being used, but it's impossible for her to be a sage. The only thing I'm interested in is fucking gutting you like a fish and prying my blood from your stomach, you filthy Konoha trash. Tayuya yells, playing an ominous tune that sends her doki into frenzy. While her doki attack, Tayuya leaps into the trees and easily masks her presence with a genjutsu that acted much like the Kage Bunshin and made several copies of her, the ninja illusion, doppelganger if he remembered right. Unlike Kage Bunshin, these clones can't attack, but they can throw you off since they have shadows and even share the same scent. Even dojutsu could be fooled since it splits chakra among the clones. Damn, the poison doesn't seem to be affecting her much, Dantes ponders, using a normal shunshin to escape being crushed by the mallet of one doki. Thanks to the poison, he couldn't turn his chakra into C1, but his Bakutan chakra still remained, just now it had nothing to buffer it. One doki tries to smash him with its fist, but Dantes builds Bakutan chakra in his fists and blocks the blow. A red burst of power nearly tears the doki's arm off as it roars in agony. If anything, its arm was dislocated and the fist destroyed. The recoil from the attack didn't seem to affect the black kid much, though his hand received damage. Almost scoffing at the doki's wild and brutish fighting style, Dantes takes his stance and swiftly analyzes his foes for weaknesses. It's obvious she's using some kind of twisted summoning, but I've never heard of the doki tribe. She seems to control them with that flute. I need to find the pattern. With the doki trio surrounding him, the black kid leaps into action, ducking under a swing and running up the creature's arm to deliver a literal explosive snap kick to its face. The force sends the doki through several palm trees, before he shunshins underneath another and swipes its legs before slamming an explosive axe kick to its chest. These things were no match for his nintaijutsu. Suddenly, the melody seems to change from ominous to faster pace, almost heart-racing. Suddenly, his entire environment changes. Everywhere he looks he sees blood red. Chains seem to tear from the sky and wrap around him, binding him in place. No matter how much he struggles, it seems in vain. Then, his limbs began to melt before his very eyes. His arm, done to the bone, became a gooey mess that runs and drips. He couldn't bring himself to escape the hell. It seemed his entire body was just melting into nothingness. From her hiding spot, Tayuya snickers evilly at her foe's torment. Her demonic flute, phantom sound chains, Matiki, Mugen Onsa, was a particularly deadly genjutsu, especially due to its execution. It relied on the sound of a flute, obviously, and assailed by vivid sensations of being bound by chains, then it feeds them morbid hallucinations. It was normally used for torture purposes. Changing the tune of her flute, the doki surround the enchanted Dantes and raise their weapons, but a burst of red chakra from his forehead forces them back and frees the black kid from genjutsu. Sorry, Red, but I have a clansman who was taught by our resident genjutsu mistress. She has a bad habit of placing genjutsu on people and robbing them blind. I had to develop some way to defend myself. Dantes says, and defend himself he did. The mind has plenty of corridors and spaces to store chakra in. It was his own genjutsu fail-safe, triggered whenever foreign chakra enters his brain. The downside was the mean migraine it caused. Growling to herself, the Oto Kunoichi changes the tune she plays once again, and strange creatures with hundreds of mouths on their bodies spew from the doki's mouth. Well, this just got weirder with Naruto. His first thought was to get as far away from the Iwa Kunoichi as possible, but once he could smell his own blood near her, well, he had to think of a strategy. Alright, so that Iwa chick has my blood and sperm, just my luck. With a heavy sigh, Naruto leaps into the palm trees, though he stumbles a bit. Damn the snake mistress and Nibi Jinchuriki to the furthest depths of hell. The blonde cautiously leaps from tree to tree towards Kuratsuchi, who he knew must have something planned for him. He doubted she would try to get to her checkpoint. She hadn't moved since he started using his fox magic. That didn't bode well. Along the way, Naruto could smell the battles that echoed through the forests. He could smell the fires, the blood, cold metal, and even the scents of his friends as they fought. Dantes and someone with the scent of spices were currently fighting. Angel and someone with the scent of graveyard dirt were too, and Fu was getting closer to his location. Oh no. He had to get his secrets, and fast. Nothing good would come from Fu catching him. Rushing through the trees, Naruto stops just outside of Kuratsuchi's firing range. There was a cave not too far away, that he assumed she used as a base. He was impressed by how well the Iwa Kunoichi hid herself. She managed to spread her scent all throughout the area, most likely by taking off her clothes. Why does that turn me on? Why am I questioning it? Are you decent in there, Iwa-chan? Naruto calls out. Even though it's projected throughout the area, he can still hear Iwa Kunoichi face fault. Why the hell wouldn't I be? It's called a change of clothes, you pervert. Kuratsuchi really wanted to kill him now. As if she would go around in the buff in front of him of all people. Naruto chuckles sheepishly and rubs the back of his head. I was kind of hoping you weren't. I'm sure it would have been quite the sight. Silence claims the area as Naruto loses his goofy persona and adopts his blank and ruthless one. Even from her hiding spot, Kuratsuchi couldn't help the shiver that rocked her body. He looked just like the photos of the yondaime. Those cold, calculating, azure eyes and the look of absolute apathy struck fear in the hearts of many Iwa shinobi, but not her. Those eyes only served to piss her off, the eyes of the man who disgraced her village. Shingon. Naruto chants, opening his third eye. Having mastered the technique with the help of his Kage Bunshin, the blonde didn't show any outward signs of change. His eyes stayed the same now, and only someone with a dojutsu could see the chakra gathered around his forehead. With his mystical eye now opened, he could see the truth. The area leading to the cave was rigged with trap tags. Damn, she must really consider me a threat. There are advanced fire tags mixed in with the explosive tags. Not to mention stun tags and kunai launcher tags near the entrance. Must have cost a lot of Ryo. Naruto analyzes anyone with C-rank Fuinjutsu knowledge or below would be hard-pressed to deal with this. Good thing Naruto was easily in the art. Alright, the layouts of the tags are done expertly. She made sure they were spaced out so not to trigger each other by mistake. Whoever made those have my respect. Too bad for her, I've seen tags like this before. Naruto says confidently. Every Fuin, no matter how complex, follows a simple system, positive and negative flow. What makes them so complex is getting the flows just right and making sure the chakra behaved properly. Similar to how a key has certain incisions designed to fit a certain lock, Fuin have certain flows designed to fit a certain jutsu or purpose. It only took a few incisions of the polar flow to the Fuin and BAM, seal broken. Alright, so fire tags are useless if you get them wet, but that could take too much time. The best way to do this is to trigger a fire tag and have the recoil trigger another. Even with how they are spaced out, it only takes a well-placed Fuin to set off a rebound. With that in mind, Naruto makes a single Kage Bunshin and then forms a Fuin Mari, seal ball, with the inverse flow to the fire tags, a ball of violet chakra, with a kanji for seal, crackles in his hand. Looking for the perfect location, the blonde spies the perfect tag to target. Alright, place this Fuin Mari on that palm tree. Naruto instructs, pointing to one of the taller trees, right where the palm leaves connect to the tree. Are you insane? I'd rather not die, the Bunshin roars. Why did he have to do the grunt work? Stop your bitching, I mean if I die, then no more Kage Bunshin. Naruto yells, well, he had a point there. Sighing deeply, the Kage Bunshin walks until he is at the border of the safe and dead zones. That's when it hit him. The Kage Bunshin makes another Kage Bunshin and throws him into the dead zone, only for that Kage Bunshin to make another and grab a hold of it to keep itself suspended. A literal whip of Kage Bunshin is conjured from clouds of smoke and flings through the air, each one passes the Fuin Mari to the next Naruto. The Kage Bunshin on the end of the whip didn't have enough chakra to make another Kage Bunshin, and was stuck with the Fuin Mari. Damn you Naruto! The Kage Bunshin slams the violet ball into the fire tag and watches as it consumes the tag in violet, before forcing the tag to activate. A dragon apparition, made entirely of fire, roars from the tag and consumes the Kage Bunshin as it dies in a plume of smoke. The flaming dragon continues its downward course and crashes into another fire tag. The surrounding palm trees in the area are consumed in fire as flaming dragons and explosions devastate the lands. Naruto relies in his remaining whip of Kage Bunshin as they land gracefully next to him. Out of the 20 or so clones made, about 9 were left. Once the final tag was used, a group of 3 Kage Bunshin rushes towards the cave. Once they pass through the entrance, they trip a wire and kunai pour from the ceiling on them. Only one Kage Bunshin has enough chakra to shunshin out of danger, the others met a painful demise. 2 more Kage Bunshin replace the lost ones as Naruto and his remaining 4 wait to see what lies in the cave. The lead Kage Bunshin could smell Kuratsuchi's scent deep in the cave. It was a rather strong scent of ginger root, quite pleasant to the nose. "Alright guys, fox formation, go," the lead Kage Bunshin orders, his nose already into a snout. Kyo! Fox magic, ears of the kitsune, one Kage Bunshin chants, his human ears recede into his head and from the top of his spiky blonde locks, 2 blonde fox ears sprung forth and twitch. It was amazed at how well Kuratsuchi masked her breathing and heartbeat, even from his ears. Before they can reach her, the lead Kage Bunshin calls for a halt. Something's off about this. She's just standing there, not preparing any jutsus or even building chakra. Not to mention with my fox snout, I have over 200,000 scent receptors. I can smell what people have been doing for a couple of days, and yet I can only smell rocks off her. All the signs pointed to one thing and the Kage Bunshin trio eyes go wide in both realization and shock. Kyo, rat, nah. Fox magic, fox trout, the trio chant, their bodies are consumed by red smoke. Seconds later, the trio dash out of the smoke on their 4s, their arms and legs replaced by the paws of blonde kitsune. They race towards the entrance and not a moment too soon, an explosion erupts from the cave's depths and tries to consume them in flames of destruction. Only the lead Kage Bunshin makes it out alive, the other 2 go up in smoke as the shockwave fires from the cave like a jet booster. So it was a trap, glad I sent Kage Bunshin in there. The original Naruto says, causing his Kage Bunshin to sweat drop, "It was so refreshing to know he cared, you know, that is a rather annoying jutsu." Kuratsuchi's voice projects from all around him, little good it would do her. And, alright, I can tell this will confuse people, so let me explain. Due to Naruto's to become familiar Kekii Genkai, he has access to what will be known as fox magic. It is a combination of his own and Kyuubi's Yuki and before you say, but the poison. The poison makes it where he is restricted to E to C rank jutsu and partial transformations fall under those ranks. All to become familiar jutsu will be referred to as fox magic from now on. Naruto uses some fox magic to conjure fox ears, now all he needed for her was to speak again. "I hope you like these, I adorned them just for you, I consider you that worthy of an opponent." Naruto says, deciding the truth was the best option, in front of the truth, all lies are powerless. Despite her, Kuratsuchi cackles, "Well, it's nice to know you're taking this as seriously as me." His ears twitch, before he pulls out his jet stream and commits seppuku, dying in a plume of smoke. What, that one was a Kage Bunshin too, but it summoned the first one. Kuratsuchi didn't have time to ponder as the remaining Kage Bunshin all use the fox trout and race over to her like a pack of kitsune. "I've had all day to prepare this, fire style, dragon thrower jutsu, katan, Ryu no Najirahito." Kuratsuchi roars, holding the tiger seal as she unleashes a jet of flammable vapor. The vapors make contact with the burning forest fires and cause a wildfire to burn the Kage Bunshin alive, before they go up in smoke. The Iwa Kunoichi keeps her senses sharp, knowing the calm wouldn't last long. The sound of fire burning drowns out the plumes of smoke from Naruto's Kage Bunshin whips from the north as the Naruto on the end readies the jet stream. Kuratsuchi pulls out and kunai and parries the slash from the Kage Bunshin. Using great strength, the Kage Bunshin wind back and then lashed out at the Iwa Kunoichi with another slash, this time it flares with chakra. The jet stream crackles with yellow lightning just as it clashes with Kuratsuchi's kunai. The supercharged dagger easily slices through the kunai, before it fizzles out. Still, the Kage Bunshin is able to slash her across the shoulder before it whips back to its creator. Looks like I got a Raiton version of Angel-chan's hyper laceration. I think I'll call it, Lightning Release, Sonic Blade, though I need training with it. I mean 4 seconds is not far too short, Naruto ponders. Which one of you used that Raiton jutsu? From the 25 Kage Bunshin, one raises their hand and Naruto tosses a kunai in its head to dispel it. You could just ask us to dispel one little hand seal is all it takes. A Kage Bunshin says, speaking for the rest of them. They were people too and didn't enjoy the sensations of death over and over again. Still, they knew why he did it and the information was valuable. I'll remember that next time. Suddenly, another dragon thrower streams towards the Kage Bunshin, picking up flames along its path. 3 of you, use a Suiton scroll and the Mizu Shuriken to try and at least slow it down. 3 Kage Bunshin braces themselves as they unseal a mass of water and form it into 3 Fuma Shuriken of water, before hurling them at the flames. Naruto and his other legion of Kage Bunshin use the fox trout to dash away from the incoming flames. The Mizu Shuriken evaporates upon impact and burn the trio to crispy smoke. Once he was sure Kuratsuchi hadn't tracked him, Naruto grabs a hold of one of his Kage Bunshin and begins a chain until the Kage Bunshin whip is conjured and lashes at the Iwa Kunoichi, who waits until the last second to sidestep out of harm's way. Rat, tiger, tora, dog, inu, ox, ushi, hare, yu, tiger, tora. Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, Katan, Husenka no Jutsu. Kuratsuchi roars, shooting a volley of small fireballs in an unpredictable manner. Several of the Kage Bunshin are dispelled in fire, before the chain breaks and 12 lands on the ground. Before they can even twitch, 6 of them are mowed down by shuriken concealed by the flames. Holding the rat seal, the Iwa Kunoichi stomps her foot on the ground and calls out, Earth Release, Rock Blizzard, Doton, Iwafubuki. From the ground, sharpened dirt wads pelt 2 of the slower Kage Bunshin and gives their deaths to the others. Note to self, being stone isn't always a good thing. Earth Release, Mud Indulgence, Doton, Doro Hushi. Kuratsuchi calls, summoning a river of mud around her. She adds jets of Suiton chakra to speed up the flowing mud. The Kage Bunshin charge their jet streams with the Lightning Release, Sonic Blade and stab the rushing mud. Despite being dispelled by the crushing force, the Ration chakra dissolves the mud in a shower of electricity. Before Kuratsuchi can scan for the real Naruto, the blonde Jinchuriki bursts from the ground with kitsune claws aimed to slit her throat, but the Iwa Kunoichi manages to evade and only receive a cut across her chest. If not for her flak jacket, the wound would have been much worse, though it was deep enough to cause bleeding. Tiger, Tora. Fire Release, Burning Fury. Kuratsuchi roars, converting anger into Katan chakra and unleashing her wrath at being cut in a gust of flames. The Naruto before her uses the Kawarimi to replace himself with a piece of palm tree. Now I got you. Flashing through hand seals, the Iwa Kunoichi unleashes another wave of phoenix flowers, forcing Naruto to Kawarimi repeatedly to dodge. Seeing the perfect opportunity, Kuratsuchi pulls out a kunai and hurls it at the distracted blonde, nailing him in the chest. She marvels at the sound of metal meeting flesh and waits for the gorgeous sight of blood, only to see smoke. Damn it, is there an end to these fucking things? From her shadow, Naruto rises and whispers in her ear, "No, but this is the end of you." With that he slices her throat from ear to ear, only for mud to spill out. Naruto swiftly leaps away from the clone before it can ensnare him. "Oh no you don't," pulling out a vial of poison and a kunai, the blonde Jinchuriki buries it near him, the ground turns a deadly purple. Kuratsuchi pops out of the ground soon after, coughing in labored breaths. Using the window given, Naruto unseals a large scroll from a fuin on his back. Unrolling the scroll, a strange sight is conjured, a kunai with a banana creme pie where the blade should be. Banana creme pie. Naruto yells madly, tossing the makeshift kunai at a startled Kuratsuchi. She didn't know whether to dodge or just let it hit her, it was one of her favorite pies. Some of the creme flies off and reveals a hidden kunai blade, making the Iwa kunoichi evade quickly. Unsealing pie kunai after pie kunai, the ground is littered in pie-filling mess, even Kuratsuchi had a little on her. Enough of this, fire release, dragon thrower. Kuratsuchi roars, unleashing a stream of vapor at the blonde that ignites into a roaring flame. Naruto unrolls the scroll some more and unseals another pie kunai, though this one was enormous in size. Blueberry pie. Naruto yells, conjuring several Kage Bunshin to help him both lift and toss the massive pie at the flaming stream. When the two forces collide, the pie bursts open and spills its filling over the flames, which seem to cook the filling to a crisp, but the flames are successfully extinguished. Unrolling the scroll even more, Naruto unseals another pie kunai, this one average-sized. Poison berry pie, he tosses the kunai at Kuratsuchi, who tries to evade, but slips of the creme filling on the ground. The poison berry pie kunai nails her in the face, though it didn't have a blade hidden in it. The minute the foul taste hits her mouth, the Iwa Kuratsuchi couldn't help but puck out the contents of her lunch. It was all the distraction Naruto needed to cover the distance between them and slams a fuinmari, with the kanji for bind, on the back of her neck. Next thing she knew, her entire body was covered in fuin and she was paralyzed from the neck down. Impossible, he beat me with Kage Bunshin and pies. She couldn't believe the humiliation she suffered. It was even worse than one man defeating entire platoons of her village shinobi. She was a jounin in all but name ranked kunoichi, the pride of Iwagakure, and she lost to this baka? Not only did he defeat her, but the way he did it was, if she had to be honest with herself, was brilliantly immature. "I will not beg, just do it." Kuratsuchi says she could at least die with some dignity. Naruto cocks his head in confusion, but shrugs his shoulders. "Well, I prefer to know the name of my lovers first, but if you insist." He goes to undo his pants. "What the fuck are you doing?" Was he about to? "I was just kidding, geez. I would like to see 14, thank you." Naruto says with a chuckle, maybe he took that too far. Kuratsuchi just glares up at him. "Will you just kill me already? You can do whatever you want with my body, in the 5 seconds you'll have." Upon her death, a tidal wave of lava will pour out and consume everything. "Who said anything about killing?" Naruto asks, puzzled. He simply searches her for his secrets and upon finding them, seals them safely on his person. "We are enemies, you fool." The puzzled look on the blonde's face was really starting to annoy her. Was this some game, where he annoyed her to death? "I'm not your enemy," Naruto says simply, causing Kuratsuchi to laugh haphazardly. Was this guy serious? "Well, you're sure as hell my enemy." He was the enemy of every Iwa shinobi/kunoichi, the spawn of the yondaime. Didn't he know that much? "Why, I don't see you as such. In fact, I highly admire you as a kunoichi and bet you're really sweet deep down. I can see it in your eyes," Naruto says with a warm smile. His Shingon was still active and he could see the way her soul seemed to dance during the battle. She enjoyed the fight just as much as he did, though she had a little more malice than he did. Kuratsuchi couldn't believe this team was trying to butter her up. How dare he should be killing her right now. Why was that? "Are you serious? You are the son of Dash." Before she could finish, a colony of Siafu, African ants, a total of 20 million strong, march over and obliterate everything in their path, that being Naruto. The blonde screams in agony as the ants ravage his body, forcing him to go up in smoke. Even he was a Kage Bunshin? I lost to a Kage Bunshin he. He ha. Ha 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 yes, I will not rest until my honor is restored. Kuratsuchi rages in her mind. Without a steady supply of chakra, the Fuin fades and the Iwa Kunoichi pumps as much chakra as she can into another dragon thrower and destroys the colony in a sea of fire. Once she was sure the ants were crispy, Kuratsuchi uses the hiding in rock jutsu to blend into the ground and flee the area. She would need to rest before getting her own secrets back. Kami forbid Konoha had her blood and found some way to use it to breed lava release users. With Sasuke, the last Uchiha could only smirk to himself for his foresight. In his hand was a vial of orange liquid, the antidote to the poison in his body. Honestly, people need to stop underestimating me. When one of your sensei is the snake mistress, renowned for her poisons, well, you learn to research various poisons and their antidotes. He suspected he was the only genin who was at full strength, while everyone else was hindered by the poisoning. Fine with him. A shinobi must take every advantage he can to win. Standing across the field from the Uchiha was Samui of Kyumo, who has her tantu drawn and at the ready. Despite the poison, she seemed battle-ready and calculating her surroundings. Sasuke pulls out his own dagger and activates his Sharingan in a whirl. The Sharingan, also known as Heaven's Eyes, due to the power it grants the user. Its abilities can be broken down into two parts, the Eye of Insight and the Eye of Hypnotism. These two abilities give the user three powers represented by Tomo. Samui explains, both stroking the Uchiha's ego and analyzing him. She can tell his Sharingan wasn't fully matured, but knew it was still deadly. Sasuke just smirks and crosses his arms as the Kyumo Kunoichi continues to praise his Kekii Genkai. The first ability is the ability to see chakra and give it a color. The second ability is an incredible clarity of perception, allowing them to recognize genjutsu and pick up on subtle details. The third ability is copying almost any technique the user witnesses. Samui explains. She knew with two Tomo in each eye, Sasuke could predict her movements and copy her techniques, if he could keep up with her. In a burst of speed, Samui runs a zigzag pattern to throw the Uchiha off. She even applied a subtle genjutsu to give off after images of herself. Even though he knew it was a genjutsu, since it affected her more than him, his Sharingan didn't automatically dispel it. The Kyumo Kunoichi clashes her blade with Sasuke's as the two go head-to-head in a shower of sparks. Samui used her environment to her advantage, using the palm trees to either dodge a slash or propel herself for an aerial assault that would lead into a spinning windmill kick, but Sasuke counters her every move. Leaping away from him, the Kyumo Kunoichi vanishes in a shunshin. Vacuum sword, Shinkuken. Samui roars from high in the palm trees, swinging her blade and releasing a slashing arc of wind at Sasuke, who doesn't have enough time to counter with a katan ninjutsu. He opts to leap out of the way, but Samui doesn't let up and unleashes a barrage of vacuum swords at the fleeing Uchiha. Palm trees are mowed down and litter the battlegrounds. Your aim is terrible. Seriously, it was like she wasn't even trying. He'd show her why you never toy with an Uchiha. Stopping her assault, Samui closes in on the Uchiha with her tantu gleaming. The two once again clash in a show of acrobatics. On Samui's part, despite Sasuke's insight, he still couldn't seem to hit the flexible Kunoichi. Her ability to slip out of the way of his slashes and lash out with ones of her own was beginning to tire him out. One sloppy parry and Samui disarms the Uchiha and aims to behead him, only for her to slice through a palm tree. Thunder Saber. Sasuke roars, racing from the forest with his hand crackling with lightning. Samui imbues a few shuriken with futon chakra and tosses them at Sasuke, who can see the increase in both range and cutting power and ducks under them with a backwards bend. Once the shuriken was past him, the Uchiha resumes dashing towards Samui, who imbues small traces of futon chakra into her tantu. Wind release, Mini Vacuum Blade, Futon, Mini Shinkajin. Just as Sasuke thrusts his Thunder Sanbra forward, Samui lashes out with her Futon-imbued Tantu. The wind from her blade increases its edge and allows it to not only cut through Sasuke's lightning, but leaves a laceration across his arm that drew both blood and a scream of pain. With his lead arm damaged, Samui follows up with slashes across the Uchiha's torso, both his hands and right leg as the Uchiha endures the shearing pain. It seems your eyes weren't quick enough to stop me. Raising her Tantu over his head, Samui prepares to knock him out, but is shocked when he grabs her wrist. Flame-like patterns cover his body as a rush of sinister chakra pools from the Uchiha. When he glares into her eyes, Samui is further shocked to see black tears spill from his eyes. The black tears seem to recede into his eyes before gathering in his pupil. Black fire release, not to be confused with blaze release. Blaze release is still stronger by far. Only reason it's even called black is because it requires the black tears to use. Devil's Gaze, Kuro Katan, Debarozu Shursen. Sasuke chants, the jutsu seemingly coming from deep within him. From his eyes, two beams of indigo chakra shoot from his eyes and form a triangle. At the point of the triangle, the beams focus and unleash a single beam aimed for her heart. Samui only had enough time to shift her body, saving her life as the beam shot through her shoulder instead. The force of strange jutsu sends her flying through several trees before she comes to a painful halt. The sinister chakra dances off Sasuke as he marvels at the power. It was truly intoxicating how much he seemed to improve in just seconds. Walking over to the Kyumo Kunoichi, he can tell she would live. She was bleeding from the mouth and surely some bones were broken, not to mention the burn left from his attack. Once he has his secrets in hand, the last Uchiha decides to find the Konoha checkpoint and preserve his clan's name, leaving via Shunshin. Samui fades in and out of consciousness, not trusting her to pass out, who knew what could happen to her if she were completely defenseless. Damn, looks like I just missed him. I don't know why Sasuke is about to use Senjutsu, but it can't be natural or healthy, though the voice is unknown to her. She is able to see blinding blonde hair through her blurry vision. Naruto, yes, the genuine article, had felt Sasuke unleash chakra even more sinister than Abiju's and instantly rushed to see what was going on. Before he could pursue his teammate, he sees the Kyumo Kunoichi, the one with the big titties. Damn, looks like he went medieval on you, team almost damaged your glorious chest. Naruto jokes, before he pulls out a crystallized shusen, mystical palm, and crushes it in his hand, turning it into green dust. Spreading the dust over her wound, alright, well it can heal just like the shusen, since no one is sending a steady stream of chakra into the technique, the effects are more subtle. It will take time for it to heal your wound, but it shouldn't hinder you from competing. Now Samui could keep herself awake and stared wide-eyed at the blonde Jinchuriki. They were supposed to be competitors. You're helping me? Samui asks dumbstruck. Seriously, what was with foreign shinobi and receiving help from others? Yeah, I mean you don't need a reason to help people, you just do it because you can. There was no lie in his tone, just Naruto's own truth. Wow, that's really cool of you. My name is Samui from Kyumo, may I know the name of the shinobi saving me? Samui asks, giving the blonde one of her rare smiles. It was the least she could do. Well, Samui from Kyumo, I'm Alexandros Uzumaki Naruto from Konoha. Don't read too much into it, I couldn't live with myself if I let such a beauty alone to her demise. Samui sweat drops at the blonde. Chuckling nervously, Naruto shunshins away, leaving a puzzled Samui behind. Alexandros Uzumaki Naruto sounds pretty cool. There were so many things Shikamaru wished he was doing right now. Watching the clouds drift on by, playing shogi with anyone other than Asuma, the guy just sucked, hell even listening to Ino bitch him out about how lazy he was and blah blah blah. Anything beat having to fight in the Chunin exams, unlike other tests he couldn't half-ass it. That meant he actually had to exert time, brainpower and chakra, basically it sucked big time. The Nara heir found himself dashing through the trees, fleeing from Itetsu of Suna, self-proclaimed Desert Fang. "Come on Nara-san, it's no fun if you just keep running." Itetsu glided through the air on his 2 fans, using a third one to conjure razor-sharp blades of air and hurl them at the fleeing Konohanin, laughing manically while doing so. He just so loved to tear up the grounds below like a fang biting into the terrain. Shikamaru kept his cool, leapt from the tree and ran on the ground to avoid several blades of wind. Not wanting to be out in the open, he leaps to another tree and continues to flee. He knew that direct combat with a futon user was suicide. Areas where there was a lot of open space was also not an option. "That's it airhead, just keep taking the bait," Shikamaru says to himself. Once he had Itetsu deeper in the palm forest, he stops, turns on a dime and tosses several kunai with tags on them. Itetsu was caught off guard and conjured more wind blades to deflect the projectiles. The wind blades stop the kunai in mid-air, but before they can start to descend, the tags activate and release blinding flashes of light. Itetsu shields his eyes from the light, before he realizes what Shikamaru was up to and fans downward to literally fan him higher in the air. "Ha! Nice try Nara-san, but your so-called hidden isn't really so secret. It's the biggest flaw to fame in the shinobi world. Everyone knows about your little shadow trick, but if I'm not on the ground you can't ensnare me," Itetsu so smugly claims. In Suna Academy, it was mandatory for all genin hopefuls to memorize every major clan, especially in Konoha. So sure of his safety, he missed Shikamaru weave his shadow through the trees, collecting the many shadows of the forest. By the time Itetsu could see clearly, the Nara air had gathered enough shadows to use human shadow simulation, Kage Gijin no Jutsu. He materializes and personifies his shadow into 2 separate Shikamaru silhouettes. The twin shadow phantoms glide towards the terrorified Itetsu and punch him off his fans. One phantom takes his fans, while the other grabs the Suna genin and coil around them with crushing force. The fans are easily destroyed, while Itetsu screams in pain, feeling many a rib and his arms broken from the pressure. The phantom uncoils and drops him on the ground with a thud. "Phew man, I'm beat," Shikamaru drools, even his complaints are lazy. The young Nara retracts his shadow and walks over to the downed Itetsu, shadow people that wasn't in the books. With that said, the Suna genin passes out from fatigue. Sighing at how much searching an unconscious guy would suck, the Nara made short work of it and found what he was looking for. "After all these years of fame, you thought we stuck to the same old tricks? You only know what we want you to know. Misinformation is the first strategy in conquering your foe," Shikamaru says before he sits under a palm tree and just gazes at the few clouds he can see through the foliage. It wasn't like he had anything to do or anything. Nope, just relax and watch the clouds through the trees, that is, until a head of black hair, literally, pops out of the ground and stares at him with pink eyes. "Ah great, a freaking Nara has my blood?" Kuratsuchi thought in rage. She was smart enough to keep it inside and slowly lowered her head back in the ground. "I was wondering when Kurotusuki no Kurwa Yugon, Black Lava, of IWA would show up. I wish you would have let me rest up a bit. Dealing with poison sucks, you know." Shikamaru yawns, dragging himself to his feet. If he was poisoned, he didn't show the signs or any signs really. Just the trademark Nara glance all Naras seem to have, made sense since they are basically a clan of slothful sleuths. Kuratsuchi rises from the ground, her stance broad with an air of superiority about her. She wore a confident smirk on her face with her arms crossed over her, admittedly, ample chest. The poison was beginning to purge from her system. She felt like she was at 40%. Dragon, Tatsu, Tiger, Tora, Hare, Eye. Water release, Water trumpet, Suetun, Mizurappa. Kuratsuchi roars, flashing through the hand seals in seconds and unleashing jets of water from her mouth through her hands at Shikamaru at breakneck speeds. The Nara evades and dashes into the trees, while the Mizurappa snaps several trees in two in its path. "Let the chase commence," Kuratsuchi says, a dark thrill bubbles to the surface. One of her kinks, the thrill of the chase and most of all, the final pounce. Feeling the giddiness tingle all over, Kuratsuchi shudders before she races after the Nara like a predator. Meanwhile with Chuji, human bullet tank, Nikuden Sensha. Chuji roars with valor. The Akimichi clan heir was in his human boulder form and used chakra to propel himself into a powerful role. The IWA Genin raises pillars from the ground to slow down the rampaging meat tank, but Chuji uses chakra pulses to maneuver past them in a great show of speed and control. Before the IWA Genin can start hand seals, the great tank runs him down and crushes him. Chuji stops spinning and skits to a halt, reverting to normal. Looking at the impact zone, he sees neither blood nor gore, only dirt, which can only mean. Thinking quickly, the Akimichi heir pulls out a kunai and tosses it at a palm tree, cutting off a branch. Not even a second later, a hand shot from the ground and grabbed him by the ankle, or so the IWA Genin thought. Kawaramid with a damn branch, are you going to keep running like a coward? The IWA Genin asks, staring Chuji down. The husky teen simply swings his legs up in the palm tree, lovely weather for cloud watching. A storm of tick marks bulge from the IWA Genin's head, before his head explodes. Cloud watching, how dare you watch clouds in my presence? You should tremble in fear at the mere mention of, the IWA Genin went on and on about himself, totally douche, just jerking his own ego. Chuji pulls out a jar of cookies and starts munching away, looking the IWA Genin right back in the eye. Asuma-sensei promised all I can eat ribs if I make it to the finals. Flames of determination burn in his eyes and his mouth waters a bit. Are you listening to me, fat ass? Like a trigger being pulled, Chuji glares hard at the IWA Genin and leaps over to him, managing to cover the distance in one leap. Chuji gets in his personal space, nostrils flaring with rage. What did you call me? Chuji asks with barely contained malice. The IWA Genin scoffs at the boy's attempts to scare him with his puny ki, you heard me, fat dash. Once that word left his mouth, the dam was released. Partial multi-size jutsu, Buban Baika no Jutsu. Chuji roars, using his clan's Haiden to extend his index finger to the size of a mighty spear that jabs the IWA Genin with crushing force. Only to reveal him to be another Doton, Kage Bunshin. I thought it was annoying when Naruto spams Kage Bunshins. Gotcha, fat ass, the IWA Genin roars, popping from the ground like a mole. A kunai in hand and ready to stab Chuji anywhere he could. The Akimichi heir counters by pulling his attacker's arm with both hands in a backward twisting throw, Amiyuchi. Fisherman's throw, the IWA Genin was sent flying from the throw, skidding across the ground a few times before righting himself. Before he could get on his feet, Chuji was already in his human boulder form and began spinning rapidly. Instead of launching himself, Earth Release, Muddy Oasis, from the Akimichi's mouth spewed a mass of mud that coated around his body and was molded until a literal boulder was formed. Before the boulder could completely seal him inside, Chuji reverts to normal and leaps from the boulder, making sure to fill the boulder with more Doton chakra. The entire process left the Akimichi exhausted, but he had more than enough to finish what he had planned. The IWA Genin begrudgingly admires the control shown in the strange Doton jutsu, but if Chuji thought he'd just stand there and let him do whatever he planned, then that's when it finally hit him. Damn it, why can't I move? He struggled to get his stiff legs to move, but they remained frozen like stone. Searching his person, his eyes bug out when he sees a Fuin tag strapped to his arm. He searches his memory for a time the Akimichi could have placed it on him, and like lightning it struck him. When Chuji threw him, he must have slipped the seal on him. I may not be a genius like Shikakun, but I'm no dummy either. When one of your friends is a Fuin jutsu user, you get him to make you a few Fuin. I thought it was obvious. Chuji explains, walking behind his boulder, partial multi-size no jutsu. He winds back his foot and just before it kicks the boulder, his foot expands to gigantic size. The force of his kick is enough to send the boulder soaring at the IWA Genin, who can only scream in dread as the boulder slams against him and sends him deep in the forest. The trip through the forest was not pleasant for him, several trees tried and failed to stop his flight, until finally the ground stopped him. The boulder smashed whatever was left of him in a gory fashion. Man, I guess I went a little overboard. I hope he's alright. I couldn't let him get a hold of his blood, it's my ticket to the finals. Chuji laments, looking from outside the wreckage. Feeling his stomach begins to rumble, the Akimichi bows in respect to the downed Iwa genin and makes his way to the Konoha checkpoint, his own blood and DNA secured. Meanwhile with Sakura, I thought you said I wasn't strong enough to be your summoner. Sakura says to Bazin. Currently, the two found themselves in a secluded area of the forest. Sakura was sitting on her knees, while Bazin stood over her with an air of majestic. You aren't strong enough to be my summoner, Pinky, but you have to start somewhere. I'll allow you to write your name in my tribe's summoning contract. With that said, the majestic bird stomps on the ground, resulting in a plume of smoke to blanket the area. Sakura coughs and fans as much of the smoke away as possible. Once it clears, she is gifted to see a huge scroll with a language she wasn't familiar with. She did notice that out of the 8 slots available all but one was filled in, though the name was smudged. Honored to be one of few to ever summon a Bazin, Sakura cuts her finger and signs her name on the scroll. The Bazin have not been known throughout the Shinobi world for a reason. We pick our summoners rarely, and if they die or we feel they aren't worthy, we wipe their names from the scroll. Uchiha Sasuke's name was in this, but we have shamed him from our tribe. Bazin explains, captivating the pink-haired teen. So what, if your race are called Bazin, what is your real name? Was it Bazin or did he have a name all his own? The majestic bird caws in laughter. When you can summon me is when I'll let you know. I must return to my home to rest. The instructions to summon my kind are detailed in the scroll. Good luck, young Sakura. With that the mighty bird vanishes in a plume of smoke. Sakura studies the instructions as quickly as she could, which was quick for her. She had it all memorized in no time at all, only thing left was for her to try it out. Boar, eye, dog, inu, bird, tori, monkey, saru, ram, hitsuji. Summoning no jutsu, kuchios no jutsu. Sakura declares, slamming her palm on the ground and conjuring a small puff of smoke. Once it clears, she sweat drops at the single feather in the center of the smoke. You gotta be kidding me. I think we can do better than a freaking feather. Inner Sakura roars, giving the outer Sakura the motivation to continue, but before she senses something. After being on Team 7 and being tortured in the forest of death by Anko, her senses grew sharp and keen. It amazed her how much skill was lying behind her fangirl mentality. Good Kami, I was a disgrace to all Kunoichi. Whoever was watching her really sucked at it. She could hear faint snickers from her left. Her instinct was to engage immediately, but she had a better idea. Making sure her hands were hidden, she skillful weaves demonic illusion, false surroundings no jutsu, Megan, Kokoni Arezu no jutsu, on the area. The aim genin, who had spiky brown hair with a strip of gauze covering his forehead and his mouth partly stitched, along with 2 scars running up his cheek, one which has blinded his right eye, an oxygen tank and a sheath for his umbrellas, almost instantly notices the shift from palm jungle to the dense forests known throughout Fire Country. So she did see me, and here I thought she would be worthless. Kai, the aim genin roars, cancelling the genjutsu as the illusion slowly fades away and reveals Sakura making a run for it. Bitch police, the aim genin scoffs, removing one of his 4 umbrellas and tosses it in the air. Using his chakra, the umbrella spins rapidly and rains down a hailstorm of Senbon needles at Sakura, who is struck by the onslaught. The smirk the aim genin wore was wiped off when Sakura faded like a phantom. She used a double false surroundings no jutsu. What's her game? I gotta get out of this genjutsu. Adding more chakra in this time, he successfully shatters the genjutsu and not a moment too soon. Sakura had aimed an explosive tagged kunai at his head, which he leaps out of the way. When the tag exploded, it releases plumes of powder, but not gunpowder. Ha, you thought you could get me with a do? Before he could finish, something happened. It felt like all his senses were dulled and he could barely make heads or tails of anything. It's not nice to use such language in the presence of a lady. Sakura says, before she releases many sakura petals from her body and seemingly disappears. The sakura petals flow through the air and spin around the aim genin in a pillar of sakura petals. Alright Sakura, you can do this, it's your only chance to end this quickly. Aim for soft areas and make sure your strikes are lethal, Sakura coaches herself, remembering all Enko had taught her. The odorless poison was to weaken her foe's reaction time, and this genjutsu, the dissolving petal storm, was to finish it. Using the petals as a wall to cloak her movements, Sakura dashes inside the center and slashes the aim genin's hands. Said boy screams in agony as his hands drip blood. She wasn't done there, next his elbows were horribly slashed and his arms hang limply at his side. Feeling her reserves begin to drop, Sakura finishes him by driving 2 kunai into the back of his knees. The aim genin could only fall to his bloody knees and cry in sheer agony. He couldn't move with the kunai in his knees, and Sakura made sure to disarm him as swiftly as she could. Once she found what she was looking for, the pink-haired girl takes his umbrellas, their sheath, his kunai, shuriken, and even some poison he had on him. Sakura left the aim genin screaming and cursing her name. It felt so great to her, the excitement of the battle, seeing her ideas and plans play out before her and watching her brain outsmart enemies. She couldn't believe how much time she wasted chasing after some cheap fantasy thrill she thought Sasuke could give her. All the attention she craved, all the excitement she lusted for was right in her face this whole time. Suddenly, Naruto and the others' actions didn't seem so barbaric. In fact, she could get used to this. She was tired, sweaty, and had a little blood here and there, but she never felt so alive, so sexy before. Mama could get used to this. She held one of the umbrellas in her hand and decided she would have to study it more before she could apply it to her fighting style. Speaking of, I need to find out which style works for me. Academy. Style is just plain pathetic. I wonder if Naruto-kun would mind helping me, after I apologize for being a bitch all these years. Before she could get too far, the feather she had summoned began to spark, catching her attention. Once she was close to the sparking feather, she could have sworn she saw a fuin on it, before the whole thing goes up in fire. Once the flames die down, a small creature stands in its wake. The creature is an orange chicken, or bird with yellow feathers and beak. Wo Churu Bazin, Elder Bazin, I thought was kidding when he said our summoner would have pink hair. So does the carpet match the drapes? The small bird asks, causing Sakura to blush heavily. That's none of your business, pervert. Don't think I won't clobber small perverted birds, I'll do it in front of everyone. The small bird seemed shocked at her response. You can understand me? The bird asks. Yeah, why wouldn't I be able to? Granted you're a bird, but I thought most summons could speak human tongue. Sakura answered. It's just, where I'm from most humans can't understand me. All they hear is, Torchique, Tor. My bad, I am Torin and it's nice to meet you, Sakura-chan. Torin says, chuckling or chirping nervously. I'll let it slide for now. It's good to meet you, Torin, and I hope we can be a great team. Let's head to the checkpoint and maybe get some training in before the next phase starts. Sakura says, finally understanding why Naruto liked training so much. Even Sasuke, though he didn't like help from others, the thought made her sad. Jumping in her hair, much to her annoyance, the two walk off to the Konoha checkpoint at a brisk pace. Meanwhile, with Angel, this is not the ideal situation for me, Angel thought. She found herself deep in the heavier parts of the palm forest. The trees as high as the ones in Konoha with even thicker palm leaves surrounded her from all sides. To make matters worse, a three-eyed, four-armed puppet with jagged teeth and spiky brown hair protruding from the top of its head framing the sides dangles from a tree. It cackles with each movement it makes. Looks like Crow found a pretty head to lie on. Kankaru's voice projects from all sides. Hidden in parts unknown, the puppeteer from Suna uses long chakra threads to maneuver his bizarre puppet. With the skill of a genius at his art, Crow glides at Angel and reveals hidden knives from its wrists. Crow thrusts its right blade at Angel, who takes Wing Chun guard stance. Baiyu Sao, thrusting fingers. Angel chants mentally, she steps 45 degrees and out of the blade's range, thrusts her fingers forward and blocks the strike. Using the small window gained, the blonde Alexandros clansman channels chakra into the tips of her fingers, forming needle-thin blades on her tips and aims another Baiyu Sao at its chest. With a flick of Kankuro's wrist, Crow reveals hidden scythe blades from its chest, all dripping with poison. Angel cancels her attack and leaps back to gain some ground. Crow stalks after her, so Angel unseals several throwing knives and nails them on Crow's chest. The puppet stays its pursuit for but a second, giving Angel time to think. Damn poison, I can't combine Raiton and Futon into Jinton with my control shot to all hell. The Ubiha, finger blade, should have been at least a foot in length, not the pathetic 3 inches I had. Looks like I'll have to resort to taijutsu and genjutsu alone, just gotta find the boy behind the puppet. Suddenly, Crow twitches and launches its wrist blade at Angel, who manages to duck under it. Once the blade hits the ground, it turns a nasty purple. Great more potion. Crow glides towards the blonde girl, who unseals her machete and clashes blades with the puppet. Ever with Kankuro's fancy finger movements, Crow's swordplay was easily trumped by Angel's kenjutsu. Crow lost 2 arms in the struggle and one of its legs. I never thought I'd be grateful to Kiba for teaching me how to heighten my sense of smell. Angel silently thanked the Inuzuka runt. Sending chakra to her nose, the blonde could smell the scents of the forest, and in the myriad of smells, she zoned in on Kankuro's scent. Only a puppeteer would smell liquid polish. Unsealing another throwing knife, Angel tosses it at Kankuro's location. The puppeteer is shocked he was found, but manages to evade being impaled. Before he can sigh in relief, Angel kawarimis with the knife and aims another Ubiha at the puppeteer's chest. Just as the chakra blades pierce his chest, Angel feels her fingers strike wood as Crow takes the blow for his master. Thankfully the Ubiha managed to pierce the mechanism controlling the torso blades, or she would have lost a finger or 2. I've had just about enough of this. Angel says, slapping custom explosive tags on Crow's head and torso and shunshining out of its blast range. Not even a second later, Crow is destroyed by a fiery explosion, unleashing a vile purple miasma. The blonde Alexandros clansman can't escape fast enough and inhales some of the poison, which is enough to make her movements sluggish. Fuck, on top of chakra control poison, I now have a parasitic coursing through my veins. Everything is going numb, vision blurring. Angel's body rocked side to side and she had to keep her hands on her knees just to stand. With his puppet destroyed, but opponent still weak from Crow's poison, Kankuro leaps from his hiding spot and smugly strolls over to the downed Konohanin. Well, so this is Konoha's Kunoichi of the year, Alexandros Angel. I have to admit, you're better than what I'd expect Konoha to produce. You even managed to take down Crow, one of Sasori-senpai's creations. Kankuro says, showing some respect for his opponent. Angel glares daggers at the puppeteer, who playfully shivers under her gaze. Looking into her emerald eyes, he does a double take when he sees them go icy blue for a second. No need to be so stone cold, just hand over my secrets and I'll give you the antidote. Kankuro says, his face smeared with a wicked grin. Angel scoffs, you gasp take me gasp for a fool. She unseals his samples of DNA, throws one on the ground and grinds it in the dirt with her heel. Crazy bitch. Kankuro roars, slapping Angel across the face and yanking her up by the collar. To think actually thought you were kind of hot. With that said he throws her on the ground and pulls out a scroll. This is your last chance, give me my secrets or die. Oh I'm so scared of a boy gasp who plays with dolls. Angel pants, even in her state she smirks smugly at the fuming Kankuro. They're not dolls damn it, alright you asked for it. Here comes Black Ant, unraveling the scroll, a plume of smoke is conjured and reveals a puppet with a bucket-shaped face sporting 2 sharp red horns and 6 arms. It has 3 eyes, with a messy hairstyle, and its overall body frame kind of looks like a large barrel. Once Black Ant is summoned, Kankuro begins to apply his chakra threads to it, only for his hand to feel like it was frozen in a sheet of ice. The cold was so intense he felt his hands would be lost to frostbite. Looking to his precious hands, the puppeteer is shocked to see them black as coal and numb. Ayawaha, what did you do to my hands? Kankuro screams in sheer terror. He falls on his ass and stares in a panic at his hands, screaming the entire time. Black Ant remained motionless as his puppeteer spazzes out on the floor, having no idea he was placed in a genjutsu. Walking over to the frantic Sunanin, Angel retrieves the antidote and chugs it. Even though the effects were immediately purged, she felt strong enough to leave the area. The entire point of this phase of the exam is to do one of 2 things: get your enemy's secrets to your checkpoint. If you manage to get your secrets, then more points to you. I'm not too concerned with my own secrets. Thankfully, any blood they got from me would have evaporated by now, one of the perks of being from a clan of multidimensional beings. With that thought cleared, Angel leaves the area and heads to the Konoha checkpoint. While dashing through the trees, she can't help but think about how she managed to trick Kankuro with her genjutsu. Poor bastard didn't even realize the demonic illusion. Thermoception was casted on him the second my eyes changed colors. Demonic illusion. Thermoception is a nasty genjutsu, in that it requires both eye contact and physical contact. I would have preferred a more gentle physical contact, but beggars can't be choosers. Once both conditions are met, it affects the person's thermoceptors and makes them believe they're suffering from frostbite. Truly a genius genjutsu, and only made a reality thanks to Kurenai's training. The Yubiha was thanks to training with Hinata, who was the true creator of said jutsu, though Hinata's version was made to where she could literally throw the chakra blades like Sanban. Speaking of Hinata, unlike with the other participants in the exams, Hinata found herself drenched in rain, staring down her foe, a teen boy with spiky brown hair with a ponytail and short spiky bangs hanging over his aim Hitaiate. The rain was produced by the Aim Nin's grudge rain jutsu to produce a storm overhead. Even with the poison coursing in her system, Hinata's control had not faltered. Instead, she gave up almost 45% of her overall chakra to purge the poison out. Too bad the rain had a side effect of draining chakra the longer you stayed in it. Ox, Ushi, Horse, Uma, Ram, Hitsuji. Water release, Cold Sky Water Attack, Suetun, Reku Swajeki, the Aim Nin chants. The water from the rain crystallizes and forms shards of thin ice. The hail storm is strong enough to embed deeply into the ground, and forces Hinata to dodge with several backflips and twirls befitting a ballerina. Yubi Nage Ha. Finger-throwing blades, from her fingertips, diamond-shaped darts of chakra are conjured before she tosses them at the unsuspecting Aim Nin. The near-invisible darts shoot through the rain, and it's only due to them cutting through his rain that the Aim Nin notices the jutsu and evades with only small slashes on his side. It didn't hit its mark, but it stopped the Aim Nin's Cold Sky Water attack. Using the time gained, Hinata rushes the Aim Nin in a surprising burst of speed, a perk of having one of the fastest kunoichis as your teammate. Aiming a gentle fist at the Aim Nin, the Hyuga strikes true, only for him to dissolve into water. Before she can recover in time, water release, water whip, Suetun, Sueben. A whip of water wraps around her wrists, pinning her hands, and flings her into the air before slamming her down harshly. Not done with his torment, the Aim Nin drags Hinata on the ground and slams her into a tree, which nearly breaks from the impact. Hinata slumps against the tree, her body in pain and head swimming. A little blood leaked from her mouth and head, and it was getting harder and harder to stay conscious. This is it, I can't go on anymore, Naruto-kun. With those final words, the young Hyuga slipped into unconsciousness. Tisk, so much for the famed Hyugas. Take away their ability to use gentle fist and they're nothing special. I wonder if she saw that ass kicking coming with those all-seeing eyes of hers. The Aim Nin mocks. He yanks on his whip and Hinata comes hurling towards him. The once smug smirk on his face is literally wiped off when Hinata realizes she was still awake and planted a gentle fist on the side of his face. The resulting chakra burst was enough to break his jaw and send him crashing into a tree. The aura around Hinata had changed completely. Gone was the shy and timid little Hyuga that moved with a sense of hesitation. In her place stood a proud, noble and deadly Hyuga princess, whose Byakugan could bore into your very soul. Get up! Hinata demands, taking her gentle fist stance and channeling intense levels of chakra in her hands, so much chakra, that it could be faintly seen in waves. The Aimnin hesitated for a second, the intensity of her gaze making him question his earlier statement, but he still rose to his feet. Lashing his water whip at her, Hinata easily sidesteps and uses her gentle fist to disrupt the flow of chakra in the whip. The Aimnin reels back his whip and noticed that even with the water supplied by the rain, the whip was beginning to thin out. I can clearly see the chakra flowing through not only the whip, but the rain as well. Your feeble jutsu are no match for me, surrender now and I'll let you go with the use of your limbs. The threat actually frightened the Aimnin a bit. It was just as the history books spoke when referring to the Hyuga, cold, detached and arrogant. Since he made no move to disarm himself, Hinata rushes the Aimnin. One hand has Yubi Nage Ha, while the other was ready to deliver a gentle fist strike. The Aimnin lashes out with several whacks of his whip, but Hinata gracefully evades by flipping, ducking, twirling or swatting the whip with her gentle fist hand. Once she was within range, the Hyuga tosses her Yubi Nage Ha and manages to hit a few of his joints, not enough to put him down for good, but enough to slow him down for her next jutsu. Water release, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata roars, using the water from the rain to inject Suiton chakra directly into the Aimnin's chakra system. After the 4 sets, his body begins to swell from the excess of water, 5th set and he's ready to burst. By the final 64 palm strike, all the water gushes from his mouth and his body locks up with arthritis. Hinata tries to catch her breath after using so much of her remaining chakra, but it was worth it. Even she was surprised by the change in attitude, it was like all the pent-up emotions she tried to hide had finally come out. Deep down inside her was a Hyuga, a proud, noble and strong kunoichi. It honestly felt good to not only surprise her enemies with her strength, but to be completely free from her self-esteem issues and show everyone just how, as Angel would say, badass she could be. With her target defeated and his secrets still safely stowed away, the Hyuga briskly walks to her checkpoint, feeling untold amounts of pride in herself. I wonder if Naruto-kun would be impressed, the thought brought a blush to her face. Good ol' Hinata. Meanwhile, at the checkpoint Anko and Yujito stood on the higher balcony of the huge arena they were in. On the lower floors were those who had either retrieved their secrets and or kept their enemies' secrets long enough to make it to the checkpoint. It had been about 2 days since the test beginning and it was grinding to a halt. So we only have 24 genin left it seems. Looking over those who made it, she was proud to see everyone from her team present, if not a little worse for wear. Naruto seemed the freshest of them, but he looked up at her with a look of great annoyance. Anko just waves chirpily at him. Next she saw all of the rookie teams from Konoha in attendance, that IWA chick who spit lava, a team from Kyumo and the Suna team to top it all off. Congrats are in order, you lot made it past the second phase of the Chunin exams. Bravo, a round of sake for all of you. Anko cheers, pulling out a jug of sake and chugs it. She makes a show out of it, before she puts it away and gets back to business. Now I'm sure you're all wondering when that crap will be clear from your systems. Well, the bad news is, not for a few days *, everyone yells in protest. The good news is we can't start the next phase until then, so you have the next 3 days to rest and prepare. There are plenty of rooms for you to rest and plenty of forest out there to explore. Until the next phase of the exams, you poor bastards. With that her and Yujito disappear in a plume of smoke. Tisk just like Anko-senpai to poison us and then slither away. Naruto says with a sigh. It felt weird not having Kyubi around to talk to. They may not have been the best of friends, but they were a team. "Ah, you missed me, how disgusting of you." The crude remark made the blonde Jinchuriki jump in fright, something that didn't go unnoticed by his team. "What's with you, Dobe?" Sasuke asks, only mildly curious. Naruto searched his person and found Kyubi in his scroll form hanging on his hip. "What the hell, Kurama Baka, second phase of the Chunin exams and you ditch me?" Naruto accuses his tent aunt, who just huffs with indifference. Let me see what my options were, either stay and play babysitter for an ungrateful brat of a landlord or get freak nasty with Nibby. The choice wasn't that hard, though certain things did get hard he. Naruto's mind was flooded with images of Kyubi and Nibby's rumpfest, causing the blonde to face fault and scratch his head in an attempt to eradicate the images. "Damn you Kurama, you perverted bastard." Looks like he's finally done it, his IQ has reached so low his brain is imploding. Sasuke mocks, much to the annoyance of Dantes, who pretty much knew his fangirl would back him up any minute. "That's not very nice, Sasuke-kun. Naruto-kun is our teammate and he can be quite cunning when he wants to be." Sakura says, shocking each member of her team. Hell, even Kyubi was shocked. Sasuke was the first one to react by trying to dispel whatever genjutsu was at play, but nothing happened. Sakura puffs her cheeks in annoyance. "No, this is not a genjutsu, guys, so you can close your mouths and stop trying to dispel me." "Sorry Sakura, it's just, well, out of character for you to be so nice to anyone besides Sasuke team," Naruto says, trying not to earn her ire. Instead of getting angry, the pink-haired girl hangs her head in shame. "I know, and I'm so sorry for the way I treated you both. You're my teammates and I haven't been treating you the way you deserve. You're both strong and honorable shinobi and I'm proud to be a member of Team 7. Naruto couldn't sense any deceit in her words, only genuine regret and hope. Whoa, just when I thought there was no hope for this team. If Sakura can have a change of heart, anything is possible, I guess. What the hell, if you're serious about this, I'm willing to give you a chance. Naruto says, grabbing said girl by the shoulders and hugs her. He didn't know why he did it, he just did. To Sakura, it was the warmest hug she ever received. It brought tears to her eyes as she returned it. Well, I'm not convinced so easily. I'll at the very least not call you Pinky all the time, but as far as trusting you go, you have a long way to go. Dantes says. Sakura breaks her hug with Naruto and looks the black kid directly in the eyes. Take all the time you need, I plan to prove myself worthy of your trust. Sasuke just HNS and leaves to go rest in one of the rooms, while Sakura waves farewell to her teammates and goes into one of the rooms as well. Something must have happened to her to get her to change. Dantes says, since people don't just change overnight. Naruto agreed with his friend and clansman, at least it changed her for the better. Come on, let's go see how the others are. With that, the two make their way over to the other teams from Konoha. Just before they can even say hi, Naruto freezes in his tracks and comes face to face with Fu. Hello Naruto-kun, we need to talk, Fu says, her voice shifting due to Nanabi being back and her negative emotions fueling its Yuki. Before Naruto could even reply, he is grabbed by the collar and they vanish via water shunshin. So from a scale of 1 to 10, how fucked is he? Kiba asks, sensing the ill intent even after they left. The answer was pretty much shared by everyone, beyond 10. Deep in the palm forests on the island hosting the second phase of the Chunin exams, two figures appear via water shunin. With strength rivaling Tsunade of the Sannin, Fu tosses Naruto into a tree that cracks under the pressure. Am I just some booty call to you, Naruto? Fu roars, tears streaming down her face and flaring red chakra from the root chakra. Under the influence of her root chakra, her rage only intensifies and it takes every fiber of Naruto's being not to shit his pants. Lashing out in fury, the Nanabi Jinchuriki tries to cave his face in with a punch that he dodges, though the poor tree is not so lucky. In an explosion of bark, the tree is snapped in two and the blonde Jinchuriki stares in clear fear. Fuchan, listen to me. Naruto says, trying to calm the mint-haired teen down. Don't on me. Not after you had sex with Angel during one of the most important exams we'll ever take. While the rest of us had to recover from a fucking shark man and body snatcher, all you cared about was getting your dick wet. Naruto wisely crab walks away from the hectic teen, who caused craters to form with each stomp closer she took. I wasn't thinking about it, alright? She just kind of jumped me, literally. Naruto defended. Even through his fear, he didn't like being accused of not caring, or taking this exam seriously. He took it more seriously than anyone. Hell, he had people to protect, damn it. Fu's response is to punch just inches away from his manhood, causing another crater to form in the ground. So you just caved and let her have her way? Why not? Oh, I don't know, say no. Fu asks, her fury not subsiding in the less. No matter how he tried to paint over it, this was a betrayal. She had given herself to him and only him, and yet here he was sleeping around. What did you expect, Fu, for me to be with only you? Naruto asks, finding his infamous bravery and standing up to the furious mint-haired girl, getting right in her face. His question threw her off a bit, but only for a second. Yes, I actually did, damn it. I wouldn't do this to you. How would you feel if I decided to have sex with someone else? Hell, it's not like there aren't any fine suitors for me in Konoha. The thought only pissed Naruto off. So much so his root chakra began to leak and ooze red chakra about. How could you think that? My clan made it perfectly clear I was to be in a polygenistic relationship when you were accepted. Hell, it's one reason why you were brought into the clan. Naruto declares, before he calms down a bit. He knew this was bound to happen at some point. He grabs Fu by her shoulders gently. Look, Fu-chan, I don't want this. I don't want to fight with you about something neither of us have any control over. We both know what it's like to deal with that. Fu didn't want to admit he had a point. She didn't want to share him with anyone, even though she knew beforehand she would. She wanted Naruto all to herself. She needed him, the only person to ever experience the hell that was being a Jinchuriki. She avoided looking him in the eyes, for she knew those azure orbs would soothe her to the point she may end up losing this argument. Why can't it just be the two of us? Fu asks on the verge of tears. It wasn't fair. She finally found someone who understood her, made her feel like she wasn't alone, wasn't a monster. It was supposed to be them against the world. Naruto couldn't help but feel bad for the pain he was causing her. It made him feel no better than the others who throw their problems at her and made her deal with them. He embraced her with all the love he could muster, not letting go despite Fu trying to fight him off. Fu struggled against him, hitting him hard at first, but slowly losing the strength as Naruto's heart chakra washed over her in a sea of green chakra. Fu-chan, I have responsibilities to the clan. They saved not only me, but you too. They gave up everything just to help me, and I'll do the same to help them. He meant it too. The Alexandros gave him everything he ever wanted, a place to call home and a family to come home to. Fu knew he was right. Hell, she owed the clan too. If not for Noelle, who literally died for her, she might not be here. Unable to hold it in anymore, the mint-haired girl accepts Naruto's embrace and cries into his shoulder. You will always be my first, Fu-chan. Let no one tell you otherwise, whether it was for the clan or not. Naruto ensures her. To him, it was the day he became a man, the day a woman opened up to him fully. He would not betray her, nor abandon her, not ever. He ran his hands through her hair soothingly. Until her tears stopped. I'm still not okay with it. You owe me a date for each time you slept with her. Fu demands, bear hugging Naruto with the bone-crushing strength. Said blonde was never more thankful for Kyuubi's regenerative abilities, for he was sure she was breaking bones. Not to mention, I will be the main woman in your life. All others will have to be approved by me, is that clear? Fu asks darkly, using root chakra to strengthen her bear hug. Naruto just nods frantically, unable to speak through his pain. With the deal made, the mint-haired girl released him from her grasp. The blonde Jinchuriki takes in as much air as he can, before Fu steals it away in a searing kiss. The mint-haired girl digs a hand in his pants and grabs a hold of his package firmly. Just remember, this doesn't belong to you. It belongs to me, so don't fuck up. Fu declares. Naruto whimpers and nods in understanding. Once Fu is satisfied, she releases her iron grip and leaves via water Shunshin. Feeling his heart start up again and the uncontrollable need to take a shit, Naruto runs behind some bushes and does just that, before whipping with a blank scroll. Kami, that woman is fucking scary. Meanwhile, with Fu, once she was back at the checkpoint, Fu made her way to Angel's room. She wanted to make sure the blonde knew the pecking order in this little harem. She wouldn't settle for anything less than Angel's full agreement that she was Naruto's main woman and Angel was just the mistress. Knocking on her door, it didn't take long for said teen to answer. Well, I was expecting this. I hope you didn't injure Naruto over something as petty as giving in to his basic urges. Angel says, allowing the Nanabi Jinchuriki inside her room. Once both were seated, they shared a quick glance before Fu decided to get started. Alright, here's how it's going to work. I am Naruto's main woman and you are the mistress. I will let your earlier transgression slide, but you are not to have sex with him until after he has taken me on a number of dates. Once that is done, then I will not stand in your way of pursuing him, so long as you don't try to take him from me. Fu explains, calculating the blonde girl. If that's all, then I'm perfectly fine with it. Angel says without a hint of emotion. To say Fu was surprised was an understatement. She had expected some type of resistance from the blonde Alexandros clansman, some kind of fight. You're seriously okay with my terms? Honestly, it seemed too easy. Of course, I care nothing for titles. I don't care whether I'm his main woman, his mistress, or his baby's mother. So long as I can have my time with Naruto, then I am content. I was raised with the sole purpose of being his woman and helping him, and our clan thrives. Honestly, I knew about you for years and had ample time to get used to the idea. Angel says, honestly bored with the whole thing. I tried to tell you it was pointless being mad. It was always planned to have you and Naruto hook up as a means to protect and save as many Jinchuriki as we could. It was the reason I was sent to Takigakure in the first place. I was the link that connected the clan to you. Noel states, you couldn't have told me that? I mean, if you're going to make a plan involving someone, common fucking courtesy dictates you tell them about it. Oh, that would have panned out well. Say Fu, I know I just met you not too long ago, but I'm here as a way to get you and my clan heir to bump uglies and produce tons of little heirs to save my dying clan from extinction. Yeah, I'm sure you would have been thrilled. Noel says with a snort. Even Fu had to giggle at the idea. Perhaps things were better the way they played out. With no hard feelings between them, the two harem members shake hands and a sisterhood is born. Meanwhile, with Naruto, after getting over the shock of the whole Fu situation, Naruto heads back to the checkpoint for some much-deserved rest. Only for his sense of smell to alert him he had a guest. Alright Hinata-chan, you can come out now. He found it short of amusing that she decided to follow him, probably to make sure Fu didn't cave his face in. Stepping out from behind some trees, Hinata blushes at being caught. Self-confidence Hinata, self-confidence, you can do this. I should have figured you would find me, Naruto-kun. Hinata says without a stutter, though still does her trademark poking her fingers together. While most would find it weird, Naruto thought it was uniquely cute of her. Wow, an entire sentence without a single stutter. It seems the Chunin exams are changing everyone. Hinata giggles and walks over to her long-time crush. Would you believe me if I told you Angel-chan placed a genjutsu on me that forced me to stop stuttering? Hinata jokes, though sadly Naruto could imagine the blonde girl doing such a thing. From somewhere in the forest, a sneeze can be heard, but they ignore it. Honestly, I could totally see her doing that, but something tells me it's all you. I'm glad to see you made it to the third phase of the exams, Hinata-chan. I always knew you were badass, as Angel-chan has told me about your team's exploits. Naruto says. It was strange how easy it was to talk to Hinata. Unlike the other two women in his life, she was a great listener. She just had this calming effect to her, while the other two were anything but calming. It was definitely a nice change of pace. A shinobi's life is rarely calm and peaceful. I'm sure she's told you how she saved my life more than once. Say Naruto-kun, Hinata says, not really knowing how to bring up such a delicate topic. Her nerves were beginning to get the better of her again, and Naruto could sense it. Yeah, what is it, Hinata-chan? Naruto asks, seeing her poke her fingers together almost feverishly. Well, what did you think about those photos? Hinata asks, cursing herself for reverting back to her stuttering ways. When it came to her body, the young Hyuga always had doubts. She had seen the other girls naked during their sexual training, so she knew where she stacked up. Did Naruto prefer women like Angel and Fu, or did he like them less curvy and not so big in the bust department? For his part, Naruto didn't know whether to laugh at her or face palm himself. Hinata-chan, I am a 13-year-old boy, who just discovered the joys of sex. If I were perfectly honest with myself, I'd most likely spank it to those photos. So to answer your question, I think it was one of the most beautifully sculpted bodies Kami has ever designed. In short, you are one of the hottest girls I know. Naruto says, looking into her eyes to show he meant every word. He had no idea how much his words meant to her, but judging by the intense blush on her face and how she was beginning to lose consciousness, he figured it meant a lot. And Naruto-kun thinks I'm hot. No one of the hottest girls he knows? Hinata cheers in her head. Well, of course he does. Look at you. You're the Hyuga clan heiress, a princess in every right. Start carrying yourself with the dignity of your title, the same presence that saved her during her fight reasoned. Hinata jumped at the voice, but chalked it up to repressed Hyuga teachings. Thank you, Naruto-kun. It means a lot to hear you say that, especially since you're not so bad looking yourself. Hinata says, actually placing her hands over her mouth at what she said. Did she just flirt with Naruto? If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were flirting with me, Hinata-chan. Naruto says, flashing his foxy grin. He had to admit, he really was starting to like the new Hinata. The blush on her face, her exotic eyes looking so innocently clueless, why if he didn't know any better, he'd say something had possessed the young Hyuga. If only he knew that something actually had possessed her, in the form of Angel hiding high in the trees. Along with Fu, who decided to tag along and make sure Naruto wouldn't do anything stupid. So how does this genjutsu work again? Fu whispers, making sure to keep it as low as possible. Angel snickers lowly, it's something I found out while reading her dreams while she slept. An act made possible by the Dream Eater Jutsu, Uzumaki no Jutsu. Anyway, I discovered deep in little Hinata's consciousness lies what I like to call, awakened Hinata, an alter ego that represents all of her confidence. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. The real question is, what will you do about it, Naruto-kun? Hinata asks, making sure to sound out each syllable so as to pucker her lips, practically daring Naruto to kiss her. What the hell is going on here? Hinata couldn't believe the words coming out of her mouth. Here she was shamelessly flirting with Naruto, something she has wanted to do for years and yet never had the courage to do. Okay, that doesn't explain why shy Hinata is suddenly this sly and, admittedly, sexy. Fu whispers. While she was no lesbian, even she had to admit the young Hyuga was certainly doing everything right to attract a guy. Hell, from Naruto's shocked expression, it was clearly working. Ah, that's where ego projection jutsu, Jiga Tui no Jutsu, comes in. Like the name states, it subtly brings out a person's repressed ego through the tenketsu in the brain and activated by saying their favorite phrase, her favorite phase being self-confidence. It doesn't require prolonged chakra from the user, since that would give it away. Instead, it creates an alter ego that lingers in the victim's mind, and only until they A, figure out there is an alter ego, and B, get rid of it themselves can the genjutsu be lifted, that or the user lifts it themselves. I honestly planted it in her as a joke, admittedly a cruel one, but when she started kicking all kinds of ass, I decided to not lift it. Angel explains softly, marveling at her work. Well, that depends on what you want me to do, Hina-chan. Naruto says. If he wasn't attracted to her before, he sure as hell was now. If there was one thing the blonde Jinchuriki loved, it was a good challenge. Instead of answer him, Hinata grabs him by the collar and pulls him into a heated kiss that literally took Naruto's breath away. Just as soon as it happened, the young Hyuga broke off the kiss and turned to head back to the checkpoint. Don't look too much into that, it was just a simple kiss. See you around, Naru-kun. Hinata says, sticking her tongue out at him and vanishing via Shunshin. Leaving Naruto to just sit and contemplate what the fuck just happened. Hell, even Angel and Fu were left speechless at what they just saw. Lift that damn genjutsu now. Fu demands, grabbing a hold of Angel and giving her a death glare. Said blonde just scoffs, go ride a dildo, Fu-chan. I'm not about to rob my Amudo of her confidence just to please you. Besides, I see nothing wrong with adding Hinata to the harem. Hell, she's had feelings for him longer than the both of us combine. Fu growls at the blonde, but admits, if only to herself, that Angel made a valid point. Still, as the main woman, she would have to have a talk with Hinata at some point. With that, the two girls vanish in separate Shunshins before they could be discovered. Once he got over the shock, Naruto returned to the checkpoint via Wind Shunshin and immediately went to Dante's room and pounds on the door urgently. Alright, damn, can't S nigga get some fucking sleep? Dantes groans, opening his door only for Naruto to barge right in. Before you say racist. I'm black and honestly don't care if any non-black say the word nigga, so long as the intent isn't negative. Man, oh man, Dantes, you'll never believe what happened to me. Giving his friend and fellow clansman a glance over, he had to guess Fu didn't rip him a new asshole, which was a shock. Let me guess, you somehow convinced Fu not to kill you and then you two made passionate love. I get it, you get all the women. No need to rub it in, besides I think Dantes starts only for Naruto to grab him by the shoulders. No, Hinata of all people kissed me. I mean literally grabbed me by the collar and pulled me into one of the most shocking kisses I've ever received. Naruto states frantically. Haha, that's funny, now seriously, what has you all freaked out? There was no way shy Hinata would make a move on Naruto, at least not for another few years. I am being serious, man. It was crazy, hot and goddammit sexy as all hell. You should have seen her, man. She was talking with little to no stutter, for Kami's sake she was flirting with me before that. Naruto rants, finding it all hard to believe. If not for his bijou warning system, he would have sworn it was someone using a genjutsu on him or something. Holy shit, you're serious? Dantes asks, not getting the I'm fucking with you vibe. If he was telling the truth, then something about the Chunin exam really brought out the best in Kunoichi. Naruto nods in affirmative and the black kid has to sit down to absorb it all. So first Sakura is suddenly not a complete bitch and now Hinata grows a backbone and plants one on you? Fuck, next I'll hear Sasuke finally came out the closet and found a boyfriend, who not only looks like him, but is really into drawing. Dantes says, finding it all so bizarre that it had to be some trick by Angel. Unknown to them, Sasuke, Sai and Angel all sneeze at the same time. I know it's all so crazy, man. I don't know what to do here. My manhood is telling me to go find Hinata and make out with her until our lips are blue, but my mind reminds me that Fu-chan would rip off my balls if I did. She has this mindset where all my girls have to be okayed by her first. Naruto explains, man, this harem thing just got really complicated. Sucks to be you, dude. I'd much rather have one woman, like that sassy redhead I went up against during the second phase. That caught Naruto's attention, since he never really heard his fellow clansmen talk much about girls. Go on, Naruto insists, so Dantes began to tell him the tale of his fight with Tayuya. She was truly a kunoichi among kunoichi, a worthy foe, and almost succeeded in killing him. Her use of sound-based ninjutsu and genjutsu took the black kid to the brink, and if not for use of Bakutan Kage Bunshin, he might not be here right now. She was crude, she cursed like a sailor, and that turned him on beyond belief. Wow, sounds like the Otogakure has some powerful shinobi. I wonder why we've never heard of them. Naruto says. They're a new village that just sprung up recently. I may have to request some missions there if she's stationed there. A perverse smile smeared Dante's face. Then again, she vowed to take her revenge on me for beating her, so maybe I'll let her come to me. At least you're showing an interest in the opposite sex. I was beginning to believe, Naruto starts, until a kunai is pointed at his neck, right where his jugular was. Finish that sentence and I'll stain this room with your blood, clan heir or not. Naruto wisely throws his hands up in surrender and Dantes removes the kunai from his neck. I'm not Sasuke Naruto, the chicks in Konoha just aren't my type. Dantes defends. For the second time, Sasuke sneezes, only this time into his food as he frowns. Either it's unusually drafty in here or someone is talking about me. Probably Sakura, I knew she still had it for me. With that, the last Uchiha continues to eat in order to build his strength for the next phase. With nothing else to talk about, Naruto says goodbye to his fellow clansmen and heads to his room to get some much-deserved rest finally. Once he gets to his room, he flops on the bed and lets sleep claim him. 3 days later, the past 3 days were utterly boring for Naruto. His attempts to find and talk to Hinata proved fruitless. They seemed to eat at different times, which wasn't too hard when you have a pair of all-seeing eyes. Angel spent most of her time resting and making sure her body was free of any poison, as did most of the contestants. Training was also out of the question, since after the second phase was officially declared over, the proctors initiated a lockdown to prevent anyone from sneaking in. Still, the downtime wasn't wasted. Naruto spent those 3 days working on his Fuin, talking to whoever wasn't too busy preparing for the third phase, Dantes, Roland, and even Shikamaru, when he wasn't sleeping. He even ran into Sasuke, who seemed even darker than ever, must have had something to do with the complex Fuin on his neck. It amazed and worried the blonde, since it was something completely foreign to him, it even gave off an evil chakra. Any attempts to study the damn thing only pissed the Uchiha off, and Naruto decided to just leave it and him alone. He managed to spend some time with Fu, who informed him their little luncheons didn't count as dates, but were still enjoyable. Food fights were a given whenever the two pranksters were in the same room. The messes were of legendary status, so much so that the janitor Nin from Konoha was called each and every time, poor bastard. Today we find the remaining 24 genin on the ground level of the arena. On the second floor are Jiraiya, Anko, Apollo, Baki, Kurabi, Kitsuchi and Ao, each representing one of the 5 great shinobi nations. Greeting and congrats on making it to the third phase of the Chunin exams. I'm very proud to see so many young genin, from my own village, haha, kick ass and show the world just what you all can do. Apollo says with a smirk on his face. Kitsuchi, along with his daughter, growl at the man's arrogance, but say nothing else, for they knew the importance of quality over quantity. Right, as you've all figured out by now, each phase tests what every Chunin must have in order to do their jobs effectively. The ability to gather information and sabotage, to keep their village's secrets from enemy hands, and for this phase, your ability to fight in extreme conditions. Kitsuchi explains, getting mixed reactions from the genin. Some understood what he meant, while others needed further explanation. Alright gals and ghouls, it's about time. Kurabi explains the rules. Kurabi declares, causing everyone to sweat drop and his team to face-palm themselves at their sensei's antics. I think it'd be best if I explain things. After all, it is my job to make sure they reach their destination safely. To that, Kurabi just shrugs his shoulders and writes some rhymes in his notepad. Ahem. Anyway, each of you hails from a different shinobi village, with different climates and environments. Very few of you have left your villages before today and thus have little to no experience fighting in different terrains. With that in mind, the next phase will be a series of one-on-one fights in various terrains all throughout the world. Apollo explains. And how do you suppose we get to these random locations? Kuratsuchi asks, not trusting the man one bit. It's very simple actually. I'll send you there via my S.U.N. or Shunshin underground network. I have various networks set up in many nations all around the world, excluding IWA of course. To keep things interesting, each and every match would be televised. Apollo explains. From a secret panel in the ceiling, a huge plasma screen TV hangs and begins to randomly shuffle names for the first match, before it settles on 2 names and a location. Alright, match 1, Tenten of Konoha vs. Karui of Kumogakure in a bamboo forest in Kyuzugakure. Jiraiya declares. As the 2 combatants set forth. Karabi shunshins down to his student and pats her on the back. Alright Karui-chan, go out there and do your best and show everyone Kumogakure is the best. Oh yeah, the 2 share a fist bump, before Karui stands next to Tenten and Apollo. Jiraiya summons 2 special type toads known as film toads. The first toad, Gamarito, is a yellow and blue toad with triangle marks around its eyes and arms. The second toad, Gamacamera Dusa, is a purple and yellow toad that carries around a video camera. What is it now, Jiraiya? Want us to videotape more half-naked women? I'm pretty sure our species wasn't created just so you can have material for your perv novel. The oppressive aura coming from all the women, minus Anko, was beginning to choke the old sage. I have no idea what you're talking about, as if the great Jiraiya would ever do such a thing. No, I need you to follow these 2 and record their match for the Chunin exams. Jiraiya explains, writing a note for Gamacamera Dusa and hands it to the toad. Why the fuck would you say that out loud? Are you trying to get me killed, dammit? Next time keep your mouth shut or I'll summon you near saltwater. The toad gulps and decides to just follow orders. Besides, filming shinobi fights is what his species was meant for. Going through the necessary hand seals, Apollo activates his S.U.N. and surrounds the 2 genin in a circle of Fuin arrays that glow yellow, orange and red and transports them and the film toads to their destination before everyone's eyes. Afterwards, Apollo lets out a tired sigh and sits full lotus to recover for the next usage. To shunshin 2 people clear across the globe should be impossible, and yet, this man just did it for all to see. Is it a Fuin variant, maybe spacetime ninjutsu? I must inform father of this at once. Kitsuchi says mentally, narrowing his eyes at the Alexandros clan head. With Tenten and Karui, the 2 kunoichi appear in various flashes of light deep within the forests of Kyuzugakure. The bamboo forest is teeming with long, straight bamboo with green and orange leaves in clustered bunch. They waste no time trying to figure out how they got there or marvel at the marvelous scenery around them and separate from each other. Tenten removes 2 scrolls from her weapon pouch and holds them in one hand in front of her, while Karui unsheathes her katana and points it at the bun-haired girl. With the skill and grace of a ribbon dancer, Tenten unravels one of the scrolls and twirls around gracefully. Adding chakra to the scroll, a myriad of sickles flies towards the Kumo kunoichi, who uses her blade to deflect a few, while she dodges the ones she can't. In an impressive burst of speed, Karui closes the distance between them and slashes at Tenten, who dodges at the cost of a huge rip in her scroll. Tossing the useless scroll aside, the bun-haired kunoichi unravels her other scroll and holds it out in front of her as a swarm of kunai and shuriken is unleashed on the Kumo kunoichi. Surprised by the sheer number of projectiles, Karui uses her katana to deflect most of them, but a few manage to leave shallow slashes on legs. Having enough of this, Karui shunshins behind Tenten and attempts to slash her spine, but the Konoha kunoichi manages to flip out of the way, though the Kumo kunoichi doesn't let up with her assault. Her slashes, while dodged, were skillful and one even cut one of Tenten's weapon pouches in half, destroying it and its contents. Seeing an opening, Tenten kicks Karui in the solar plexus and manages to gain some distance. It's refreshing to see a strong kunoichi. Your kenjutsu is easily above Chunin, it's a good thing I'm no slouch in that department either. Tenten says with a smirk, before she pulls a scroll from her back pouch and unseals a Chinese halberd. Twirling the pole in her hands, the bun-haired kunoichi gets warmed up, before Karui rushes her with her katana ready to slice. Tenten shows her skill with weapons by parrying her slashes and thrusts the bladed half of the halberd, which Karui dodges or parries, though she nearly avoided losing her head or being bisected one than she cared to admit. Seeing she was at a disadvantage, Karui leaps back and flees into the bamboo forest. TSK gotta admit she's not bad with that damn thing. She clearly had the advantage when it came to reach. My best bet is to try to catch her off guard. With her plan in mind, Karui cuts down several trees and uses them as shields against Tenten's throwing knives and shuriken. The bun-haired kunoichi took some solace in knowing her marksmanship wasn't in question. If not for her foe's use of the environment, she was sure she'd hit her marks. Tired of being the mouse in their chase, Karui uses the bunshin jutsu to try and throw Tenten off, but the bun-haired kunoichi makes short work of them with 3 throwing knives that hit their mark. The distraction was just what Karui needed though, as she seemingly disappeared somewhere in the forest. Keeping her senses sharp and alert, Tenten scans for the Kyumo kunoichi, staying in one spot so as to not walk into a trap. Cloud style, front beheading, Kyumoryu, Omotajiri. Karui declares from behind Tenten, shocking the Konoha kunoichi. Turns out, she had used the henge jutsu to transform herself into one of the bamboo trees. Turning around swiftly, Tenten uses her weapon to block the powerful frontal slash, but the force behind the attack sent her flying through several trees. Not one to waste an opening, Karui embeds chakra into the tip of her katana and rushes the downed Tenten. Wild Thunder, Yase Kaminari. Karui roars, thrusting her blade at the terrified Tenten. Once her blade pierced the Konoha kunoichi, a resulting sonic boom is unleashed and leaves a crater in its wake. Back at the checkpoint, the other genins wake on the edge of their seats. Though Niji showed little concern for his teammate, Lee could barely contain himself. I know you wouldn't go down so easily, Tenten, your flames of youth haven't gone out yet. Wow, those two sure are strong, Sakura says to herself, feeling great shame in her own skills. Both kunoichi showed the fruits of their intense training, the skill hours of training honed and their unrelenting spirits. Looks like Karui is having fun, it's cool to see her cut loose. Samui says with a small smile. While Omoi just observed the battle with calculating eyes, aw man, what if Karui accidentally killed her with that attack and Konoha gets mad and retaliates? Or Apollo decides not to return her to the arena and we have to search for her in Kyuzugakure, leaving us open for Konoha to ambush. His pessimistic thoughts only got more dramatic from there. Back with Karui, the Kyumo kunoichi felt the strong urge to slap Omoi upside his head. That baka better not be thinking ill of me, or so help me. Before her thoughts could go further, her senses warned her battle wasn't over. Once the dust cleared, she saw a destroyed piece of bamboo inside where Tenten should be and deduced she used the kawarimi. From behind, Tenten leaps into the sky and crashes down with her halberd ready to cut her in 2 halves. Cloud style, reverse beheading. Karui declares, performing a powerful spin using chakra from her feet, and uses the momentum to slash at Tenten. The slash is strong enough to not only destroy her halberd, but also manages to leave a nasty cut on her arm. Using the shunshin to gain some distance, Tenten wraps up her injured arm and contemplates her next move. Alright, time to end this. Tenten says, pulling out a golden scroll from her back pouch and unseals her reliable pistol. Making sure it was fully loaded, Tenten waits for Karui to find her, which doesn't take long. Dodging the Kyumo kunoichi's front beheading, the bun-haired kunoichi aims and fires as a loud bang echoes in the forest. The Kyumo kunoichi manages to dodge the bullet, though not the follow-up, as she's shot in the shoulder. Bullets are a lot harder to dodge than shuriken. They're not only smaller and harder to see, but travel at the speed of sound. Not impossible for a shinobi to dodge, but if you're unfamiliar with them they can easily catch you off guard. Tenten explains, seeing the look of shock and pain on Karui's face. Not one to give up, Karui still attempts to fight, until Tenten shoots her in the foot and then her other shoulder. With her opponent on the ground in obvious pain and not getting up anytime soon, Tenten seals her gun away. So who's going to declare me the winner? Tenten asks, especially since it was just the two of them. Out of nowhere, Jiraiya appears in a plume of smoke, having reverse-summoned Gamarito with himself. Winner of the first match Tenten of Konoha, great match you two. Jiraiya announces, before he summons Gamma to pick up Karui and them and Gamma Dusa leave via reverse summoning. Once they arrive at the arena, Medic Nin rushed in and carries Karui to the infirmary. A single medic offered Tenten assistance, which she gladly took it and followed her to the infirmary. She always did have great respect for medics after all. I've never seen a weapon like that before. Such a small and yet deadly weapon could revolutionize the shinobi world. Samui says, and what better way to showcase its abilities than at the Chunin exams. It seemed Konoha had more secrets than it let on, if their shinobi were armed with such weaponry. Yeah, but you heard what she said. It's not impossible to dodge it, just harder if you've never fought someone who uses it. By showing it, she's opened it up to the other nations to try and either reverse engineer or train their shinobi to beat it. Omoi states, the screen begins to shuffle names once more until it stops 1-2 names and a location. Match 2, Naruto of Konoha vs. Akatsuchi of Iwa in the swamps of Swamp Country. Jiraiya announces. Let's see what the Alexandros have taught you, kid. Woohoo, I get to fight, I'm so excited. Akatsuchi declares with glee. Kuratsuchi sighs, Baka, just make sure you don't embarrass our village. This surprised the large boy, seeing as he figured his teammate would tell him losing wasn't an option. What, no declaration of how I, as an Iwa shinobi, better not lose to inferior shinobi from Konoha, especially given who my opponent is? Akatsuchi asks. Kuratsuchi just glares at Naruto, who waves at her with a warm and friendly smile. No one can defeat me, but me. If you do, more power to you, but if not, I won't hold it against you. He is that man's child after all, so only the descent of a Hokage could defeat him. He was a bit offended that she didn't think he could win, but didn't let it get to him. Once the two combatants and the two film toads were ready, Apollo sent them to their location via S.U.N. With Naruto and Akatsuchi, the two shinobi appear in a dark swamp, using the tree-climbing jutsu to stick to separate trees. The murky waters cover the ground in their filth and bubbles like boiling water. The two film toads use lily pads in order to avoid getting caught in the dark waters. Akatsuchi wasted no time and uses Earth Release, Golem Jutsu, Doton, Guramu no Jutsu, to create a large, humanoid, creature made of rocks from his mouth. The golem falls into the swamp water and trudges towards Naruto. From his back, Naruto summons a coffin-sized scroll in a plume of smoke and unravels it. Fuin Bunshin, T-Bunshin. From the scroll, two silhouettes composed of various Fuin and two silhouettes composed of pure lightning appear in plumes of smoke. One of the Fuin Bunshin's hands are replaced with Fuma Shuriken and his arms transform into chains. The two lightning talisman Bunshin leap into the water and on impact explode in a shower of electricity that literally crumbles the golem to dirt. Hurling its Fuma Shuriken hand at Akatsuchi, the Fuin Bunshin shows great control by directing it in mid-air. The Iwa shinobi dodges the incoming shuriken, which rips through the tree he was standing on, and uses water walking to race across the water. The Fuin Bunshin adds its other Fuma Shuriken to the battle, directing both at the surprising agile Akatsuchi, who flips and ducks under the two incoming shuriken. Lightning Release, Sonic Blade. Naruto chants mentally. Rising from the water, he embeds his jet stream with Raiton Chakra and aims to stab Akatsuchi in the chest and hits his mark. Only for said shinobi to crumble into dirt. Earth Release, Mud Pai Jutsu, Doton, Matapai. From behind him, Akatsuchi launched huge wads of mud from his mouth and nailed Naruto in the back. That is until Naruto was revealed to be a Fuin Bunshin hinged. Upon impact, the Bunshin unleashed a hailstorm of throwing knives, shuriken and kunai at the Iwa Shinobi. In almost an instant, Akatsuchi forms another golem to shield him from the onslaught as the projectiles bounce off it harmlessly. Aiming its fist at the real Naruto, it launches its fist at him at breakneck speeds, only for Naruto to evade via whirlwind shunshin. The winds were strong enough to blow the heavy golem into the swamp waters, where the blonde Konoha shinobi uses lightning release, sonic blade on a kunai and tosses it at the water. A surge of electricity blankets the golem and reduces it to dust. Kuratsuchi was right about you. You're not like the other weaklings from Konoha. I'd expect nothing less from his child. Akatsuchi says with a smirk. Naruto didn't let the taunt distract him or get a reaction for him. After all, how would someone from Iwagakure know who his father was? Recalling his two Fuin Bunshin, Naruto places a hand on each in order to see how much longer they had. Alright, the artillery Bunshin has 2 more hits before it goes up in smoke, and the chain Fuma Bunshin still has 3 shots. Alright, let's make those 5 shots count. With his Bunshin in sync with him, all 3 rush Akatsuchi, who leaps from his tree and onto the surface of the swamp water just as the chain Fuma Bunshin hacks the tree in half. Earth Release, Golem Uprising Jutsu, Doton, Guramu Budu no Jutsu. Akatsuchi roars, before gallons of mud and earth pour from his mouth and into the murky depths of the water. Not liking the looks of things, Naruto and his 2 Fuin Bunshin try to rush him, Naruto with a wind shuriken, the chain Fumin Bunshin with his Fuma shuriken and the artillery Bunshin with several kunai in hand. Before they can reach him, a swarm of arms made of mud reach from the swamp and grab a hold of them with crushing force. The artillery Bunshin is the first to go, when several more arms rise up and pound on it into oblivion. This is my strongest jutsu, and with the swamp giving me plenty of excess mud to mold, this entire swamp is at my control. Let's see how the Yondame's legacy will fare, shall we, Kuratsuchi? Alatsuchi declares, showing the Iwa Kunoichi just what he was made of. He knew he could win, there was no question about that now. Naruto struggled against his restraints, but found them strong with chakra coursing through them. This was bad, even for him. Their grip only grew tighter and another legion of arms were coming right at him. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. Make sure to like and subscribe, and don't forget to share this video with your friends. If you want early updates, check out Patreon. This is Fox Sage, and I'm signing off. Series ends here.